Alright, hello, good morning, afternoon, I don't know what time it really is, but somewhere close enough to it, probably. We're back here with the CCTs. Zola and I are going to be taking you guys through our next couple of days here in series number 19. We're taking a look at a couple of teams that may or may not make it to the playoffs. It's going to be an interesting day. High stakes, but not the final one for some of these teams. Now, Zola, we're just talking about a couple of things. We see some crazy stuff, and you specifically, having seen Simca's kind of record-breaking games, but
yeah,
for today, are we expecting anything of that same caliber, or is that even something you can ever expect to happen?
look, I think when it comes to the amount of series we get to watch here in the CCT, obviously we're in series 19 now, but that game was in a series 20 game. It was ridiculous. And look, I think there's always those kind of record-breaking moments. I remember this would have been, 5-6 months ago, where Poi broke the kill record in the CCT game in regulation, and he bested Crim's record on CS Go in CS2, which was crazy. So yeah, I think we could have some record-breaking moments. Obviously, this first game being 9 Pandas against Guns, a bit of a CIS derby, so I'm excited for it. Look, as you touched upon, we've got the chance to see some teams progress. Obviously, it's a 2-on-1 game, so there's no worry about elimination, which is always a nice thing to look at. But look, I think it's going to be an exciting day for us. Obviously, I think the last game, Spirit Academy Fnatic's probably the one where it's going to have the kind of the true highlight about it, because I think Spirit Academy have been upsetting some good teams, and also I think Fnatic not really at their best at the moment. So after the games that we get to watch today, I'm definitely going to stay tuned, because I think that third and final game has kind of got the best about it. But look, I'm excited for this first one. I think it's going to be a banger.
I think so as well. I saw 9 Pandas yesterday against 500. Actually, they're back to back. They've played against 500. That was kind of funny. Tried to get a revenge. Couldn't do it, but I've seen 9 Pandas now. I just don't know what they're really all about anymore. They've seemingly dropped Alv. They've had, in the first game I saw of them, about like 4 or 5 days ago, it was, I think, Result opping, Dilettes opping, then for the last few days it's been Shalfie. It's been a really weird thing where their identity right now is really, really mixed up because they've wanted to make some changes to the team. And I just don't know what they're really all about.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think the fact that Idis Balance, I don't know what happened with that. But I always thought that Idis Balance was one of the kind of the better players in this roster. He was usually one of the MVPs, and obviously an incredible AWPer. And the fact that they've now lost that, and as you said, it seems as though they're kind of scrambling for a wielder of the big green. It makes it really weird to see. I think as well, their identity, they used to be such a kind of Anubis heavy side where they'd instantly pick Anubis, they'd destroy every team on it. Now they're gravitating away from that. It seems like 9 Pandas have gone from kind of having a 7-map map pool to kind of having like a 5 or a 4-map map pool. You look at the maps, you look at the statistics, they don't play Anubis that much. Nuke's obviously their go-towards, but Dust has been pretty poor. They don't play that much Inferno. Train, they're kind of trying to get in. I think the 9 Pandas roster right now is obviously undergone some recent roster changes, and I think what we've seen from Chiron has actually been quite impressive, but I still feel like we've got to give them a bit more time.
Yeah, I think they need to as well, just for the sake of actually figuring out their own identity and how they want to play. Because if you are dropping your AWPer, what seemingly now just seems to be the case anyways, and someone else is picking it up, you're not getting someone who's already an AWPer. It's gonna take time to actually figure it out. It's just a massive change. And I just don't know if I'm actually all about it, and I really don't think I am, the more I think about it. So, I just am really, really worried for how this could impact so many of these players, right? If the next, let's say, 2-3 months they're trying to get this going, if it doesn't work, that's a lot of time wasted. And then you think about 9 Pandas, they're a team that probably could make it toward the major qualifiers as well, just by getting a couple of decent games on the board. Wasting a couple of months, that could be very detrimental for them. So, it's a bit scary for them, for sure. They're in that very volatile position. They're like 35th in the world rankings right now. They've got a little bit of time, or VRS rankings. So they've got a little bit of leeway maybe there, but if it doesn't work, you might just see them kind of plummet off that. So I'm really scared for them and how things could go.
Yeah, definitely. It seems as though they've brought in kind of a strong rifler in Chiron, but they are still kind of missing that AWPer threat. And to be honest, I think I think maybe it's better for them to just negate the AWP for the time being, kind of work in what they can do with just the rifles in hand. Obviously, I feel like we are in, especially on the T side, we're on quite a bit of a rifle meta at the moment. I feel like many games you see the AWPers falling out of favor. You just have to look at the kind of AWPer statistics in the last, 5-6 months. You compare kind of where they were at in CSGO to where they are now, and you can really see a drop off in performance. So to be honest, I don't mind the idea of just playing with 5 riflers. I think when you take that into account, they're a strong looking side though. But when you look at Gun 5, I think this is a team that we've seen a little bit more from. I think when it comes to synergy, obviously you've got Exilo, Celta, Stein, who've been together for quite some time. They brought in Fineshine about a month ago. They brought in Lackey very recently, and I think for this roster it's quite interesting because it's clear that there's been some needed changes amongst the side, but Exilo's playing really well. I think we have to say that. I think Fineshine's becoming, I guess, a bit more of a proven talent, and obviously he is doing quite well when wielding the AWP. There are moments though where Fineshine is a little bit lacking. You just have to look at their game against Sinners, against Fnatic. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard both times round. So I think this has clearly been a bit of an elevation for Fineshine. You just have to look. He was on Hotu before that, Illin as well, and he's now kind of been thrown into the deep end. And you've got to imagine for a young player like Fineshine, that could be quite a difficulty.
It really could be. So in that regard as well, I do agree. I think it is a big change, but still hasn't been delivering. Obviously, given time, he'll definitely stabilize. So there is kind of that sort of dichotomy as well with the teams, like the one with figuring out what the hell's going on with our AWPer, and the other one is figuring out how do I fit into this team now with pretty much a month or maybe a little bit more of that of practice so far. Yeah. How do things continue to look in the next couple of weeks, couple of months, and given Lackey's integration as well to the team, how will they look in the future? There's a lot of questions, but they seem to have the answers. And I look forward to seeing what that looks like. Again, give it a couple of months. Both these teams pretty much in that same sort of VRS ranking as well, just to go back on that. Right, we had 9 Pandas 35th, Gun 5 38th. So they're very close in that regard as well. But we've got a couple other things to figure out. You mentioned the map pool. 9 Pandas, they've got a couple of weaknesses. Yeah, Anubis was one of those. That's out. So Train, that's out. Those are a couple of the weaknesses gone immediately.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the remaining maps, I think 9 Pandas are only ever going to pick Nuke. I'm interested why we don't see the Dust 2 pick from Gun 5 though, because that's one of 9 Pandas' much weakest maps. 9 Pandas then opt to ban Mirage, where they've looked all right. I don't really know what we're seeing here from the Vetoes. I think it would have been far better for 9 Pandas. The fact that they were able to get Train gone and Anubis, I don't really know why Dust is still in the pool, especially with the map being so op-centric, but we're seeing Dust as that decider. I think the Vetoes are going to lean quite heavily towards Gun 5. I think it's going to be all about the individuals today, and we've spoken about the individuals on Gun 5. Realistically, they lost quite a heavy hitter in the last year or so, losing Tanir. Obviously, Tanir's currently on Heroic, and I think that's an incredible move for him as an individual. I think when you look at this Gun 5 roster, Tanir was generally the biggest star on this side. But they're yet to fill the shoes of a player like Tanir, and I think that's their biggest problem. I think Gun 5 were making waves, they were winning events. I believe they bested Furia, I think, in I want to say CCT. It would have been season 1, but they had an incredible result, winning the whole event. Yeah, it was series 4. So still in season 2, quite early on here, but they won the grand final 2-0 against a team like Furia. So I think when you look back to where this Gun 5 roster were, I think they were looking very impressive. They were looking very, very competent. But it's clear that the loss of Tanir has been a heavy blow, and I think they're just trying to make their way back to that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun as well in that regard. You bring in Lackey, who was more of that sort of supportive element in a way to a team. It's a change for sure, but you're opening up and freeing up your other players instead to do a lot more work and heavy lifting. Give them a bit more space to that. Cielo has been doing really damn well. Yeah. And Snipe has been mostly consistent in the last year or so, but he's just not had the greatest start to 2025, I don't think.
No, definitely
that regard, if you compare.
Yeah, most definitely. But Fineshine, Julie's in hand. He spots out one. Searching for more here. Fineshine fully blinded, spamming away with a Julie. Celta at range to offer support. And now we will see Exilo creeping closer. Shalfie falling. A great start to this pistol here for Gun 5. This is their opponent's map. So if they can get on the board early doors here, that is excellent for them. Fine Shine, a great triple here with the Julies. Just 26 damage taken all across the board. Gun 5, what a way to kind of start this series off.
A great start. And we talk about Fine Shine as well. That's a very good round. We immediately pick up a little bit of confidence and kind of shows what he can do.
I love that he's just keeping the Julies. It's the type of play
That's
that... Yeah, but look, there was no bomb plant, there was no kills. 9 Pandas shouldn't really invest here. The rest of his team have just got rifles. This is great preparation from Gunfight. It means that they're going to go into the next round with very limited and very few limitations. The only one being Celta's FAMAS. Obviously, casualties could be an occurrence here for Gunfight, but I doubt it. They've got the rifles. Lackey, though, very isolated. Fine Shine going to be swinging in, but with the Julies, they line up, and Lackey finds 3, gets the 4th, and now Celta to close out the round. And we can see what this is going to do for the finances. We can see it's going to be a perfect investment from Gun 5 in the next. We're going to have Fine Shine on the big green. 9 Pandas. Maybe Nuke isn't the play, because Gun 5, not only are they hitting heavy so far, but it's a great initial idea from them.
And so, to the next one we go. Oh, the guns are coming out. Fine Shine. There's the AWP. That's the Julies he played the last round. And kind of showed what he can do now instead. And so, outside, this way, a lot of moves already being made by 9 Panda. This, I don't know why, but this is already giving me aura of teams that kind of prac against each other and are here to play off the weaknesses they know the other team can have. Because this is insanely aggressive. In the first 20 seconds, you have Result down on B in the first 30, and he's gone. You have trades forcing this for 9 Pandas. This is a very scary playstyle, almost. Good or bad, scary. To be determined still. There's something you can do definitely here. Stein will be walking into Chiron. Headshot will be taken. Let's see what to do. Suddenly born out of this. Swan Lackey up the vents, and he'll find Shelf. He's back. Completely turned, hasn't seen him, doesn't know. A 2 versus 1 suddenly come out of this one.
Yeah, Chiron does have the chance for this round, he definitely does. Just going to be playing on the back of the bomb side, and you can see that Celta's somewhat worried about lobby. If Chiron can just wait here, Celta does have a defuse kit, but they're isolated again. This was the problem. Stein gave himself up for free, and now Lackey could be doing the exact same. Oh, Lackey does very well to survive. We're going to see the double swing. Chiron found enough time for the defuse. Gun 5 continue their streak of success. AWP can be saved as well from Lackey. And we say that Lackey's a very supportive player, and obviously, you know, certainly is. But started off this game quite nicely, 7-0. Obviously, the quad kill towards ramp, very helpful in that. But the triple in that round, so vital. Gun 5, they're going to be going into a 4-0 start here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, massive start, and visually converting it as well. A couple of players do survive, assisting things for the future. But for 9 Pandas, the bomb plant as well. It lets them have a little bit more freedom for this. Now, here's the thing I'm wondering about. It was that last round and the aggression kind of just my imagination. Are we going to see 9 Pandas play that extremely high-risk, fast-paced Counter-Strike here?
I don't know.
All of the chaos? Because it could work here. Because we're still figuring out what their identity is. Maybe they're still figuring out. Maybe they have very intimate knowledge on Gun 5 and they keep practicing against each other. Because they haven't played each other before. That's one thing for sure. So,
yeah,
that could be a thing.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that when Crad gets that kill onto Fine Shine from top main, I think maybe that's their go call of, well, we found the AWP towards outside, we could look to try and crunch on A together, but the problem is the players towards Squeaky were very delayed because they were smoked off, so it seemed as though there was a split attack. We have those 2 players towards outside in Crad and Deledes, and obviously Xelo does excellently to get to there, but down to the B-bomb site 9 Pandas go. They've got very limited utility now to try and get their way out. Smoke here towards the right-hand side is perfect, though, as it will force Fine Shine. But, in fact, Fine Shine, that's another missed shot, though. Clearly not feeling too confident, but Xelo in an excellent position. 5 on 3 now. The Tech 9 of Crad tucked away towards Decon. But Xelo, he started things off very nicely here. Chiron finally striking, Lackey swinging, all on Crad. Taken down by Stein. And Nexus, we've got to say, here for Gun 5, you look at these rounds, you look at how kind of confident they are. Look at the casualties. Lucky's yet to get a death. Neither Celta. Fine Shine is Slime just with 1. We've only seen 4 kills here on the side of 9 Pandas. The finances for Gun 5 is going to be excellent.
Yeah, 3 of the kills, by the way, by Chiron. Just to put it out there. And that was from that 2 versus 3 they had at 2v4, but that might have been actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely not the greatest of starts, but it's not like a 4-0 is ever telling you which way the game is going to go immediately.
No,
In some situations, sure, right? Let's say this was Ancient and that was T side for Gun 5. We'll be like, okay, collab, that's pretty much the minimum that you would ever need, and you've got 8 more rounds to play. But you're still on the CT side of Nuke, 9 Pandas, T side, and it's not going to be continuing to be any better. Oh my god. It just gets worse.
I do have to say, though, right? The CT side for Gun 5 is actually where they struggle, and the T side for 9 Pandas is where they prevail. You just have to look at the stats. Both these teams favor... Oh, sorry. 9 Pandas favor this first half, and Gun 5 struggle in the past. So this really should be the half where 9 Pandas are looking to get themselves maybe 6, maybe 7 rounds. But look, it's a full buy here, and it's a 5 versus 1.
There's another death.
Look, I don't think Gun 5 are going to be too worried about deaths and kills.
No.
I think the most important
That's
thing
the,
is
that's
just
the
around.
biggest part and biggest takeaway I think we have with this round is 9 Pandas, they get another kill and they give another death to Gun 5. Because 5-0 right now. And Lackey, again, we've still mentioned him, yet to die. Same with Shelter. It's just an insane start.
Yeah, an excellent start here. Exactly what Gun 5 need here. And on a series where we can say that 9 Pandas have struggled with their vetoes and with their map pool, Nuke's usually a map they do look dominant on. You just have to see that in their last 10 games on Nuke, they've won 7 of them, yet that stat could change very quickly. The success they've had on Nuke could be falling soon. Deleted, it's a 1v5 here. Oh, if he gets that spray transfer, it's Lackey alone in the clutch. Deledes could have given that a good go.
I think barely, maybe had he ran toward the A side, maybe. There were like 10 seconds on the clock, so it's very close either way.
Yeah, I think he'd have to do it on the kill, but either way, look, Gun 5 are in a 5v1, they lose 3 players. That's not too bad regarding finances. Still, though, it's a 5-0 start. As we say, look, their money's pretty decent. Fine Shine, Xelo, Celta, all going to be able to get a strong investment, and with this just being the half buy, we can't expect too much from the Pandas, but I like the fact that 9 Pandas here have opted for a tactical pause already. I think they've realised, they've already seen that Gun 5, they're not a team you're just going to roll over here on Nuke. You've got to show them a little bit more respect, a little bit more discipline. But an uphill battle for the Pandas in these final 7 rounds.
For sure. Keep in mind as well, that last round, it was 5-on-1. That was never supposed to go anywhere for the lead. It still gets a couple out of it, that's good. But pretty much scraps in the grand scheme of things. And but one thing, it's that round. The investments that God 5 have gone for, it's a surprising lack of economy compared to the situation almost. So, it's not as tough of a situation as it almost... Okay, never mind, it could be, holy... Okay, why do I have to speak? Now it's getting worse. Again. So here's the financial boost that Gun 5 so desperately, or not so desperately, but would nonetheless like to have. A Fine Shine still having hit his both shots. Not this one, but this yellow to swing. The round is done. And 4 to survive this time, so there is a little bit of a financial boost for the CT side. And suddenly Gun 5, they look a little bit invincible.
Look, I've got to say, Nexus, what has happened to 9 Pandas?
That's what I'm saying.
This is a team that have looked so dominant on Nuke in the past. And, to be honest, what they're showing so far looks like a team that have never played the map. Players just isolated all across the board. We're seeing kind of attempts at fast A's. We're seeing neglecting any idea of a lobby crunch. It just seems like Gun 5, they've got such an easy read of what 9 Pandas are going to do. Result, though, searching down the vent. Has missed his mark, but Fine Shine finding a pick here. Xelo, all going to be on timing it. Will he spot out Crad? Ooh.
Oh my god.
Information goes either way, but Xelo finds the kill. He's 10-2 here, Nexus.
Yeah. It does not ever seem to be a position where 9 Pandas can do better. Like, I saw their game yesterday against 500, who are notoriously, to put it in a very good way, or very nice way, they're notoriously ass at this map. They had 1 out of 10 games won, and 500 just destroyed them 13-6.
Yeah,
So,
it's clear that 9 Pandas are lacking at the moment.
Yeah, that is the game they're coming off of, and into today, it doesn't seem like it's changed at all.
I reckon Lackey gets both of these. This is just based on the form. There's a little bit of damage to Deledes. The problem is, this look from Ressort's being held. Celta will find it. Deledes.
Another clutch.
Yeah, an attempt at the 1v5 was seen. Now it's his turn at a 1v4. Just tapping on the bomb. The problem is, he's assuming there's a quicker rotation, yet there isn't. Oh, and now he's been spotted. If he can isolate this fight, not the best of sprays. Finally, Deledes. He falls in the clutch. Gun 5. 3 players surviving again. Exilo's on 12.5k here, Nexus. Guns are up 7-0. And then we move to a map that Gun 5 are so strong on. We're going to be heading to Ancient, a map that they very rarely falter on. It's a map that for quite some time, this team, it's been their identity of playing, and they have been excellent.
Yeah, for those who want to catch Ancient, you can come back in about 10 minutes. I think we'll be there already. With the way this goes, because
maybe 15. Let's
you know what? Yeah, let's say. Oh my God, let's say they get a couple of rounds because Shelfie just taps away 1. There's another. Okay.
Yeah, the problem is with Feinstein getting that pick towards ramp, he can now have a little bit more freedom here to find towards the lower side. But Shalfie taking down Celt is a big kill. It's going to kind of completely take the attention away from the players on the lower side. Shalfie will find another as well. It's Feinstein in the 1 versus 4. He knows that he's got an opponent on the kind of upper side. So if he speeds things up, he might have a chance at this. Not the easiest of 1v2s, but he can give it a go. Oh, he gets the tag there onto Chiron. I think if he gets that kill, there's a real chance at that clutch. But as we say it, look, 9 Pandas, they will get themselves their first round on the board. The problem is, right, Nexus, even if they end this half 7-5, okay, normally you'd say, well, a T-side, T-side Nuke, you find 5 rounds, it's not too bad at all. But as I've already mentioned, this is 9 Pandas' far stronger side, and this is Gun 5's weaker side. It doesn't bode well for the Pandas already, but look, if they do find 5, win the pistol, we're looking at a leveled up game. Great damage.
What result?
There's no value in doing that.
No, the utility is very
it's done.
late
Round
as well
over.
in comparison, and it just all goes.
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah. So it definitely seems. The forecast was lying, though, in the sense of 9 Pandas having a good nuke.
Yeah. Xelo.
So that's one thing. But when it rains, it pours indeed. Last round, it was a plus W round for 9 Pandas. Here they slow down for even a little bit, and as soon as Result, the only one to go aggressive, gets caught, it all falls apart immediately. And it's kept, again, completely clean for Gun 5. This might be one of the worst individual performances I've seen from anyone on 9 Pandas in a long time.
Yeah, and I think as well, Crad 1 and 9, Result yet to get a kill. Obviously, we were mentioning kind of the fact that the CCT sometimes has those crazy record-breaking moments. Here for Result, this could be an individual moment. Sadly, not for breaking records, well, at least positive achievements. As this could be, if we see a continuance, this could be his worst game in a while. Because I think Result's a player that when you look to for frags, when you look for kind of individual prowess, he's usually a player that we talk about. But so far struggling.
I hate talking about a game like it's already over, but
let's talk about this one like it's already over.
Let's talk about it.
It feels that way. It definitely does. And I think the odds, we can see the odds at the top. I don't think that's a fair judgment. I think that's kind of just taking into account the generic stats of Nuke and not how both of these teams play. I think for 9 Pandas, they're in a world of trouble here. You look at the investment, it seems like they're in a no-win situation where, in their minds, well, we either buy and we have a chance of winning, or we eco and we give up 9. And I think when you see a call like that, it never comes from a place of strength, always weakness.
Yeah, I think the one thing we as well need to mention is that 9 Pandas, from that first gun round, They plus W. They've barely shown any actual strategical side to this besides trying for an individual to make a play, i.e. Result tried to get down to vents once or twice. And beyond that, it's just been, let's go 3-4 down secret, let's run outside and see what happens. It's insane. Quite literally, this looks like a game I could have been playing in matchmaking.
Look, maybe it's not that bad.
Maybe not, but you get the point.
Similar sides, yeah. I feel like when you look at the utility, when you look at the...
Oh my god. Game's continuing, and 9 Pandas, they try to go A, and they just get shot on. There's 3 in Squeaky. Result finds his first kill, he's now 1 in 10, so it's crad. And they get the entry. As soon as they try to get out from Squeaky, there's always dying behind him as well. So, no way out, no way in. 9-1, the game is absolutely just a...
It's crazy, yeah. It's an incredible performance. I think what we do have to say, though, right, is you look at map 2 and map 3 in this series. We've got Ancient, we've got Dust. These are maps that Gun 5 are going to be far favoured on. And I think in that regard, that's where we're thinking, well, we can see... They go for a fast A, they're eventually going to catch off the defenders there. I think Gun 5, there's going to be one moment where people are caught with util in hand, but still, worst case scenario for Gun 5, it's 9-3. As I was saying, look, you look at map 2 and map 3, they are far favoured here for Guns. I think if they can take Nuke, I think we're all under the impression that Gun 5 are going to take this series, and even if they don't do it on an Ancient, they'll probably do it on Dust.
Yeah. I mean, it would... Let's imagine this one is again over. It doesn't get worse on Ancient, surely, right? Any team would recognize, boys, we just did not play at all. They've had 2 rounds they wanted, both were holding W and just catching Gun 5 barely off guard. And having that firepower, it kind of showed us what they can do. Yeah, we're seeing glimpses of it at its very best.
Ooh.
That's, again, the all changing hands. We talked about it just briefly. Last couple of days, Shalfie's been the one to wield before that. Was a little bit of Result, bit of Deletes, now Chiron, so it's just going all over the place. They're figuring out their identity, and that's one thing we said we're gonna give them time for. But nonetheless, the game just does not really change at all. I don't know.
In that round, though, the only reason Xelo goes down is a flash is thrown for him by his teammate. The only person it blinds is Xelo. Fineshine's rotated down, though. Look, Fineshine's in a really good position, and right now the T's are split. I think this is their biggest problem. It seems like 9 Pandas are a side of kind of 5 lurkers. And I think when you see moments like this, yes, we've got the lurk coming through, but with the shadow spotted, the spacing's not great. And now Fineshine, not only does he get that kill, but he's going to get the information. Oh, it's all about timing. Spots the shoulder, finds Shalfie, and the round's over. This was a 5-on-3. But the problem is you got 2 players lurking, one towards lobby, one towards outside. You see the first player getting taken down by the AWP of Fineshine as they're crossing. What is going on here for 9 Pandas? You're in a 5 versus 3. Just rush a bomb site together. If you can't trade that out, then there's bigger problems to focus on. But they decide to split, they give opportunities, they give individual fights, and they go the way of Gun 5, but it's 10-2. Pistol round is going to dictate this one, but let's be honest here, Nexus. Who cares? 9 Pandas, you can win the pistol. You can see Gun 5 force 5 rounds in a row. I still think Gun 5 are going to win this one.
I can't even dispute any of that. The only thing I can say is, okay, 9 Pandas... Now on the CT side, they don't have to think about how do we play these rounds as a whole together. It's just, okay, how do I play with you, my teammate, on this part of the map?
Yeah.
And that at least changes things a little bit. But it doesn't change anything. Flash is poor, Snipe finds the first, keeps shooting away, and now they know there's 2 on A, they can slow down. And the shots, while very accurate, not gonna connect even a single one.
I'll be honest, I feel bad for Deletes. He's going to watch that back in the demo and be like, how have I not got at least one there?
What you see is what you get.
Yeah. Look, I think right now as well, you're looking at this remaining round. Gun 5 can go anywhere. They've still got a lot of utility. 2 smokes, 2 mollies. It seems like they might go for a kind of a fake towards A and then send it in ramp. I think that's got to be the right play. And I think this is going to work out so perfectly because CTs are looking to aggress ramp. What a call, what a read. The T's are over fighting though. Shalfie and Chiron can get a couple. We are going to be seeing Gun 5 maneuver here towards A because obviously they've spotted 2 in ramp. Chiron low HP rotating up heaven. He's got to get himself out of this smoke. But Celta on the lurk. Excellent positioning from Celta. His teammates down towards B. Shalfie through the Molotov. He's got 2 players to find. Stein gets the trade and it's all on the low HP of Chiron. Celta's got the information. Celta can just sit and hide. He can just hold here towards Secret.
Yeah, the round's done. Show them cheeks. Free them.
Celta's
Let them feel the wind, and Chiron's USP shots going right past them as well. Like, you can't even move. This is... Like, in terms of the rounds, this is one of the crazy ones we've already seen as well. You have the entry that... Is it Dime finds in Squeak or Hunt? It doesn't matter like who it was. Then you have them aggressing to ramp. That's where the CT side are waiting. And 10 seconds later, somehow they've gotten past the CTs and they're down on B planting the bomb.
Yeah, they just maneuvered back to vent. It was a great call. Celta was the lurk towards outside. But it was brilliant because once they spotted 2 players towards ramp, they instantly knew, well, we can keep fighting here, but it's a bit of a risk. Let's just back away. We've got the B bomb site. And obviously with the back away call, I think 9 Pandas were under the impression, well, they're backing away and they're hitting towards A. I think if the ramp players head down towards B, it's a great read, it's a great idea, but realistically, 9 Pandas are only ever going to think it's an A play. Obviously, we see the force here from 9 Pandas. If they lose this one, it is over. I like the idea. I like the risk. There is a player tucked away in garage. They've got to be cautious. Stein has spotted 1. It's all about whether they can find Shalfie. Shalfie. Shalfie gets 1. Quick trade from Celta though, yeah. Result. Ooh, not the best of shots from Result. The trade will be so... Oh, Celta through the smoke finds Crad. Things go from bad to worse here. Nice shot from Deledes though, down to the 2-on-2. A real possibility here for the Pandas. There's towards outside here. Bomb plant's going to be good. It's going to set the timer. There are 2 smokes and an HE grenade. Very fast in main. Deledes. Why is Deledes running? Well, the nade will kill Feinstein. But I don't know why they're running. Lackey. Oh, it seemed like he wanted to maneuver towards Squeaky, but realized the bomb's planted for heaven. Planted on the back of the bomb, so I don't really have the opportunity to risk this. It's all going to be out of timing. Deledes has got to get this kill.
He's counting it.
Smoke on the bomb, and he will get the kill, surely. And there's the round. It goes the way of Gun 5. So tough there. The problem is, no kit, no chance. Gun 5 find 12. And they've got 10 rounds now. 10 opportunities to close out the game. Well done, Gun 5. What a performance it has been.
Yeah, there's no way to really describe this without just painting a picture of a murder scene.
Yeah. Look,
it's playing more into what we kind of said. We have to figure out what's going on with 9 Pandas. Yesterday, they didn't look the greatest against 500. That's Spheres 500. They're pretty damn decent. Even too good, according to some. You know, whatever. But they've been still having competitive games, even beyond that. So, today, I don't know what's happened. Is it just the... It probably is. A part of the instability of figuring out what the hell is going on with their AWPing, who's playing where, and that's kind of them being almost punished in a way for... I mean, not having Alv here, or I just bounced before him as well. Just not having that stable open, having to figure things out on the fly, and then the C side as well. It just looks...
Look at the space they're taking. They're pushing towards ramp.
The only rounds they won was the ones where they held W.
Yeah, exactly.
No strats, like, it's not it. And look at this, Gun 5. They've shifted all the way up ramp, and now they plant a bomb.
Yeah,
if they can be control, and 9 Pandas will have to fight from so far away, and it's a non-deal at that point, surely.
That's sort of 9 HP as well. Although the man advantage is seen. Oh, Exila with a missed shot. Shalfie finds Celta. Feinstein scratching his head. I had 3 teammates a second ago. What has happened? And now...
Away, but a 1v4.
Yeah, he's got to get it. Obviously, Deledes is the one with full HP. If he can isolate this fight, he
Oh!
does! Oh, fine Shine!
Holy
He's found 3!
Shine! Oh.
Resol doesn't have time! The round's won! It's a 1 versus 4! What a way for the game to end, Resol! Well done, mate. You got yourself a 4K, but you've not won the round. Game goes the way of guns.
No way!
I'm lost for words, Nexus. Look, it seemed...
That's insane.
Look, you compared these two sides based on VRS ranking and the fact they are very similar, and I think HLTV ranking as well, they're quite similar. It seemed like 9 Pandas and Guns are two teams that should be in different weight classes. It did not feel fair for 9 Pandas today. I'm very impressed with how Gun5 played. I'm very disappointed with how 9 Pandas played, and I think we are going to be saying for quite some time, until they stabilize, until they kind of find their identity, they are going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to happen every now and then, and currently we're seeing what might be one of the worst sides of it. Like, on paper, the team should be fairly decent, and even beyond, or before as well in the past, we obviously have Liquid in 2019 or 18, and, you know, competing without having a full-time AWPer pretty much on the team. So it's not like it hasn't been done before, but right now, it's in this game, it's not really comparable to any of that. And 9 Pandas, their map pick. No, it's not. Apparently, Gun5, they just get 3 picks in the series.
Yeah, that's
insane.
That's what it seems like. And look, you say 3 picks in the series. I doubt we're even going to see that third and final of Dust, because to do so, I think 9 Pandas are going to have to do so much work on Ancient. But look, Nexus, they've got about 10-15 minutes before that Ancient game commences, and hopefully for 9 Pandas, they can rekindle that strength. But before we go to Ancient, as said, we will be jumping to... Welcome back. We are going to be heading into map number 2 in a matter of moments. Obviously, a very disappointing map one for the side of Nine Pandas. It was their selection. It was Nuke. What happened, Nexus?
Nothing happened? Is that an acceptable answer?
Okay,
I think so.
I think you're pretty close with that. I think not only did their strategy seem very poor, it seemed like, as you said, the only 2 rounds they won were kind of a rush A. I've got to say, the most interesting stat that I've been able to find from this, Crad. He's a player with a lot of experience, a lot of talent. We've seen him throughout the years, many years. He's got 1,767 maps played on HLTV. That game was his worst. That is the worst rating Crad has got in any HLTV game that he's played. Just to give an idea of maybe why Nine Pandas struggled. That was Crad's worst of 1,767 maps.
A life game.
Maybe a game not to remember for Crad.
No. Or maybe a game to look back and say, boys, it can't get any worse than this.
Yeah.
In any way, hopefully motivation from map number 2, which obviously is gonna be Ancient here. And that's the pick of Gun 5. It's one where, yeah, Nine Pandas, they played it a fair bit. But we said that about Nuke. We said that they should have known how to play Nuke as well. Not today. You know, sometimes your opponent has a good day. They've got, I don't know, better gaming socks on, a cooler chair. I don't know, hot wife bringing them sandwiches while they're gaming. I don't know what they have.
I don't think it's the chair, mate. I really don't. Look, I think it was a strong performance from many on the side of Gun 5. You just have to look. Fineshine had a pretty good game. It's the highest rated player. We've touched upon the fact that Fineshine's kind of struggled as of late. Obviously, Celta and Xelo both having good games. There was 3 players above 100 ADR. I think when you see a stat like that, when you see kind of the individual kind of ability all across the board, that's where things get really scary. And I think now for Pandas, they've got a map 2 that they are pretty decent on, but in comparison to Gun 5, they're not there yet. And then we move to Dust, which is not only their worst map, it's one of Gun 5's best. So, to be honest, I think for Pandas, I think maybe just focus on whoever you're playing in the 2-2 game. Maybe it's a bit outlandish to say, but to me, this series is already over.
Yeah, like, you kind of said it as well during Nuke, when it originally started to look really bad for Nine Pandas, and then has continued to be that the entire time. Even if Nine Pandas somehow win Ancient, they're not going to win Dust 2.
No, I think it'll be
yeah,
very tough
so...
for them. I think the only way...
It's David versus Goliath, but I don't know what's happened here.
But it shouldn't be.
Nothing.
These teams are of similar level. Yeah, these teams are meant to be kind of on paper. This was probably meant to be one of the closer games for today. Look, I think the only way that Nine Pandas can bounce back if we see something ridiculous. We see them 13-0, Gun 5 lose all confidence. I think it's got to be something like that. But I think the rarity, it is so rare to see something like that, especially on a map like Ancient that we've seen so much success from Gun 5. Look, I think there's a lot of work now for Nine Pandas to do. Obviously, it can't really get much worse, so I guess that's the positive you can take away. But I'm loving the idea of the pistol here from Gun 5. They're going to maneuver their way into Donut. Great flashbang onto Wrestle. They can deal with him so effectively. And Celta finds Shalfie. We've got the lurk of Celta as well. This round is done. Crad in a 1 versus 4. Look, you got 1 kill throughout the whole of Nuke. Surely you can get 1 kill here in this pistol.
Here's my comedic effort into this. It would be funny if he put back-to-back worst maps on the board. It would be really funny.
I'll be honest, maybe I'm the curse, because I saw Rafax's worst map the other day, 0.05 rating.
Holy hell.
Yeah, the crowd didn't do much better, 1-15.
I didn't want to believe that, because the game I'd seen of Rafax and GTZ before was a game where they came back against 500 from like 11-3 down, T side of Nuke. Oh no, CT side of Nuke. And Rafax just drops like 30 kills or something. And he top frags the entire series by losing, I think, 2-0. So I just didn't want to believe that when I was seeing the chat, like 0-15. I just could not believe that.
Yeah. Look, it happens, right? Bad day at the office. There's gonna, you know, out of the 10 players, someone's gonna have the worst stats. It was Rafax in that one. It was, you know, Crad clearly in this one. Look, I think for Nine Pandas, already they've lost the pistol, and it's clear that they're feeling nauseous. They're feeling a little bit worried. So we've seen the investment, and I think this comes from a place of weakness, never strength, because they didn't get many kills. You look at the utility. Yes, Shalfie's got full util. We've got an MP9 on Chiron, but I don't think it's enough. They've opted for a gamble towards B, and Guns have taken space here towards A. So, to be honest, I think for Pandas, just a full save here. There's no point trying to give this one a go. At least give yourself a chance in the next.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, they've already kind of forfeited this one.
Yeah, I think now...
The only way you can... Or I say you can fumble an A-side retake is if you... Or an A-side post-plant, let's put it that way. Is if you don't take any position. Gun 5, they have that position. They have it toward a temple guarding even deep CT as well. And if the CT side even have a little bit of that control, they can then start to put pressure. Then it comes down to the duels, probably toward Donut or something. So
I love that.
It's a really easy site to take, but it's really easy to retake as long as the CT side just have one guy anywhere nearby to put a little bit of pressure to buy time for rotations.
I'm loving the idea of this.
Very finicky, but I like it.
Yeah, I think if Exilo can find a frag here, make some money with a Mac 10, take a weapon away, that's got to be the game plan. I actually thought the rest of Gun 5 were going to hunt as well, but we've not seen it. Exilo just holding for rotations. Look, it's going to be another round for them in the next, I think, unless if the pistols can go huge. The Lettuce is a player that, when with the Deagle, I always see these magic moments. I always see these kind of crisp headshots. So I'd love to see 9 Pandas upset here in round number 3, but already Gun 5 are showing that kind of individual brilliance that you'd hope for.
What do we reckon for this round? Gun 5? Back to A.
Yeah, realistically, I think Gun 5, they can do whatever they want. It seems like 9 Pandas are going to have to play reactive to whatever Gun 5 do. It doesn't seem like 9 Pandas are the ones kind of being the puppeteers of this game. More like the puppets. And I think Gun 5, I think that's the best thing about what we've seen, not only on Nuke, but on Ancient as well. It seems as though they are always the side with control. They are always the side kind of dictating what happens. We've seen a bit of a rotation come through from 9 Pandas. We got both Shalfie and Wrestle in CT, but Exilo's in an excellent position. He can find Deledes, and now it's an idea of how much money can be made with this Mac 10.
Slow start. Early lean was towards A, but rolling their way all the way back towards now what is the B site. Completely freed up as well. Crowd is a little bit far away. Looking for this. The Desert Eagle gets its first. That's a start. So, just the scraps again. This time he's apparently picked up an easy 3k here. And that's that. Okay. Bit of a boring round, but hey, it is what it is. Here's the guns. Yep. Here's when 9 Pandas have to make a stand. Because now, remember when we talked about this at the very start of Nuke, like 4-0? We said there are some maps where an early lead like that kind of tells you how the game is going. Ancient T-side is one of those things. An early lead here is very goddamn dangerous. Especially when you have the first map pretty much just hanging over the back of your head saying, it's gonna get worse, it got worse, you didn't do anything. Yeah, and actually, when you look at that map one, we saw 9 Pandas call that early tactical pause, and that's why I was quite impressed, already trying to identify their issues. Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more of it here on Ancient as well, because it's clear that there are already issues. You can see in this round, we've had 30 seconds of play here, Nexus. There's only one smoke remaining, and it's just been used. Utility completely gone here. Chiron's in a great position, though. We can find Lackey quite comfortably. Should be able to get another as well. What?
Ooh, Fine Shine gets the trade, in fact. And look at the space that's been taken. We see Crad go down. Oh, Stime's going to take all this space. Obviously, Wrestle is in an excellent position for this flank. No one's going to be prepared for this. Surely not. Want to be prepared. Stime holding. Oh, it goes so wrong for Wrestle. He believes he's caught a monumental timing. We just see the utility rain down, and 9 Panda's going to have to give this one up as well. We're going to be seeing a 4-0 start. Even with these weapons saved into the next, we can expect potentially a 5-0 start here on Ancient.
My question is, when do 9 Pandas get desperate enough that they pull back Nuke? Pull back and channel the only 2 rounds they won, which was hold W. Because on ancient CT side, you can hold W and get round wins. That's kind of what you do for ramp in the entirety of it as well, toward the B side, mid as well. It definitely could be the game changer they need right now. Because, like, honestly, anything is better than what is currently not being shown. That last round 12, that is a beautiful entry. Stein finds us jiggling his little A&D up ramp and then just finding the shot with... Was it Shalfie in the corner? Cubby on B? Could have been, doesn't matter too much, but...
Yeah, not too sure.
It was a nasty entry, I'll say. Just baits the shots and right back in he goes. Instant headshot. Bada bing, bada boom. That's life. Good trade. There it is. A little bit of aggression. Here's the trade-off. You've put a little bit of pressure to mid. You will have to focus on the A side, but it's going to be a retake they'll be focusing on mostly. Brad is ahead of the utility, and with assistance, he'll take 2. Suddenly, this round has turned on his head. Gun 5 with only Stein but Selter. Now just 1 remains, so with Deledes in removing Stein, it is just Selter to keep the flawless start alive. Around the smoke he'll go, and Shalfie's been spotted. Smoke gives him only temporary cover, but Shalfie doesn't care about that. Smoke, not a wall. Gonna shoot right through that toward the dome of Selter. 9 Pandas, welcome to the game.
Yeah, look, it's an important one. I think if 9 Pandas had another kind of 7 rounds where we don't see them kind of get into form, then that's where we could see a bit of a struggle. But look, to be honest, I think for 9 Pandas, at least they've got themselves on the board a little earlier on.
Very much holding off still. Anything. Until I see Gun 5 economy broken, I'm gonna be scared.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Lacking.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's just so simple, so effective. Chiron with an important trade, but Chiron now might look to take space. The fact there's been no trade. We'll just send the deep smoke, in fact. So he's confirmed all of this space. Chiron kind of just needs to rotate now, but it seems like he's going to be playing close to this smoke. He's clearing out all these angles. Oh, they're aware of Shalfie. They are so prepared for his position. And Exilo will take him down. So we see the advantage go the way. Great find from Deledes, but Stein ready to trade. And now, Krad, if he can get this kill onto Selter, there's certainly a chance. Selter completely unknown to this factor. Krad will get 1. Stein spotted as well in middle. Flashbang coming through. Krad peeks before it. I love the idea of that. And it puts Fine Shine in the 1 versus 2. Easy shot for Fine Shine. He can send the deep Molotov as well, and this is going to delay Chiron. Smoke on the molly though. Chiron playing quick here, but Fine Shine's heard it. Yeah, flashbang coming through. To close this combat AWPing, but Fine Shine takes him down. 1 versus 2 here for Fine Shine. Round goes the way of guns, and that's where you pick apart this round. And after Krad gets that kill in middle, why isn't he just sitting in cave? He looks to cross. He could have gone the long way, but instead cuts across the bomb site. Found by Fine Shine. Gives up the 1v1. Nice combat AWPing there on the center site. But look, Gun 5. Back to winning ways, and Chiron feels like the only way to be besting Fine Shine's big green is to bring one out himself.
Let's hope that's enough. Let's hope that is enough for a change. And to make things work for 9 Pandas, they've missed a bin smoke.
Missed it like 2-3 rounds in a row now. Ooh. Simple utility, they're just fumbling. Off angle here for Result, but an Exilo still finds. He's so good. Exilo.
Every first kill they get is just an instant headshot. Lackey last shot, instant headshot. Lackey here, I think the same.
Chiron.
Oh, never mind.
Gonna be caught off guard. Lackey finds him. Krad rotating. Krad falling. And now we see a 1 versus 5, I think, as Stein can isolate, but it's Shalfie all alone now. 2 players have been chipped away at, but they've been able to escape. Stein can just hurry along to get the bomb. Shalfie. An impossible round here. Saving has got to be the game plan, but 9 Pandas. What has happened?
What hasn't? Like, I don't know, man. Like, we said last map, you had the things that you went against, and Brad drops his absolute career worst.
1v1, 1v2 even.
Hold on.
He's got to give this one a go.
Yeah, he has a kit. He has to, surely. But, no.
He should know that Stime's low. This is information gathered. It's an AWP on Fine Shine and Stime's low.
Yeah, he had about 30 seconds still to make that rotation, but he just doesn't want to.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be an easy clutch, but... I guess
at this point, I don't care what you have, as long as you have a chance at a round. So what if he 30 seconds at the bomb? You go for it.
To be fair, though, look, you look at the finances of Gun 5. They're going to be pretty decent on players like Fine Shine and Stime. Lackey going to be able to invest, but players are going to need to drop. If we can see 9 Pandas win the next round, that's where we're seeing money broken here for Guns. So already I think Shalfie's done his work in this round. The fact that he finds 3 kills, and we've got to say, we saw that a couple times from Gun 5 on Nuke, where regardless of how many man advantage they had, it was brought closer because of, you know, unnecessary hunting and stuff like that. So, to be honest, I think maybe Gun 5, now they look at their finances, now they see that it is somewhat limited. There's got to be a reduction on those type of risks.
You know what might be the issue here?
What's that?
Apparently Shalfie's monitor's lagging. He's got some issues, or someone has issues with their monitors, you know? Sometimes you just don't forget to turn them on. That could have been an issue.
Potentially the issue for Crad on map 1.
Yeah, I think that might have been it. Definitely would explain things, but nonetheless, like, it doesn't matter what it is, you just have to step up here. Yeah. Like, yesterday's loss against 500, I was saying, it's not really anything insane, because 9 Pandas are still in that weird limbo of figuring out what they're doing as a team and how they're going to be playing and who's open and that such. Again, we have different answers to it. Yesterday, Shalfie, today, Chiron. It's a whole thing where they have to figure that out. Give them time. So, currently, any wins they might get, or anyone that gets a win over 9 Pandas is going to be like, okay, that's our greatest game we played. That's one of the best wins we've had in a long time. They know it's against teams, or a team that is still figuring out themselves what to do. Yeah, like, to that degree, sure, but you still have the individuals on 9 Pandas who could and probably should win you a game just by having a good day. Result is supposed to be that guy. What is he doing? Not much.
I think as well for 9 Pandas. Look, they brought in ALV. I don't even know how many games he's played, but I don't think many with this roster. I'm not too sure the reasoning all behind it, but we've got to say, right, this is a problem of their own doing.
Yeah. It really is.
You know, in every game that I've seen here from 9 Pandas, and it's been a few, we've seen ALV not playing. Whether it's just within the CCT, I'm not too sure, but I really don't know. I've got to say, it seems like he's playing kind of a couple games a month for this roster, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly about that situation either, so I don't know. I really don't know, but
their decision was to get in a rifler in Chiron, and look, I don't think Chiron has been the problem at all. I think Chiron's actually been, you know, a real positive piece here for Pandas, but yeah, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, you want to hear one thing that's actually kind of tells you maybe where the headspace is at for some of 9 Pandas. Because there was I can't remember if it was just an interview or was it like a offhanded comment that was made, but I remember someone asking Result how happy he was with his, like, the change or decisions he'd made with his career, you know, 9 Pandas, Aurora and such, all that, you know, that whole thing. He just said he's not really sure, he doesn't know. He quite literally said he does not know. He sounded very down about it, like, I don't know what to do. Like, in that limbo of, like, do I regret it? Maybe, kind of thing. So, honestly, it's really bad, like, in that situation as well, if you kind of add on top of the way that this game has been going on the last couple of days as well. Like, you're kind of starting to see that they're figuring out any way to make things work here. And it might also just kind of be, I hate to say this, but it feels like it might be the final death throes of, like, a dying team, almost to that degree, if they're trying to make things work this hard.
Yeah, look, I think it's tough to put a kind of a perfect point on what's happened with 9 Pandas. It seems as though the issues are still kind of continuing, so I think what we will do is jump to a short break and hopefully be back in the action here on Ancient. Timer ticking here, Nexus. So clear that all issues have come to an end. Obviously, with these kind of online CS events, it's going to happen, right? We're always going to have some slight issues. But now that we are back, hopefully we can see a bit of a resurgence, a bit of more confidence here for the Nine Pandas roster. Because realistically, they're 6-1 down already. Out of the remaining 5 rounds, even if they get 4 of them, it's still a 7-5 half here for Gun 5. So I would be very worried here if I was on the side of Nine Pandas.
All right. How have they lucky walk up B?
Well, I don't know. No one holding ramp, just allowed to get that kill so easily. Deledes, he's got very minimal ammunition. Oh, in the final bullets he will find. Switching to the sidearm, but the USP does a lot of damage to Celta. Although a 4-on-3, the health certainly favouring the side of Nine Pandas, but the problem is, they don't know that. The vast majority of this damage is unconfirmed. Gonna have to just see Nine Pandas give this one up.
I was hoping that things would have gotten a little bit better. That maybe the momentum gets slowed down even a little bit, but the fact that Gun 5 Datas have Lackey and it's time walk up B, it's criminal. It really is. There is no other way about it.
The problem is here is we've got Xelo kind of cutting off these saves, and that is the biggest problem. Because now they've only got 2 players saving. Look, I think this is where we look at it, and Nine Pandas, are we even going to see an investment in the next?
Probably. Half buy around these weapons feels at least appropriate, but also buying is completely fine. Just with a lack of rounds. 4-1 we're saying, or 4-0, 4-1, what was it? It doesn't even matter anymore. Like, we're saying that's already a game T side that's telling you something.
Yeah.
7-1 is the story's told. And currently it's Nine Pandas not giving us even a glimpse of what we know they can do. A team that just doesn't look to be prepared, Gun 5 instead. This has got to just proven to us as well. Fine Shine lacking the conversation with these two. How quickly have they gelled together with this team?
Oh, Fine Shine!
Again, really damn good.
What a shot!
That is just a glimpse of what Fine Shine can do. So damn nasty. And
checking corners. Yeah, he is. Oh, it's so devastating. The off angles and kind of pixel angles that Nine Pandas have wanted to play have been shut down and shut up here. It's been ridiculous. Iron posted up with the AWP though. 5 versus 3. Grad's got some work to do here. Stime's in an excellent position, and Celta's got 2 flashes. So, surely we're going to see Util. Stime will get 1. Grad, an important trade, going to send out the flash, but finally the flank of Xelo. He will strike. He will get 1, and Grad surely to fall now. 14 HP. Spotted on the cross, found by Xelo. Gun 5 continue. 9 Pandas. Look, it's not enough. We said their only chance for the series is a crazy upset on Ancient and then bringing that confidence to Dust. Dust 2. We're not even going to see it here. Gun 5, the way in which they've performed here on Ancient has been so impressive.
Yeah, here's the MP9s. This is the sort of round that does work out. I've seen it plenty. You started to just say, we ball, and you kind of go for it. But Zelter's showing a little bit of reservation in his duel against Krad. Result has a freebie. That's 1. A quick trade. And it's all falling apart. These rounds are not going to work out today. Stuck in mid. And stuck.
The trading's perfect.
In a insane position of just ever-growing forces of gunfight. You think you get rid of 1, there's 2 more.
Yeah, it's that kind of, you know, you cut off the head and back, you know, 2 grow back. It seems like wherever 9 Pandas seem to find a frag, Gun 5 are so well poised for a trade. It's 9-1. Look, Nexus, what has happened to 9 Pandas? They're going to be going 2-2 here. Look, we can talk about storylines. We can talk about comeback potentials. Nine Pandas have not shown anywhere near enough threat here to kind of give an argument that they will progress. And you know, we can dance around the idea of it, but let's just be honest. This one's surely over.
I think oh my god, that was ridiculous.
It's so
the only
good.
thing we can say is what has happened in Nine Pandas is they've dug their own grave, as you kind of pointed out previously as well.
Yeah.
A nightmare, a hell of their own making. This time they've got an advantage to work with, and we.
Press
oh
up.
my god, no!
He sees the Molotov.
What?
He's 2 HP. Lackey as well is
Black
going to
just
get
walked
this.
in here as well. This is ridiculous. 3 versus 4, they get the first 2, and guess what? I don't think they're gonna lose a single player here. Flying hasn't been missing a single shot, and he's not gonna start doing that now either. It's a perfect 3 versus 4. I am losing my mind.
Look, I think Nexus, we came into this morning thinking we were here to watch a thrilling game of Counter-Strike, not a comedy film, because that's what it's turned out to be. Obviously, not so much a comedy for Nine Pandas, more of a horror, because 1-10 here currently on Ancient. Obviously, they lost 13-2 on Nuke. I said things can't get much worse, but look, we could see a scenario where Nuke's their better map.
You know, there was a reason we said Gun 5 have an advantage to the veto. And then when Nuke was taken over, if this ever does get to a Dust 2, if this ever would have gotten to a Dust 2, it still would have been Gun 5 to take it. Honestly, we can play this out at best of 5, it's a 3-0. I don't think anyone would have minded here, except if your name is Nine Pandas.
You can play in a best of 7, it'd be a 4-0, a best of 9, a 5-0. Gun 5 looks threatening on every map. It's an 11-1 half.
They'll play every map in the game, including hostage ones, and they've not lost a single one, I think.
The fact they could only drop 3 rounds in this whole series is crazy. And look, Gun 5, this has been a playoff level performance.
Yeah. We talk about a team as well trying to get back to the level they were at before, right? We talk about Nine Pandas, the lack of what they're doing. Let's talk about Gun 5 Interlude then. Trying to fill the bigger shoes that Tanier has left because he was dropping some massive ratings for this team. A huge driving power for White Aid, even won a previous CCT. I think maybe even 2 if I'm not completely mistaken. It doesn't matter too much, but they had a couple of tournament wins nonetheless. They're trying to come back down to their level. They've got big shoes to fill, and today they have been filling those with a magnificent form. Selter, he's got that first. He's oh my gosh, you not know. No!
He's the only defender on B.
How is he? He's alone! He's alone! Why is this happening?
How is it happening more like? He's only taken 1 bullet. 1 bullet of damage. Shalfie, you're in a 1v5. Show us what you have to offer. The bomb's being stuck, but Exilo will find him. Look, I've got to say, this is reminding me of those kind of open qualifier games where a bunch of randoms like me and you are playing against, you know, FaZe. This is not looking like a leveled up game. It's Swiss stage. It's meant to be an even playing field. It's meant to be teams of the same ability against one another. You pointed it out. Not Gun 5, 35th on the VRS. Nine Pandas are ahead of them. I'm sure that will change today, though.
Man.
What a round from Celta, though. A player that I think he does have some big moments, but not
gave
usually.
Up the site, they challenged him. They
Oh,
said it's
Stime,
just one.
Stime. He can get his first. Players are going to be swinging. He's got the A4. He's got all the ammo. Only gets 2. And I say only. He does so well to get 2.
Okay.
Goodbye, Nine Pandas.
07. I say GG. It wasn't. It was BG. It was not a game. It was not a good one for Nine Pandas here. I'm sorry to say.
I think this is one that they just forget about.
They have to. I don't know, man. Like,
I think Nine Pandas is just gonna be hoping that in 10 minutes time they wake up and this was all a nightmare, because this doesn't feel like reality here for the Pandas.
It's a goddamn fever dream.
Yeah, obviously for Gun 5.
Honestly, probably both to a degree, but yeah. Okay. Maybe a second. Do we entertain it for how long is the question? Because Lackey's still here.
4 seconds. That's how long we entertain
2,
it.
3, and it's down to the last one. It's just a rotation to stop the bomb plant even once.
29 seconds.
Yellow.
Ooh, Deledes. He's going to look to maneuver towards B. This doesn't change anything, though. Oh, he's going to head towards A. This is going to be a bigger problem.
Oh, fake it again. But guess what? MP9 to the head. Execution style.
Look, we saw the 13-2 on Nuke, and we laughed and hoped that 9 Pandas, it couldn't get worse. I guess it does. I guess it does. Look, that is one of the most one-sided series that I've seen in a long time, especially in the Swiss format. And I think when you look at the Swiss format, a vast majority of the time in the CCT, you only ever see this type of scoreline in the round 1 games, where you've got kind of the lowest ranked team against the best, when you've got kind of the David and Goliath story. Yet here, this was meant to be a battle to the end. This was meant to be kind of the grueling best of 3 that we chalked it up to be, but 9 Pandas just not alive, not kind of here in the server. But I don't want to take that away from Gun5's victory, because I think it's been kind of synonymous of both. It's been the fact that Gun5 have been playing incredibly, and 9 Pandas not at all.
No, it is that's one hell of a way to at least continue here in the tournament. A 3-1 now record for the side of Gun5. Almost forgot immediately, but no, Gun5 in the playoffs. That's how they booked their ticket, and it's a very quick day in the office. About an hour and 10 minutes. Holy shit!
One of the quickest series that look.
We had a break, so that's probably an hour, not even.
Yeah. Look,
without the tech pause, that's literally like 55 minutes probably,
look,
if I had to guess.
Gun5, they had lunchtime reservations. They had a team meeting, and they needed to make sure that they got there on time. Look, I've got to say, for 9 Pandas, I think this is the type of series that can kind of light the fire. It can really kind of say to you, look, okay, we made victories, we found wins beforehand, but it's come from individual brilliance. We have been completely exposed here. We have been shown that, this is what can happen when we don't have our individuals fragging, because when it comes to strategy, when it comes to kind of team cohesion, it wasn't there. And I think we've got to say now, obviously 9 Pandas, they still have the chance to make it through to the playoffs. And to be honest, Nexus, I would really like to see them get there, because, to be honest, are they a team that lose a series 2-0 and only get 3 rounds? No, this is not the 9 Pandas that we've kind of come to love. It's not the 9 Pandas that we're expecting or kind of used to seeing. So I think for them, it might be a wake-up call. But any final thoughts of that series from you?
No, except I'm gonna go out on one little thing, and that is, I think this, as crazy and scary as it might sound, it really does feel like if this just does not get anywhere in the next month or 2, this 9 Pandas roster may just be done as we know it. It really feels like with this change in direction they're going, they're hoping for something. If nothing else works in the next month, bring back Alp, bring back Guidance Mounts, just bring in a stable offer, anyone.
Yeah.
Someone who can kind of form around the team and be like, okay, this is how we're going to play around me. Because right now, the IGLing for this game and previously as well, it's not looked the same. It's not looked the greatest. So they need someone to be a voice in that team that can tell them. I would say an IGL and an AWPer probably would do that. But currently, an AWPer is much required, I think.
Yeah, and to be honest, you look at that map 1, you look at map 2. Did Fineshine kind of dominate? Did it carry? I wouldn't have said so. Obviously, he had a really good map 1. Map 2, he was a little bit quieter. If you look at the kills that he gets, he's aggressing towards A main. He finds 1 kill. A bombs are open, round over. Obviously, he won an amazing 1 versus 2. That was a big clutch. I think Fineshine just offered a lot of stability. Obviously, you look at the HLTV ratings, he had a 1.62 across the series, bested by Celta at a 1.68. Look, everyone there for Gun5 had an incredible series. You could pick anyone. Obviously, in the playoffs, we do kind of the MVPs of a series. I think this would be one of those games that is so tough to say, because everyone had a lot of impact. And the fact that Lackey actually went 23 and 16, when it's kills, when it's deaths, it's not great for Lackey, but we know that he is much more of a supportive player. So the fact that he's finding frags as well is an achievement in its own right. But Obviously, Nexus, we have still got a couple more games to see us through the day. The next one, obviously, being GTZ against Iberian Soul. I think hopefully that game's a little bit closer. We won't see another blowout or anything like that. But obviously, we've got a bit of a prolonged break. I'm saying, what, an hour and a half, hour 45? So if you guys are looking forward to that game, make sure you set your timers, set your alarms, and we'll be back in about an hour and 30 for that GTZ Iberian Soul game. But beforehand, we jump to a break. Hello, hello, welcome back. We are going to be heading into the action of our second series of today. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful Nexus for this next match. Obviously, GTZ against Iberian Soul. And I'm excited for this game because I think both these teams, I think they've gotten maybe a little bit of unnecessary discredit, because I think recent form, I think we've seen a bit of a bad performance from both GTZ and Iberian Soul, but also they have both upset rosters in their own regard in this series. So, look, I'm excited for this one, but what are your initial thoughts, Nexus?
My initial thoughts are that I just don't know. I don't know what to think about this game because I don't really. Okay, let's put it this way. 2 weeks ago, Iberian Soul were not winning a single game. That's when I seen them. Yeah. The last game I saw of them, they played against 9 Pandas and they got dicked again. And that was during the time they were now kind of winning a couple more games. They found their form. So I have not seen them win a game in ages. So I just don't really have that that high expectations, because whenever I have seen them, they have not clicked a single thing. It's just not been good.
Look, I think when you look at their game against Sinners, obviously it was a win, but it was a long drawn-out victory. You look at the loss against 9 Pandas, and don't get me wrong, they probably could have lost all 3 maps. They were quite lucky to get Nuke over the line. But the win against Partisan, it's another close game from Iberian Soul, but it's a 2-0. It's positive performances, and obviously we saw the 2-0 in Series 20 from them against Monty. I think Iberian Soul are getting some unnecessary flack. I think this is a side that I think we have seen, obviously the main core of it, at peaks, at decent levels here. So actually, I think Iberian Soul, yes, maybe a side that people have kind of gravitated towards a little bit negatively because of recent form. But look, I think today could be their day. I think GTZ, do I think they're on hot form? No. I watched one of the most dominant games from, well, not from them, but against them, from Zero Tenacity in Series 20. I've got to say, when it comes to this GTZ side, I think they're a side that are kind of lacking in confidence as well. Obviously, the fact that one of these two teams is going to qualify for playoffs is quite an impressive statement in its own regard, because I think a lot of the time people would look at these teams and say, oh, well, they'll probably go out of the Swiss stage, but one of them is guaranteed to make it through to the playoffs here.
Yeah, that is absolutely something that we do got to keep in mind. It's just that we don't exactly know, because you have the things. You mentioned you saw the worst or the best performance from Zero Tenacity, of the Sim case specifically having like a live game against GTZ. A day before that, they beat Zero Tenacity. Then I've only seen the absolute worst of Iberian Soul, so it's really up to what kind of game we have. And if you just look at like the last few games they've played, it looks like the complete polar opposite as well, in terms of there's been a win for GTZ, it's been a loss for Iberian Soul, and vice versa. So it is kind of an intriguing position to be in, absolutely. But both teams coming from the similar sort of regions as well here, kind of wanting that, fight almost, and kind of prove that we are the better team here. Yeah. That's going to be something that we can look forward to as well here. But all I'm asking for is a good game. And I hope that I get to see finally the sort of form that Iberian Soul is putting out there. Because if not, I just think I'm their jinx. I'm the curse. That if I'm here, they can't win. And honestly, I'm starting to think that might be the case.
Yeah, look, we'll have a little bit of a look at the rosters. Obviously, this is the GTZ side. We've got Linko, we've got Nopej, Rafak, Snappy, Diaz. I think when you look at this roster, they've definitely got some decent individuals. Obviously, you're going to be looking at a player like Snappy to have big moments. Same with Rafak, sorry. Actually, it was Nopej who was quite impressive the other day. It seems like this GTZ roster, they can have high highs, but the problem is they also have some quite low lows. So I think when it comes to consistency, that's what we need to see throughout this GTZ roster. And I think the same can be said, obviously, for the Iberian Soul side. But I think the one thing that Iberian Soul do have a little bit more is going to be experience. Obviously, you've got Alex, who's kind of played at the top level for quite some time now. Obviously, you think to that time on Movistar Riders, that was, a 5-year project that, Alex got the call up to NIP. So I think when it comes to this roster, I think there is a lot of experience. There's a lot of heavy hitters, and I think all they need to do is just find their form, maybe make a deep run here in the CCT, and then maybe they can silence the haters, because I think there's been a lot of hate on this side. I think Salzol as well, he's had really, really impressive performances pretty recently. So I think overall, I think this roster can look really good. I think the one big problem, and it's been a problem for nearly every team here, apart from maybe your vitalities and your G2s. Obviously, I'm talking about the AWPing kind of capacity. AWPers have really struggled, and Stadodo being one of them. Really, really difficult last 3 months. 0.95 rating. I think hopefully we can see a bit of an improvement there regarding individual. But look, I think it's going to be an exciting game. But Nexus, is there anything that we can talk about regarding the vetoes? Because the bans are going to be interesting, aren't they?
I mean, probably. You should be getting rid of Dust too, and for that, I always will thank Iberian Soul. Not having to watch the Abomination and the root cause of Counter-Strike and mapping of it entirely. That's going to be thrown out, but first off, we do start with terrain for GTZ. Iberian Soul, that's a map that they're going to be pretty happy with just saying goodbye to. It's been one that they've been forced to play a couple of times, and they've won like 3 out of 11. Not a great map for them. So in that regard, they have a bit of an edge, perhaps, getting rid of 2 very weak maps for them, or their permaban and the weakest one that they have, bar that. Then picking into it, Anubis, that makes sense. That would probably be just the next on the chopping block if you look at Iberian Soul and what have they had in recent times. Anubis kind of falls to it. Though they have had a couple of wins as well, right? They beat Alliance 13-4. That's a very, very good scoreline. You know, wins against Firefly, Copenhagen Wolves as well. But losses against Nine Panthers and Aurora, albeit very close. So, it's a map that Iberian Soul, nonetheless, they'll know how to play. They know that for a long time it's been one that they've still been pretty decent on. So, GTC, even if they do have that edge in map number 1, it's not that big, especially considering starting on the T side of Anubis, that will be where a lot of the damage will be done by Iberian Soul, so they can definitely take the reins and the horns of this game from the very get-go, because you headed to Nuke, you headed to Mirage, those are really maps with GTZ haven't been all that comfortable on, and that's kind of just the recent form as well, where it has been a lot more red than green on their side as well. So maybe some of those stats skewed, yes, but overall, just on paper, consistency-wise, Iberian Soul, they have every edge in this veto, and
yeah,
that is one massive thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think the disparity between GTZ's Anubis and obviously Iberian Soul's Anubis is very close. The Nuke is going to be one-sided, I'm imagining. I think Iberian Soul should take that one. So I think realistically for GTZ, they've kind of got to win Anubis. I think a loss on Anubis could spell a 2-0. It could spell real difficulties. So, you know, I think it is going to be an uphill battle from GTZ, and it's going to be from the start. It's not as though they get any breathing room. And as you touched upon, the fact Iberian Soul should be starting on that T side is going to be a monumental advantage. But obviously, Nexus, we have just got word that there's going to be a slight delay regarding the start. I believe there's some internet issues for Diaz, which obviously is going to be a little bit disappointing. You've got to imagine right now is where players wanting to be kind of doing their final preparations regarding warm-up, regarding kind of maybe just their own personal kind of pre-match routine, and that's going to be upset by this internet issue. So I think what we will do is jump to a break, and hopefully Anubis will be underway very, very shortly.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are doing well. We should be jumping into the action very shortly. We have just got word that for DS, the internet issue is still going on. So there is going to be a stand-in here, Nexus. It is going to be Spray. Obviously, we've seen Spray stand-in for this roster before. It was in that Monty game where they lost 2-0. Look, he was the bottom performer, but I think when it comes to stand-ins, I think the expectation, it can't be on them to kind of provide the goods. It's got to be on the rest of the team to pick up the lost slack. Obviously, I think it's going to be a heavy hit. I think this makes this game even harder. And I think the biggest problem of all is it's their map selection that he'll be standing in for. I think if it was Nuke, a map that's very one-sided, and I think we already kind of have the idea that Iberian Soul should be taking it, then I guess it's less of an issue. But it's the fact that it's Anubis. This could be problematic for them.
Yeah, it's the fact as well that we kind of mentioned. This is the next best thing, bar for train, that GTZ could kind of pick against them. But that's their permaban as well, so GTZ can't really go into a train. And Iberian Soul, this is still a map where you have a certain expectation for Iberian Soul to perform as well. So it's not as cut and dry. They, in most cases, unless Iberian Soul decided to completely shake things up here, will be starting T-side. And it's just that early and dangerous momentum that you can very quickly start to build here, and that's the issue. So, if you would start off with Iberian Soul having this Nuke in their back pockets, we're looking at it probably another 2-0 then, because Nuke has just not been that sort of a map, right? We give Iberian Soul a little bit of credit here when it comes to Anubis, saying a couple of the losses have been very close, 13-11, you know, recently. You look at GTZ and Nuke, last few results, 13-5, 13-4, 16-13, fair, yes, but then another 13-7, and it's just continuing that same sort of trajectory with literally 2 wins that were either a double overtime or a very weak Indiano as well there. So, it's just a really not a good situation where you can give them sort of same leeway on Nuke that we give Iberian Soul for Anubis here. So,
no, definitely
we'll
not.
stack it against them even further.
I'm happy you brought up the Iberian Souls close games here on Anubis, because I think you look at the stats, you look at the 55% win rate, and I think a lot of people will say, okay, that's pretty decent, right? But the fact that their only losses have been 3 13-11s and 1 overtime loss to Zero Tenacity, and Zero Tenacity have been they were crowned last year as the Anubis Destroyers, right? They had maybe 70, 80 maps played on Anubis in 3 months. So I think when you look at it in that context, obviously there's been a slight drop-off with Zero Tenacity, but it's the fact that every single one of those games that they have lost could have been victories. I think that's what's the really, really scary thing here for GTZ. And look, stand-in or not, I think this would be a tough series for GTZ, and it's just got that much harder.
Yes, it has. So, there just is more and more in terms of the actual problems building up here. Now, in terms of the game, I think we are finally ready as well. I've timed that very beautifully. We are going to be hopping into that first map of Anubis, and we'll find out if the GTZ can kind of or now do anything to come out of that sort of hole they might be put into here. It's very unfortunate the situation requires a stand for them, but that's the game. And for the start here as well, it is that T-side of Iberian Soul as expected, and we need to see what they want to do. Yeah,
and I think if Iberian Soul can kind of get early off the mark here and and really look dominant, that's where things could get so scary for GTZ, and that's where, you know, panic alarms and you know, the real problems can set in, because they'll realize that this is their map selection and GTZ kind of have to win it. Bit of a slow pistol so far though. Rafax might be searching here in middle. Quite rightly, I feel like the CTs usually have a bit more dominance here in mid, and we could be seeing it with this fight if Rafax takes it onto Mopos, but doesn't. Bit of a timing taken. It is going to be this playthrough A. GTZ are repositioning though. This is a good call, and space is being taken here towards B main. This is brilliant from Nopej. He's getting all this information. And now we can see this heavy rotation. Smoke in heaven. Linko going to be a troubling task. The Glock's firing off. Needing to deal with the player on the back of the bomb site. Snappy. Found by Salzol. Rafax rotating in to get one, but still a 4-on-4. The bomb to go down. Mopos in close proximity. Snappy has got a smoke, but it might not be worthwhile as can't even pull the pin. Mopos is double. Forces Linko now into a bit of a difficult scenario, and the swing comes through from the tees, and Mopos finds 4. Iberian Soul hit the ground running here with an excellent A hit.
Oh, what a beautiful round. Despite the GTT being ready for that, they had the information. One smoke to heaven, not allowing an early denial, and just also running up toward the site, finding the play on default, and from there, the rest is history. Doesn't matter if you have the read if you're a step behind. Even with the right stack, apparently.
Yeah, really.
Thus, Iberian Soul, they are forced to play against a very dangerous eco round of USPs and a P250. I think that's a P250. Is that one? No. Is that a P2K or P2? I literally cannot tell.
I think it's the P2K. I think it's the P2K.
Okay.
Just based on money, Spray would have 19.
I just don't see anyone actually using it, so I don't know what it looks like.
Back 10.
Terrible weapon. Just it has the aura of I just installed the game and I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the amount of times where there'll be kind of a CS update or anything like that, and you go into a Faceit game and you're stuck with a P2K for some reason. It is painful, but I think the P2K can work. We've got Rafax on the big green straight away. I really like this decision. I think the glass cannon's got to be the way they play. I think GTZ need to play with a bit of risk factor. Otherwise, I think they're going to really struggle.
Yeah, I'll continue with one more point. I had a friend, actually, he got like an €8 skin dropped for the P250, like the Amber or something, like Amber Phase, that is. Yeah. He got that. He was like, oh, I'm going to try this now. I'm going to use it for a couple of days. One game, he said, I stopped using it. Just reminded me to not use it again. He was stuck with it for like a week because he forgot to change it every time. He was like, God damn it, this weapon sucks. It is a terrible weapon. Social
Nice
for Moss, but
finds
that's a
here, Mitch.
different thing. Here is Daviji and Stadodo with great weapons. The AK-47s to deal 2 kills for the grand prize of just 1, and mid completely to relinquish for GTZ as well.
I've got to say, Snappy does quite well in that engagement. It's just the fact that Linko goes down so easily. Nopej needs to find Mopos, is successful in the endeavor, can just drop the smoke now, and this round is all conditioned on Salzol. If Salzol gets this kill, then they can crunch on the B-bomb site quite effectively, but if he doesn't, that's where things become quite simple. Nice find from Spray, an effective kill there. Man advantage back the way here now for GTZ, and with the low HP of Daviji and it's the Dodo. This isn't going to be that easy of a round now for Iberian Soul. They've got to deal with Rafax in camera. We're going to be seeing a bit of a reserved approach from the GTZ B defenders, and in doing so they can offer quick rotations, and that's already what we're seeing here. We've got Nopej maneuvering towards Temple. He can just in fact rotate to CT, but opts to go Temple. What a call here though from Iberian Soul. They've maneuvered away from B main. They refight here in E-box. Minimal time, but they've retrieved the utility. They've got 2 smokes, they've got a Molotov. Obviously, clearing the bomb site is not going to be easy, and with minimal time, they're going to have to take a bit of a risk. Whether they're prepared for Spray here in CT and the rotating Nopej, I doubt it. Util coming down now, though. Nopej can get 1, and it's Stadodo in a 1 versus 3 hit. He's got the Util. Smokes are down. They've got about 10-15 seconds remaining on them. But Stadodo, he needs to take a fight. He can't just play reserve. There is no defuse kit, in fact, and he has a Molotov. Oh, GTZ, this could go so wrong. They've got no utility.
Well. They've tapped it. He's not swinging immediately.
I love it. Great idea. Great awareness.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Back turn. 1 for free. Molotov on the defuse. It's not going to spread. Needs to kill immediately, but he's swinging too little, too late. That is so damn close.
I've got to say, he's got 2 flashes there. After he gets that first kill, he should just right-click both the flashes or hit them off the wall. Obviously, he attempts the Molotov, but look, it's poor molly placement. If anything, it'd be more valuable for him to actually line up the molly throw and just die. Because he wins that round. There's no armor on Rafax. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but if the molly lands, that round is over, regardless of whether he lives or not. It's unfortunate. There is a nice attempt, obviously, but unsuccessful there. Iberian Soul will be giving it another crack here. Some weaker weapons with the Galils. We've got a Tech 9 on Davigi, but they've still got enough utility for a simple execute. Snappy, caught off guard, though. Spray even, not Snappy. Who am I talking about?
Oh, well, we're talking about GTZ. Trying to take their second round here. Up against the odds. And Rafix. Shot found. They're no doubt in jail. As plenty of rotations have been made. The entirety of the A side has been freed up as well here.
Yeah, if I'm
Position
being
for
honest.
Soul to be taken any moment now. They will hear the steps as they start to rotate through the watering canals in a moment.
I don't think they have.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't actually made any noise. Just still patient.
And
They just wanted
Salzo can
Social
take
to be
space.
such a trap as well, so deep embedded in that enemy line that they're not going to expect it here.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
But
he's got to stay hidden
rotation's
in
going to be
heaven.
slow. They'll see it coming.
Ooh, Davigi goes down for nothing. This round becomes impossible. Salzo's got to hit.
Oh, I don't like
Problem
the
is
position.
he's open from A main now, so they kind of have to take heaven. Obviously, the problem with this is it will give all the information to Linko. Alex is still holding here, in fact. Ooh, Linko.
Oh, no.
Ooh, missed shots from Alex. Not enough, and Nuke will be able to get that final. 2-2. A necessary response from GTZ.
Good retake. It is a little bit awkward, almost. I think Davig's going for a very big play there, staying behind, but the fact that he's expected, I'm not sure if he actually made a sound, but they were ready for it, is a huge read for GTZ. Get that second on the board. That retake from main will come through with both players alive, but it's forced the hand immediately to make that rotation and to play into heaven. But not good enough in the end. That is going to be a 2-2. A force buy, half buy. Hero Galil coming out for one member of Iberian Soul. Now, I don't know about you. Hero Galil? Nah,
Look, I don't
really
mind
have that
it.
aura for me.
I don't mind it, because for Iberian Soul, it mean that Davagi's on the Galil in the next. It's not too bad in the next round,
Yeah.
but I think when it comes to these Tech 9s, these unarmored weapons trying to open up a site, I think it's too tough. Yeah, if the Galil's there as well, kills can be seen, trades can happen, weaponry can be retrieved. I actually don't mind this at all. The Dodo is going to send the flash for Mopos. He's going to take this space here in E-Box. And with that flash coming through, you can instantly see what it's done. There's a slight rotation. There's a slight worry here out of the player in camera. Obviously, though, GTZ, they're bolstered up the A-bomb site. Rafax is in an excellent position. And I think this Galil's not going to find much. And even with it being retrieved, Rafax can repost.
Gotta make something happen here. Plenty stuck behind the utility. Dodging utility. Flashes out of the whole shebang. There is 1 and 2 coming out eventually.
Ooh.
Trades as well coming through. With Alex making it more than a trade. The advantage now there's Iberian Soul with the bomb down and to take this one away. Sozel has the op, has the position. Slowly into it. Will be taken out. 1 more to go. 1v3 for Spray.
There's no armor on these players. It's so unfortunate, but this is the problem. This is what that Galil poses. We saw those 2 opening kills. It was the Tech 9 actually that was so clinical there. But GTZ against the 4-buys, against the kind of well-decisioned and kind of positioned Iberian Soul, GTZ are very effective. Yet here, when it's a full barrel towards the A-bomb site, regardless of whether GTZ have 3 defenders or not, they fumble massively. Excellent resurgence there from Iberian Soul. They can reclaim the lead, and now this is where GTZ, they've kind of lost that potential for the lead.
Yeah, that is a massive fumble of round, but it is a massive win as well. You had the utility. Like, everything in terms of a CT hold was supposed to be there. You had it at first from Rafax. He has teammates to come in and to support. They have the flashbangs, the whole belt of utility pretty much down to stop them. And 2 seconds later, they're all dead.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, the rotating players through A main, and even though it was a 2 versus 3, they had util. They could have sent the flashes over the top to make things difficult for Salzol, but no, they don't. And the fact the trade doesn't even come through after the missed shot is ridiculous. But GTZ now, although they have fumbled in that last round, can they reclaim lost ground? Spray being the defender here towards E-Box, this is a lot of weight on his shoulders. I feel like it's quite representative of maybe a map like Cave, or a map like Ancient, where the position of Cave has so much importance. Nice flashbang there from Nuke. The problem is they are away, still here. Ratfax has got to go huge. He can get his second. Looking for the third, the utility coming down, but it's a 3 versus 4 now. And although we've got Salzo here in E-Box, they still need to deal with Nuke towards the elevated angle, but they find him. Snappy quick in the flanks. And without util for Stododo and Mopos, this is going to be a near impossible round.
The defenders well, but take it away, Stododo.
Oh,
Reads the situation pretty damn well, but that is a very, very nice swing from Ratfax. Collecting 3 for the round. Right, talk about him as well. You mentioned you saw his lows hitting a HLTV 3rd worst in all time rating, I think. If that was accurate, if that number is still true.
I'm sure he's so happy you brought it up again.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm bringing that up so I can put him up as well a little bit, because the game against... Oh my god, and I'm forgetting. I should be more prepared for this one. 500. Despite being a losing endeavor, Ratfax drops like 40 kills, or 50 kills in the first 2 maps, like 48 in the first 2 maps, dropped 60 in total for that series. He was the reason they even ever got a chance. That game would have ended with a 2-0. They were down like 11-3 on Nuke. Ratfax decides, I'm gonna get a triple kill, quad kill every other round, and they win that game in overtime.
Yeah.
He was a massive part of that game, and the reason they even ever got a chance. So, he's got that dog in him, and he's been riled up here, apparently.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think a lot of the time, you know, we spoke about it in that kind of 9 Pandas loss, and I think when it comes to individual games, when you have a record-breaking low, I think a lot of the time it will spur your team on to have further success, because it's just more about getting the idea of that disappointing game out of your mind and getting fired up. But Ratfax certainly has fired up in this one as he gets a double, obviously the triple in the last, and it leaves it all on Stododo. Tech9 firing through the smoke, just hoping for the stray bullet to connect, but I think we all know where this round's going. Linko's flanking as well. We will see the round go the way of GTZ. And now they can go on a little bit of a streak of their own, to be honest, because obviously money's going to be an eco. It can be a 5-3 here from GTZ. And when you take into account 2 of the 3 rounds that Iberian Soul have won, have come off the back of that pistol round and obviously against the eco, GTZ have been in control here, and in fact, it's the CT side of Anubis that GTZ usually struggle on, and the fact they're already in a position to 5-5 with, you know, 4 more rounds to play, I think GTZ, maybe we need to put a little bit more weight behind their name and behind their Anubis, because it's looked good so far, especially with them playing with a stand-in. What are we thinking, Nexus? We've seen, what, 7 rounds and an expected 8th. Where do you think this one's going? Are we still confident here for Iberian Soul, or has these last 4 or 5 rounds maybe changed your mind?
I mean, a little bit, yeah, they have changed my mind, to a degree. I'm not expecting teams to... Well, I mean, I guess... I don't know. Man, you just called me at a real awkward time. I just don't know which way to put this one. That is the hardest hitting question I've had in a long time, because it is just that weird of a situation right now. The GTC, they played a decent game here, they're getting these rounds to board. Then you had Iberian Soul slip in with pretty much a Hero Galil and pistol. Here they're looking to deal some damage, but then Snappy decides to spray down 4 in a very neat M4 tight spray. And they take that 5th. But this first half still far from over, so it really is just seeing if Iberian Soul put up, let's say, 2 more rounds here. But the problem is, it's that CT side of theirs that, as for many other people, is a bit of an issue compared to their T side. So I am a little bit worried in that sense. Right, Spray, he's still standing in. He's not doing the most work at the moment, but he doesn't have to. Nobaj and Ratfax are doing a wonderful thing. Snappy, that 4K as well. Very nice. So everyone is doing a pretty damn decent job on the side of GTZ, whether they have to now. But you have these auto rounds that Iberian Soul didn't get away with, right? That pistol maybe is a bit of an interesting one. And then the other pistol with a little bit more firepower attached to it.
Yeah.
But then you have solid holes in individual moments for GTZ. A very near 1 versus 3 for Stadodo. I don't know.
Yeah, look, GTZ, though, they get that expected 5th. It was a nice spray there from Snappy, and I think for someone like Snappy who's had a bit of a tough start so far, he was 3 and 6 before that round, I think. It's an important round, you know, a real confidence raiser, but again, another investment here for Iberian Soul. Snappy looking to take a bit more of an aggressive approach, but Alex holding, waiting, and prepared. Great crosshair placement. Excellent there from Alex. The discipline is brilliant, and now GTZ to face round number 9 disadvantaged.
Wait. Through the smoke. Linko somehow not able to get even one. Rafix is going for simple style maneuvers here. But the bomb side, I think at that point is a little too far-fetched to go for the retake in as well. Rafix needed to find that kill in mid. Needed to make it a 3-on-3 that would have had the control of the map still theirs. Alex, looking to deny the saves. We'll take 1. Ammunition runs out and OBJ. Also hunted in Sport. There will be another. He's just collecting frags and confidence at the moment. 12 kills. The final one, however, slightly too much. But damage dealt nonetheless against the Iberian Soul's economy. Which, at the moment as well, you want to do that because it's still very early in the game, but they haven't really gotten off the ground in any way either. So this is very much a round where GTZ can still win this one, and Iberian Soul, they probably are going to be losing the 7 and maybe even that 8th as well.
Yeah, this is kind of a 2 for the price of 1 type round.
Yeah.
Obviously, money's not great for either side.
My God.
I love the speed here from Snappy. How is he allowed to back away? There's 3 players in middle. That is disappointing, I've got to say here. Iberian Soul, where is the swing?
They just thought there was going to be more than 1, I imagine, and waited for the second one to show up as well. That kind of explains why, if that was the case, but honestly, I don't know. Still, daylight robbery. Rafix, him, however, will be removing more pause, and Iberian Soul from the rest. From the rest of the round, they'll be headed toward the B side. Rafix makes his presence known here as well. Or will make his home here. Now his presence known, and that is a quick lineup, and that should be that 7th as well very quickly off that. And it's a very good half now for GTZ. It's shaped it up toward the end here. Obviously 7-5, 8-4, still both very possible. Even 6-6 if we get crazy enough here.
Yeah, look, let's not go there. But yeah, I think for GTZ...
Let's discount that.
Look, they're going to be 7-5 up. I think if they end the half 8-4 and you take into account the pistol round, you know, out of the 10 gun v gun rounds, they win 8 of them. That is ridiculous, especially on their weaker side. So potentially GTZ have a little bit more to offer here than we initially expected. Obviously, we're still early in the map, we're still early in the series, but I have been impressed by the individuals of GTZ. The aggressive nature that we see out of Snappy's been brilliant. Oh, what a flying Glock! How has that just happened?
Daily reminded by Kevlar, boys. Even at the head arbor.
Yeah, that
especially
is crazy.
against rounds like this.
Yeah, look, all players could invest in it quite comfortably. There's no value in not going for it.
I mean, I'm looking at Spray and Rafix both have money, and neither one has it.
Yeah, obviously, maybe they're thinking, well, it'd be an extra 1k, but still. Obviously, if armor was damaged in the round before, but either way, it's a bit unnecessary. It really is. And now,
good play.
GTZ, they're taking space here towards canals. They have to do this. Stadodo does have a smoke, and if sent towards CT, Spray's going to have some difficulties, and we do see that smoke. He pushes beforehand, though. That's a bit unnecessary. Stadodo taking space now. Oh, he will get one with the Tech 9, and now Rafax quick enough to get a kill onto David G. Spray's going to push through this smoke as well, and the timing could be perfect here. He will get one. Rafax finds as well. Salzo gets the kill, but an important clutch from Salzo. Iberian Soul, they somehow win on the half bite.
We said we're not going to entertain the idea of them winning that round. Then it's a jumping Glock headshot that changes it. A 1 versus 2 for Saucel, 11 kills deep. And 5, maybe even that 6 being picked up toward the end of the half for Iberian Soul. Now that is one hell of a round. That part is, you are regretting not having that head armor.
It's
that
such
extra
an unnecessary,
1k?
yeah.
God damn, that would have changed it. It really would have. Into mid. Big spray. And,
oh, that's painful.
Very messy one.
Yeah, I think, you know, you look at that fight, you look at that goal there for Snappy, and I think it's a good idea. Sadly, it just doesn't work. Nice HE grenade. A perfect HE there onto Rafax. Another one gonna land. Bye-bye, Rafax. The utility's done it. And now Linko on his lonesome in middle, MP9 in hand, might look to reclaim some space. Alex seems very prepared for this, though. Passively holding is Alex. Nopej on the back of the A-bomb site. He's been spotted now. MP9 in hand. There is a Molotov that could land at his feet, but the discipline here has been seen. The molly will come over. The aggressive play. Linko gets one in middle as well. Mopos finds Spray, but there's a possibility here. But Davy G, nice find with the AWP. Iberian Soul, they do find 6-6. That's a ridiculous way for the half to end.
Yeah. We're talking about 8-4, the possibility of it, or 7-5 if Iberian Soul pick up that last gun round. No. So this is kind of them showing what they can do then.
Should never be happening, though. I think we all know
it should not be happening. Had there as well been a cleaner rounds, the economy been slightly better managed for Iberian Soul, obviously never would have gotten perhaps that far, but they had to eco then win that round. But sometimes you have just that happens. You try to hunt one man, it costs you 4 players, only 1 to survive, and you know, such things like this.
But I think we've got to say as well, right?
It's a bit bad.
We see those half buys, we see those eco victories probably once a series. It's happened twice in this one half here. Iberian Soul,
yeah.
They've been able to win it with Tech 9s quite a lot.
Absolutely, what could it be game defining?
Yeah, exactly. And now if we see, you know, Iberian Soul find this pistol as well, that's where things get a little bit out of order.
Oh my god, I chose not to look at the numbers before here as well, but
Rafax.
GTZ, they've got a very limited amount of games played, being 5. And for their T sides, well, Linko's struggling here a little bit. They've got a 64% win rate.
Yeah.
With normally a 37 on their CT side only. Still getting that 6 is very, very much insane. But you gotta consider, you don't usually play with the stand-in in those games.
Yeah, of course, and I think the T-side's where the stand-in's going to have the biggest problems, because when it comes to entry pathing, when it comes to utility usage, that's where there's going to be a bit of a difference. There is going to be a bit of a kind of an unknown, but a nice played retake here. They take their time, and Snappy all alone, checked in the corner, enough time for the defuse. When we see Nopej get that kill, to me, I'm looking at that round and I'm saying, well, it's now a 4 versus 3, but Iberian Soul, a very disciplined retake.
I don't even know how it goes so easily. They just walk in, it's 1, 2, 3 heads clicked, and they're gone. And it does. Second half, it starts off Iberian Soul in the lead. As well, it's a nice pistol round from them. I really like the idea. It's something I've been calling for as well every now and then. It's just go 3 out of A main. If they go B, you already have that quick flank. If they go through mid, well, you might be a little bit screwed, but you're still going to have control of, let's say, main. So it's setting you up in a very good position from the very get-go there. Information was given early on with Linko spotting Dumo after the initial death, or his own kill and death as well. But it's still a very good play to make. I like that pistol round. But how do you like this pistol round? You know, Iberian Soul, they got away with shenanigans. Who's to say GTZ doesn't? Do we entertain this?
Look, I've chosen not to in the past. Maybe we'll give a 99-1 chance.
Fair enough, yeah. I think that's called a 1 in a million, right? 99 and 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 in a million. Yeah, sounds about right.
I
How about
feel like
WG though? Command in hand.
someone skipped their math homework.
Hey, that's numbers. You know, I do my ABCs right or backwards, something like that. Alex,
You mean
however,
your
he's taking out
CBAs?
Snappy. That's the rotation opened up, and considering the bomb's not even down yet, that's definitely causing
Ooh.
issues. My God, no, that is poor. Suddenly, however,
It's 1 to a
close,
million.
attack 9, and Alex dead.
Oh, Salzo,
Saved
yeah.
him.
What a double there.
That is half a second makes the difference as well there. They get that kill and they're immediately into safety. They have time to adjust, and Social doesn't get those kills.
Yeah, exactly.
That was right there, or then and there he gets them. No, 4 kills, a bomb plant. I say that's reason enough for a force buy. And considering that was just a
was a
couple of
half
crude
buy, yeah.
pistols, yeah, it wasn't even a that wasn't even a force buy of them either. So they could just go full buy here and have everything they'd ever need.
I've got to say, in a round like that, GTZ, they go into it thinking, well, if we get a bomb plant and 1 or 2 kills, that's a victory. I think the most painful part of it is the outcome, because they had the advantage, they had the space, they had the control, and I think when those rounds get so close, and obviously it would have been such a pivot round, it'd be 7-7 money for Iberian Soul broken, and GTZ can go on a streak. You look at those rounds, and it's so tough to not be angry if you're on the side of GTZ, but I like the idea here. Alex under pressure. Flashbang coming through. Fully blinded of both players here. And from Pillar with an MP9, I think we all know how this fight goes. Linko from main takes down Stadodo. And now it's just going to have to be a save. Iberian Soul, they give up this round. And in doing so, GTZ, they should be able to go on a streak, because the money that Iberian Soul will be getting with the loss of this, minimal. Salzo can drop a FAMAS. We could see an MP9 chucked over from Mopos, but we're not going to be seeing much at all.
No, we know, and this is the problem as well now for Iberian Soul. You save these weapons, sure, that'll be some fighting power in the next round, yes, and... Actually, hold on. Alex can buy... Right? This is...
It's not
gonna
much.
be a,
It's
yeah,
1.4. He won't be able to get an M4. Or he can get an M4, no util, no head armor. It's going to have to be an investment, but it's not going to be great.
yeah, it's very awkward, but it's just like in limbo right now. You've got 1900 loss, but if you look at WG, Mopos, and Stadodo, they can't buy in the next round even if they full eco this. It's just one situation they have to go for. It has to be the force buy. And that's exactly what they go for as well here, I think. So... GTZ, you kind of said it as well. If they can get a round here, it's a streak that they're going on. Absolutely. T-side momentum and all that confirmed as well. GTZ, this is their chance to take this first map. We talked about the situation with the stand-in. They're not really looking all that great. Map number 2 and 3, the veto does not favor them at all. It's Iberian Soul. With a very likely possibility on paper, they could get away with a 2-0 here as well.
Can we just say...
GTZ, they are trying to stretch this... with at least one under their belt, perhaps surprise us on that second as well.
Yeah, can we just say, I feel like Spray's kind of done his job. I think he did pretty well on the CT side. Obviously 6 and 10, he's kind of lowest on the pack, but I'm very happy that the rest of the GTZ players are performing. We've got Rafax 15 and 8, Nopesh 14 and 10. And I think this is where, when you do have a stand-in, yet your teammates are stepping up, this is brilliant. I think for GTZ, if they can toe this over the line, if they can find victory here on Anubis, they're going to be ecstatic with the result, because they've now got that buffer. They've now got that opportunity to take map 2, to take map 3. And I think if it does get down to the all-important third map of Mirage, that's where things can get quite interesting. But obviously, still plenty more to be seen on Anubis. This is a big round here, but with the opener going the way of Snappy and not much damage taken, Salzo with so much work to do. This is a bomb carrier. Salzo can find 2. Obviously, the A-bomb site is open, but a 3-on-3, a possibility for the retake. We got a double flank. Lopos kind of needs to live.
Important. Lopos, a shoulder scene, that's enough. And apparently, that's enough as well for Iberian Soul to call it quits here.
Yeah, you see that Mopos does try and tuck in there in the corner and kind of be a late factor through Heaven, but once he goes down, that is the round over. Nice from GTZ here, though. I like how they are looking to kind of position towards mid quite frequently. I think a lot of what we've seen from Iberian Soul's CT side already has been trying to get a player in canals, has been trying to get a player deep towards B main. So I think the fact that GTZ have already identified, look, if we control middle, if we can take that space, it will leave Iberian Soul in awkward position. So I'm liking what we're seeing from GTZ regarding the cooling, and to be honest, I think Snappy's slotting in just fine.
Seems to be the case. Spray doing a pretty damn decent job, and considering as well, we do have Nobajan Rafex stepping up here. Linko as well now with 12. He's kind of getting up there with a couple of his own. Everyone's doing pretty damn well. We're not relying on the stand-in to be a super sub, a super carry. You've got the other individuals who can make that happen. And one of the things as well we kind of did touch upon as well is the Iberian Soul, and the fact that you do have, let's say, a Stadodo, who may or may not be the greatest when it comes to actual statistical numbers at all. You know, 0.95 for an AWPer, that's... When you look at it, if you see that in any team, you're all saying, ooh... You go to have that gutter reaction.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's what's happened to nearly every AWPer. There's only a few where you say, okay, well, they're kind of competing with the times. When you look at kind of the top 20 on HLTV, you can literally see the downfall of AWPers on the flip from CSGO to CS2. Snappy's caught a time, you can find Stadodo, but yeah, I think it's interesting where you see this decline, where you see this kind of real change. I think there's only a few, there's a handful of AWPers that have been able to continue with providing the goods, and sadly, I think for a lot in this tier 2 scene, I think they have really struggled.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think there is, although one little thing that's kind of maybe goes against that, it's the CIS region as a whole, which is just insane.
Yeah, very true. I don't know though. You look at like.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you look at players like Icy. He was such a kind of young talent and such an exciting player to watch when on a Vanguard, and now you see a bit of a drop off. Obviously, he's on VP now. You can see it the exact same from players like Dexter on Falcons. You know, there's so many players that were kind of consistently putting up 1.15, 1.2 ratings. Yet now we're seeing a real drop in that, and I think it's quite tough. I think we have seen a real change regarding kind of regarding these AWPers' ability, and I think it is tough. And that's why you see at the highest level the reason that players like Munassi, like Zywoo are competing so highly still is because they're such great hybrid players.
Yeah. I think as well there's a bit more to it when you expand. It's a lot of teams will play around the rifles and the versatility they have instead. Right, you have the teams that we kind of talk about when it comes to like tier 2 and 3 now. Spirit Academy is one. You have Kioske. Alcarin is more of not the guy because Kioske is being set up in that team so damn well. Oh my god. Like, for Ecstatic as well, you have like Krista, who's, Danish 5-man. Everyone's just got to play on the same page and be supportive if they have to, That as well is one thing. It's a lot of teams just playing around with the rifles now a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. Look, though, GTZ, they've reclaimed the lead here. Obviously on the favoured side. Money's looking pretty decent as well. We've got 2 players above 8k. Snappy with a quick approach here in middle. Fully blinded, but within the smoke, Alex is going to be troubled finding this pick. Oh, how has Stadodo not got that kill? And Snappy's going to be hunting him with the Glock. I love the idea here, but the reload's been able to come through. Snappy goes down, and it's going to be pressure applied through the A-bomb site. But Salzol, an excellent position in heaven. He's overlooked, and we've got a flank from Dabby G as well. Caught off guard will be Nopej, and it's all on Rafax. Iberian Soul, this is so key that they win this round with plenty of survivors. They cannot be seeing casualties. Otherwise, to complete this comeback, we will see difficulties.
Trying to hunt him down as well. Rafix.
Like a lamb
if he doesn't
to slaughter.
turn, he is dead.
Can we see a knife kill?
Oh, we may not even see it. Oh, never mind. Thought it was waiting for the back. Out of the shots, and in his panic, zoomed a little bit further away. So that is kept clean for Iberian Soul. Able to pick up the AWP force the Dodo. We talked about him. Let's see it. Show us that dog. Because he has, let's say, like 1 in 10 a game where he has a massive, massive performance. He has that in him, but not consistently, and that's the issue.
Yeah, look, you just have to kind of look at his kind of recent games, recent map performances. As you said, he can go from being kind of a 1.26, 1.3 kind of player, and then sometimes he goes missing. Sometimes you have the you know, you look recently that game against Aurora, 0.15 rating. You know, real ups and downs here for Stododo. Hopefully, we will see you know, some higher heights here on the CT side. Obviously, I feel like the CT side's where an AWP can have a little bit more impact, but big round here for Iberian Soul. They can look to shut down GTZ. The finances now can be put under pressure, and if Iberian Soul win this, there's an argument for them to find 10, to find 11, and that's where GTZ, we might see a tactical pause. We might see kind of that extra 30 seconds to talk things through, because however much they have impressed in this one, it's still their map pick. It's still kind of a game where they should be winning. Especially with how that kind of first half performance went. It should have gone their way, right? It was 6-4 up on the CT side. They're against a half buy, and they still fumbled.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was just the full eco, right? Was that on a full eco?
No, I think there was a couple techs and there was a Galil, but
Sure, okay.
it seemed like the Glocks were the ones to do the heavy lifting. That jumping Glock kill will hold some weight and some kind of speciality for quite some time. Alex, oh, what a position from Alex. He finds Snappy. 5-on-2. What has happened,
well,
GTZ?
Yeah, with the way these rounds have been played, with a couple of them being so down, you know, circus-esque almost, you can be forgiven for thinking a round or two has been different so far, I think. But right here, right now, 15 seconds to play toward A. Rafix 1 versus 3. He will barely make it toward the B side.
Yeah, the problem is he's got no clue if anyone's here, so he's going to drop the early smoke. He's gambled that no one is. He can get the bomb down. There's a real chance here for Rafax. I think the only way that Iberian Soul mess this one up is they don't play together. All three of them can run out into the bomb site, knives out, jumping around, and they'll be able to win this one. They've got the utility, they've got the information, but the problem is we're seeing this split. 2 towards Temple where the smoke's down. Mopos maneuvering through CT. This could go so wrong here, just based on the fact that Rafax can look to isolate these fights, and he's going to be able to do it. This will be a simple shot onto Mopos, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Oh, he busts his lines! He misses again! Rafax, there's no one defusing the bomb. Stododo has to stick it, but the fact he's backed away so much, we will see the round go the way of Iberian Soul. And look, it's not an easy round for Rafax. It's not a simple clutch, but the fact he was given chances, given opportunities, that's where you have to take them. But Iberian Soul now, they will take the lead with only 3 needed for them to take map 1.
Yeah, both Opus well having pretty much the exact same chance to clutch up toward the B side. 1 versus 3. Neither one actually getting it done. And now that as well kind of does let Iberian Soul have a bit more runway here. You're still going to have GTZ with an investment of sorts here. We had a hero Galil in the first half. The Galil part is what I have an issue with the AK, so that's a whole lot more aura.
I think
and
GTZ,
that is what I really like. And Snappy, not only him, actually, oh my god, no, it's a full investment.
Yeah, see, that's why they've called the tactical pause, because to be honest, Linko's got a full buy, Spray's got a Galil with full util, Snappy with an AK as well. Utility's there. The only 2 weapons, there's 3 weaker weapons, but 2 of them are Galils. To be honest, I actually quite like this. Maybe a fast pop towards middle, maybe a fast approach here towards A. I don't know whether you've noticed it, Nexus, but GTZ, when they went towards middle as a pack, when they had that control, they were winning these rounds. Now they've opted against heading mid, and we've seen a real lack of threat here from them. So I hope they've been able to identify this issue, because otherwise, problems can be seen. Smoke from Salzol here is just going to delay the T's intentions, but Linko, he sent this retake utility. To be honest here, Nexus, I don't think it's the play, because look at the positioning here of Salzol. He's in front of this smoke. We're going to see a flashbang coming through, but it's going to be seen by Salzol. Surely he can turn. Backs away.
Yep. Playing at the edge of the smoke, able to escape into it. Good
nice
nades, actually. That's suddenly headshots viable to both Linko and Snappy.
Like the flash
Stododo.
from Stododo, yeah.
Oh, this is a one and done. This is a one and done. Surely, does not survive here, and yeah, nope. All you need is a flashbang. He's dead. A site suddenly swarmed over by GTZ. Social law, but Heaven has been tagged. He's not gonna go through that, surely. No, won't. Does to back away, down to man, and this is just depending on that one kill. If they even get it to try. Because currently there's not a whole lot of a fight given by GTZ.
Yeah, I think GTZ might go questioning here, and this could be their downfall. Mopos gets one.
Wait.
We have got Rafax elevated. Salzo's low HP though, and Rafax can just swing and find both of these players here. Switching to the rifle though.
No.
Nice find from Mopos.
Contained. Cleaned. It gets hairy. It is absolutely getting way too hairy, therefore, how GTC do start off there. Because they have the positions there. The only thing they don't have is knowledge of A main, which kind of speeds them up due to that as well. Not sure. Okay, are they going to walk into behind us? Are we just going to be dead men suddenly, and they crunch upon us from every single side possible? They go searching for it. They gave a chance, but wanted that it was really much... or really just depended on that first kill not to go to their way in Heaven, right? That obviously changes as well. Not looking the right way. We've got a 10-10 scoreline instead.
I think we've got to say that with Stododo towards A main, or kind of in that open angle, I don't really... the thing is, he sent the flash. He's got a smoke and a molly. There's a lot of utility still here on Stododo. And when he sends that flash, if he plays close to main, he can fire off that shot and back away. There's kind of opportunity. There's utility usage that can be used. But... the problem is playing with that deep angle. He gets the first kill, brilliant. But because it's not a rifle, it's not as though he can just hold mouse 1 and hope, or at least get more kind of time there. I think it's very problematic, especially with the main brunt of the utility of that A defense being on Stododo. I think that's where you wonder, why is he not dropped utility across beforehand? Why is he playing such a kind of out in the open angle? But look, these are decisions that Iberian Soul have made and will cost them in the end. I think we have to say that. GTZ, they win this one. It's an eco for Iberian Soul. They give up 12, and that's where we're saying we're coming to the closing stages. And with Snappy's opener here towards middle, things can become very difficult. No armor on Stododo, but that nade misses. Quite lucky there for Stododo.
Down a man with rotations to be made of GTZ, and their plan currently shaping here.
Yeah, I think we've got to see a gamble call. Yeah.
Utility back and forth. It's only the basic readings right now. You never know if that's actually going to be committed or not, but if Iberian Soul want to take that back, they will have to spend resources on it. Though seemingly they've gone to be main. That's going to give them all the information as well they need.
Yeah, look, we can see a full gamble here. Look, the space that Davy G's taking and his teammate Mopos, they've got all this information. We're going to see a bunkering down on the A bomb site. The problem is all these flanks can be quick enough. Salzo's got to drop the Molotov now. Not enough time for it.
What? Oh my god, okay. I got very scared.
Yeah, nice idea
right
there.
Past him. Not even thinking about where that util came from. Thankfully the trade is there. Because I see a world where that goes very differently. Knowing how good Social has been. We talk about the lack of maybe the individual firepower that Iberian Soul every now and then do have. Social is not part of that conversation. He's ever present in these games. And I think the game GTC ended up playing, I want to say, against 500. I gotta keep going back to it, I think, but there was a map where he had about, what, like 4 or 5 clutches or something insane.
Yes. Yeah.
9 Pandas? 9 Pandas, was that the one? 9 Pandas and Anubis. Yeah, he drops like 28 kills. Next one on the server, or next one of his team's like 16. He was there the entire time. They make a comeback from like 10-2 down or something insane. Maybe not 10-2, but 11-4, whatever it was. It was an insane comeback, and he was there for like 9 out of those 10 rounds they made it to clutch in, or to come back in. All except for the last one. So it was an insane game, and that's the most recent game I've seen of him as well, and he's still continuing. He started that before as well. Just a danger and a threat that everyone needs to contain. But it's not easy.
Yeah, look, now for Iberian Soul, it's just this kind of eco/half-buy, but I don't think we're going to see much, especially with the rifle falling straight away. Alex, he's not really done enough of a job to take any attention away. This P250 is going to struggle as well. finally aggression here out of E-Box. Space has been taken towards the A-bomb side, though. This is the problem. Iberian Soul to feel suffocated. Stadodo's going to go down. A simple kill for Linko. And GTZ will find that expected 12th. I think when we look back at this last full buy round from Iberian Soul, you know, when we had the double flank one, the M4 of Mopars and then the 5-7 of Dabby G, when they took that space towards B main and they were going to be flanking, I think that's where Iberian Soul, they have to make a decision. Look, either we decide to play double heaven and play off the bomb site, or we play double in A main, we give up camera. I think in that moment, we could have seen a bit of a difference, because we know that there's a flank coming, we know that we've got teammates close by, but it's the fact they took those fights head on that was so problematic. Right now, the GTZ finding 12 is so vital. They've got 2 opportunities to close out in regulation. Obviously, Iberian Soul, they need both of these to take it to overtime. But even if they go OT, I think we could still see some problems as well.
Yeah, problems. Absolutely. Now... well, just to go back on this, remember the score lines Iberian Soul have had on this map? Even when they've lost?
Yeah, close losses or, you know...
It's been pretty consistent at 13-11 in the losing department.
Yeah, we certainly could see that here as well. I think the biggest problem for Iberian Soul is, even if they win this round, they've got to make sure they keep 3 survivors, otherwise they're going to be operating with weaker weapons in the next. Yeah, for GTZ, win or lose, obviously if they win, they close out the game, but if they lose this, they will still have, you know, decent investment. They will have a perfect buy. So I think that's the problem. Even if GTZ lose this round, if they make it costly for Iberian Soul, that's where we could see difficulties in round number 24. Might not even get there though. It could be all over here and now. I like the idea of this double E-box setup. I think it can work so well.
Push toward the canals as well with the smoke to fade. Obviously, any more pause. It'll be on to them to kind of change how this round is going to be played. They're going to wait it out at the same time from A main. Quick on the first. There's the second.
Brilliant.
On the entire round, Iberian Soul, they've found a perfect timing to exploit here.
As I said, though, GT's...
Yeah.
If they get 2 kills here, it's a very, very volatile finish here. Salzor is holding for Snappy. He's got a great idea. We'll find him. Now Nopej. 1 versus 4. Can't even get a kill, so Iberian Soul will be operating with no weaknesses in the next. And in very exciting final round that we have to offer, but potentially not final if Iberian Soul can take it. OT or no T here, Nexus? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking it would be funny if we continue with a 13-11 losing streak here. Winning the games. Like, 5 out of the 8 games Iberian Soul have ended up losing have been 13-11. There was 1 to 13-10 and a 13-9 as well in there, so... they've been pretty consistent to making these games close, no matter which way they... oh, actually, well, on the losing side of things. And the winning side of things, it's been a little bit easier. You know, ranging from 13-4 to 13-9. That's been a whole lot easier, but this one is certainly not looking like the winning ways that we've seen in the past.
By that definition, does that mean Iberian Soul are destined to lose this? If they've only had dominant wins
I'm looking at the universe sending us signs here.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, the nature's own laws just apply too well.
Mopos is lucky to live there. That could have gone so wrong. Minute on the clock. Iberian Soul, they've expelled a lot of their utility. Just the 2 flashes, 2 HEs, and 1 smoke grenade remaining. And that's why Mopos is making this play. He realizes, well, we've got no control. We don't have the util to kind of wait this out. We've got to take a bit of a risk. Stadodo turning from the flash. He can repeat at any moment and will find Snappy. The 1 bullet of damage that that Rafax does, is enough to slow him down and to find him.
Still figuring it out. Currently, the read is they might be headed toward A, might be headed B. You never know. And playing far back on that B side as well. That's the issue right now. They get to skip toward the side, plant that bomb as soon, or as long as they manage to get that bomb across, smoke's now down, and no one's on site, no one's nearby.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for GTZ now is where do they play in the post bomb? They don't have control of Temple. They don't have a player in CT.
What? That is insanely fast.
Yeah, I like this. I think keep the speed. The problem is, Nopej is in an excellent position. He can just swing and find them both. Nice trade from Davig, but Rafak's quick as well. A 2-on-2 now. Great find from Linko and GTZ. They end it in style. It is this continuance of the 13-11. And look, I thought we'd see a whole team when it comes for the speedy retake, but it was just the two from CT. They get traded out, and Iberian Soul, they do lose map 1. GTZ, even with a stand-in, victorious on their map pick. Obviously, we head to Nuke with many questions to be asked of Iberian Soul, and that potential of closing out the series has now slipped away from them, not only on the basis that I think GTZ have kind of over-impressed, but also Iberian Soul, you look at the rounds they won the pistols, they got themselves those eco rounds as well. I think the fact that Iberian Soul were given so much fortune in this game, and they still didn't take it, leads for a very, very scary map 2 and 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that one does play out. Now, here's my question as well. With yet another, close affair like this, you have, yet again, Soul performing the best. You have Alex there as well, right? As an IGL, he's fragging out fairly well. Like, at what point do you really start to look at some of the other options available? Or at what point do you say, get this guy off the cast when we're here because we just can't win games, apparently? Like, yeah, Nuke, that should be a case where Iberian Soul, they do just school GTZ a little bit. But I'm going to say that's not as cut and dry as you would kind of imagine maybe as well. The comeback they made against 500 was insane. Granted, not 500's best map, absolutely the worst. And win against Yano as well. So they haven't really shown much. When they have it against any stronger opposition, when for the map, it was Zero Tenacity and Monty, most recent games. Losses in 13-4, 13-5, an overtime one as well. It hasn't really just been promising. It hasn't really been anything. Their T-side have had massive issues overall. So for GTZ, you rely on that second half, the comeback to be made. You're starting on that T-side again. We kind of said maybe for Iberian Soul, starting on that T-side here will do them a lot of favors. They barely even get that 6. They barely even get a chance for 5.
Yeah.
But it still didn't do them many favors. For GTZ, how do you kind of continue this form into that second map? That's my question.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's going to be tough for GTZ on Nuke. I think we know that their past history has been poor results, but you look to recent history for Iberian Soul, it's a similar kind of thing. I feel like Nuke's a bit of a up and down territory for both sides. Obviously, we've seen impressive results from them and some close losses, but look, we saw that on Anubis. We looked at the stats for Anubis, and GTZ was still successful. So, look, I think we're going to have a lot of excitement on map 2 and potential for map 3, but obviously, Nexus, before we jump into the action there, we will be heading to a break. With the MAC victory going the way of GTZ, they've posed themselves to find their way to playoffs. They've got 2 opportunities now. Obviously, Iberian Soul not on the best of form. Neither are GTZ, but with a stand-in, they made it work. But a lot of the weight was on Rafax and Nopesh. They both had exceptional performances. And I think if we can see something similar here on Nuke, there could be trouble here for Iberian Soul. But Nexus, thoughts and feelings as we head to Nuke.
Thoughts and feelings. I'm gonna echo what I said at the very start of the series, before we even headed to map number 1. I think Iberian Soul has been underperforming. I really think, and I expect a whole lot more from them. So I'm still not ready to say that this is gotta be over in, well, this has gotta be headed to 3 maps. Because I really think there is a chance, however of a slim one it is, that GTC can close things out on Nuke, because I just don't see Iberian Soul as a team that has those sorts of has that firepower bar from Social, right? Like, when your second best fragger is your IGL, that's an issue. So I just don't really know, man. I just have troubles rating Iberian Soul very highly.
Yeah, it's clear there's been a lack of consistency regarding kind of individual prowess. And I think when you look at games and you look at teams that kind of have a good strategy, have a good identity, but still struggle to get games over the line, a lot of the time we're going to pin it on the individuals. And I think on a map like Mirage, where it is quite individualistic, where you can have kind of a dominant performance on one player and they generally carry you through, I think that could be a problem if we do get there. Obviously, though, Iberian Soul, if they want to get to Mirage, if they want to get to the playoffs, they've got to go back-to-back victories here. And to kick things off on Nuke on the T side, it's going to be a tough one. But pistol round underway. Obviously, though, we've seen what Iberian Soul have been able to do on Nuke very recently. Obviously, their most recent game being a 13-1 victory. So you've got to imagine they are going to be feeling quite confident.
All right. Into the pistol we go. Iberian Soul on the T side. Don't let the top fully. That'll be fixed at the start of the next one. But for now, GTZ, their CT defense. I really hope that we can get a surprise.
Oh, DS is back in the server as well. That's something we're going to have to talk about is, you know, GTZ, they can look a little bit more threatening here. And look, I don't want to say that the stand-in was a problem. Realistically, I think sprayed it.
I don't think it was
quite well. But look, now they've got Diaz. Now they've got their full 5. This is where things could get a bit scary here for Iberian Soul, but it's a slow play out of A. I quite like this for Iberian Soul. Snappy's in a bit of a treacherous position with the molly landing at his feet. He's gonna have to swing, and Snappy, he finds 3 through the flames. The rotating in Diaz from heaven can take down any possibility of a trade, and it leaves Davy G in a 1 versus 5. What a play from Snappy. I love the discipline. And the fact they throw the molly towards second vent. It's as though Iberian Soul go, oh, we've thrown the molly. No one's there. Disappointing there from Iberian Soul. I think that's the only way you can describe it. But huge round there for Snappy.
Yeah, that is a massive one to pick off at the start of the game here. And GTZ, right? I said I want to be surprised. I want to see a good game out of them on Nuke that is not reliant on one individual. That was Rafix previously when they actually wanted this map. I want to see something that kind of goes against what I've seen. And I want that exact same thing for Iberian Soul. If Social's not fragging, who's he gonna be? Maybe Alex. Maybe Mopos. Very inconsistent, though. I've seen some real stinkers out of him as well recently. So I just... until I get proven wrong... I'll have to keep that in the back of my mind, but for now, they've spotted up a J toward the B side. The door over to one single as well, taken down. It's 1, 2, 3. Iberian Soul, they pummel the B defense with 1 MP9 anywhere nearby. Linko's taking the first one. He's got in contact, but it's not taking a double. That was what was required today if they want to have a chance with the round itself, but they'll have to give this one up instead.
What the hell's just
Deck
happened?
9, down B it goes, and it is a T-side terrain that will start from round 2.
How did that have success? There was 3 defenders on the B-bomb site. GTZ had the read, they had the players, they had the numbers, the weaponry was advantaged. How has that not gone their way?
Good question.
And there is no answer.
No, there is not a good answer. Here's... I do have an answer, and before I do, there's a question I need to ask. I probably know the answer, but... have you ever been maybe consumed by a PlayStation 2 and 3 title called Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, of course.
In the third one, you have in the very first level of the planet, it's one of nature's mysteries. And that's a line that lives rent-free in my head.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's just that.
Yeah, I think there's no way to convey what happened in that round without it being kind of one of those unicorn moments of CS. They've done the damage, they've got the numbers, they've got the rifles. How has it gone against them? Look, I guess we'll never know. Iberian Soul, though, they're certainly going to look to double down on that success. And, great idea from Stadodo. He spots out Snappy, but Ratback's speedy with the trade on the MP9. Salzo in front of the smokes, trying to identify the CT positionings. Obviously going to be the lurk in this round, but the problem is there's also a T on top lobby. There's too many lurkers, not enough players. This could be problematic for Iberian Soul. If they try and head down towards the lower site, although no one's rotated currently, GTZ could have the manpower, and they've taken lobby now. Mopos is not in the best of positions. Diaz as well still towards outside playing passively. Iberian Soul, although they've got the weaponry advantage and utility on their side, they are lacking in threat regarding numbers. They're all split. Not a single T as a teammate close by to trade. Finally, they maneuver as a group. Diaz, he'll pick up the weapon, but Salzo, how's he not spotted it?
That's a question. Yet again, one of the nature's mysteries. We continue, but here for now, a play toward the A side by one alone. There's a man in heaven, a man on side. They'll fire the second here. Speed up their play toward the B side.
Unnecessary
G
decision.
look to hang on here, just barely. One will be staying to guard the vent. Second to go for the bomb plant. Alex as well has a couple of flashbangs to get himself out of the sticky situation he might be in. But choosing to fight. Down ramp. And we're still looking at the man in secret. That's the one who has to make the play happen.
Actually, I think DS, the longer he takes, the better it works. But he will be spotted now. He has got information of his own. Great damage onto Alex, in fact. Smoke landed here towards window. Lopez maneuvering. Yeah, someone's going to have to get on the bomb now. It's going to have to be Rafax. It's going to be the stick. There's a player towards single. Rafax gets off the bomb, and Davigi just opening the door is all that it takes. Nopej needs to hurry things along. Might be able to find Davigi. Got to hurry up to get himself into survival, but no, he goes down. Alex survives. Iberian Soul, they win this one, but to be honest, when you see the retake here, I don't know why it's not the ramp players taking the attention first and you leave Diaz as the late player through Secret. It's a perfect call. None of them go down the vent. They realize they're probably being holed. They look to go towards ramp. It's just the fact that it's the player towards Secret that goes in first. GTZ, they've got a good idea, even with the weaker weapons, yet it goes against them, and now they have to eco. It's going to be a 3-1 scoreline for Iberian Soul, and obviously on the T side of Nuke, the side where we know there's usually limiting factors regarding rounds, teams really struggle there.
That's outside Iberian Soul. They've got a game plan currently, and seems like outside's going to be part of it. Well, here and now, it's already led to the first one. Nothing with the pistols here, you're not expecting much. Overextension is really the only thing that Iberian Soul could possibly give away here, and even that probably doesn't lead to a round win. Unless something real bad happens real quickly. Maybe. Maybe that's the start of it, but still. A side to be taken over, there's no one actually here for the CT side, that should be enough.
The bomb's still towards outside, though. It's steep. He's going to have to move his way back to the lobby. Navi G with an important find, and they are still fighting him so comfortably. He's aware of a player down Secret as well. Iberian Soul. It's going to be about timing here for Navi G, but it seemingly goes his way. GTZ, 1v4.
Any kills here? Give it a second. Charging up. One more second. Come on.
Knife kill. Knife kill.
See the ladder. Oh! Just up and down the ladder, scooting his way. Oh!
Let's go.
Oh! One bullet! Didn't want to take it. WG will just cover for it instead. I mean, hey, you gotta respect the hustle there, the attempt to go for the knife.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen a knife kill in quite some time, to be honest. It's been a while.
And alright. Next gun round, GTZ, if you are to make something happen here in map 2, it pretty much starts right here and now.
Yeah, exactly.
Technically, we should have started at round number 1 and 2, but, you know, second chances and whatnot.
Yeah, it's that Tech 9 round that's really upset any momentum.
Say Levy and all that. Well, for now, outside of control. Again, it's different smokes this time for Iberian. So also they're exploring the avenue they want to take here in a slightly different manner. This obviously does force GTC to play it slightly differently. Yes, smoked off. Will catch a glimpse out of the edge of the smoke. He'll even catch more than that. A first kill taken up by GTC. On the side, you clear the second vent. You have to hard clear this. If not, it's suddenly allowed another take few to be taken by GTC. Still standing their ground on sight. Stadodo's left alone, and he's walking into the open. A nasty spray! And nearly a third for third as well, but he'll be silenced. He won't be allowed to get more, but that is a bit more the Stadodo we kind of want to see.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think with moments like that, that's where, you know, if he gets that third kill, there's definitely the chance, and the fact that 1v4 could have come through is crazy to me. But look, GTZ, it's an important round for them to win. I think we have to say, if they don't get back on the board, if they don't kind of show more fight here on the CT side of Nuke, I think we all know where things can lead. So I think it's important that we have seen that kind of resurgence. And now you look at the money here. Iberian Soul finances could be reset in a matter of moments.
Remember how that first map went as well? With Iberian Soul having like a decent lead, and then they go one round where they hunt a little bit too much, one player walks out surviving, and then they kind of get reset. That's the situation they're kind of in right now as well here.
Yeah.
Last round, the fact that Stadodo, well, I mean, the fact that he was able to even get a couple of rounds at the end of there is fantastic, yes. Weakens GTZ as well in this round, but it's not really like either team is out of the woodworks in just this one yet, but they definitely do put a stopper in front of the door here, not letting Iberian Soul too far in, and vice versa. Plays one of the A site, out of the squeaky smoke, into Snappy, into Diaz. Doesn't matter what weapons they have, it'll still be 3 kills for the price of just 1 to defend A site. And the last matter to go, Stadodo 1v4. This time he's been spotted. They know he's already here and he won't get more than a 1. And for GTZ, a very, very goddamn solid defense.
Yeah, and Snappy as well, he gets a 4K here. Absolutely brilliant. Somewhat reminiscent to that kind of 4K spray down that we saw earlier on Anubis. It's moments like this that can really impact a player's kind of individual confidence. Obviously, Rafax, he's gone a little quiet so far here on Nuke. I think he's only had 1 round with the AWP, obviously this being his second. So I think now that Snappy's on, now that Rafax is on the AWP, we can see a bit of an improvement here for kind of GTZ stabilization. I think once you get this AWP on the CT side of Nuke, whether they're posted up towards main, whether they're posted up towards outside or ramp, you can have a little bit more movement and kind of maneuverability with the rest of your rifles. It is just the pistols here. Surely not again. Surely we cannot see the pistols prevail. It was twice on Anubis where these upgraded pistols, or Glocks at best, were able to find their footing. But kills coming through now. Oh, Mopos is 1 versus 2. It's a winnable round. The bomb is dropped towards main. If he can isolate this frag onto Rafax, there's certainly a chance. Seems like the CTs are going to be swinging. Weapon and bomb retrieved. There's a minute on the clock here. Mopos, he can certainly give this one a go. Already, the damage is excellent from Iberian Soul. The fact that GTZ, they've won the full buys very confidently and with such a compelling nature. Against the Glocks, they've already lost 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, technically Tech 9, but pistol nonetheless, it's not much of a change in terms of the outcome.
Everything.
Yeah. Still damage, and good damage at that. You keep that CT side economy as low as brittle as it possibly can be after they had these last few rounds. But not perfect. And GTC just barely avoided disaster there as well.
Yeah, that round's important from GTZ. Obviously getting 3 kills. You know, you look at the finances now. Yes, Nopesh, Rafax, and Snappy can kind of invest in the next, but Diaz and Linko will struggle. So if Iberian Soul win this one, the limitations that we'll be seeing in the next round for GTZ, I think that's where we could see a propulsion. That's where we could see kind of a real increase in rounds, you know, just sheer number of rounds for Iberian Soul, because it'll be an investment from GTZ that's weak. If they lose that, then an eco, we could be looking at a 5-4, maybe a 6-4 scoreline very quickly, conditioned on success here for Iberian Soul. The problem that they are going to have, very limited utility. There's only 5 pieces remaining here, and with the space taken towards lobby here from GTZ, Linko can already rotate down. There's got so much freedom here on the CT side.
Getting information. Already had it, and now it's just confirming they haven't fully sent it down yet, B. Although, this is nasty. That's beautiful. No, it's not.
How's it go so wrong?
I don't know, but children, close your eyes. You don't want to show that.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Rafak's getting the kill towards ramp. It allows him to focus his attention here towards outside. Salzo's going to get a huge timing, though. If he can wrap through ramp, this is something that GTZ are not going to account for, not in the slightest. Without timing here, but Rafax doesn't even look. He's crept past, he's going to ramp. That will have been heard as well. They can head towards B with a bit more speed. They know the rotation through ramp's going to be a bit late as the players dropped into the bomb site. It's all about Linko. All about whether they can find him. But we do have Salzo on this flank. If he can just get himself in towards office, that's all that matters. The steps have been heard now, minimal time. No chance to deny the bomb plant either, and they're aware of Linko's position. 3-on-3 retake, but no defuse kit, and with Linko falling, this round is going to have to be a save from the final 2, surely. They'll be able to invest in the next if they save. So it's just going to have to be the call. I don't mind this from GTZ, but it's the fact that Diaz has got 2 players, unbeknownst to his position. He is in an excellent position to find 2 for nothing, yet he goes 1 for 1. It's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, disappointing is pretty much the only way to describe the round itself here, but what can you do?
Let's be honest, let's just not mess up that spray. That would have changed the complete entire round. Potentially the complete entire series here. You know, GTZ, if they now lose this series to Iberian Soul, if this Nuke game's close and Iberian Soul just win it, and they take Mirage, we're looking at this Nuke game and we can pinpoint the exact moment that changed GTZ's chances to make it to playoffs. This is a playoff game. The winner here makes their way through. GTZ, they would have found 5. Money for Iberian Soul broken. Could have gone 6-3. They get the final couple rounds and we're looking at a dominant half. But that has all been changed. And it's the condition from the round prior that actually makes this one really tough, because it's the fact they lose 3 players. I think if they still had decent money in the bag, we would have seen that maybe an attempt at that 2 versus 3. But it's so tough. I think GTZ, they've had good moments, but they've also had many mistakes. I think it's synonymous to what we saw on Anubis. The amount of weaker rounds that they lost, the amount of kind of advantages that they threw away. Dodo now, though, a lot of pressure and presence, and they go for a ramp aggress, and it gets shut down.
Quick response. Is that good enough? WG, he's up next. In from main is very messy. But Iberian Soul, they seem to have cracked this one wide open. Almost let him back in, but it was not good enough. Bomb's been planted on B, and it's only one that Rafix can find. Not going to be round fighting, not going to be round changing, just take that up away. Chance into the next with Iberian Soul. This is going to be the start of their T side here.
Yeah, exactly. Should be a 6-4 as well. If they can find Rafax, that will be vital, because I think we all know a hero warp in a round like this, you know, it can work. Maybe if we see kind of a bit of a block defense from the 4 pistols and we leave the AWP to have a bit of freedom, we could see some real trouble here. There really could be some problems here for Iberian Soul. And now the AWP can be saved. Rafax has a little bit of money in the reserve as well, so he's going to be getting an AWP in the next full buy.
This is kind of proven to be yet another tough situation for GTZ. We as said, and we went into Nuke assuming as well that that this was going to be picked up by Iberian Soul. It was on the GTZ. If they wanted to prove us wrong. It's on the GTZ to show us something different here. Different from the games they've played recently. They've had this new game against them a fair few times in recent times, and thus something big is needed to change. Them to rely on a Rafax in the comeback here in the last victory they had. But
My biggest
that,
problem,
in this case, it's just not it.
You look at this round, and Rafax has made a gamble call to progress into Secret, and I like the idea of it. But it's a Deagle trap towards Red that's trying to make noise and trying to take attention, and that is it. There's there's 3 other pistols in play. Why are we not seeing those pistols have more impact? Why are we not seeing them kind of throw themselves through these smokes just to take attention away from Rafax? It seems...
Get down, Mr. President, but the President shoots back.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's got to be something like that. Obviously, Nopej is in a really good position here. But
yeah, that still doesn't take away anything from the point you just made. I 100% completely agree with that as well. It's the case with so many situations like this, and rounds very similar to this as well. You have a saved rifle, in this case an AWP, and no one's really trying to set them up besides, okay, just wait there, just go.
yeah.
And everyone just plays disjointed and all alone in this round. Like, it just... I don't know, like, I hate it. I really do.
What was the point of him getting in Secret? He could have just played from Zywo, could have just played from Garage, and we would have seen, you know, the team maybe have a little bit more work done. But yeah, I think it's very
actually any position. Oh, any position with the AWP could have been picked up, even would have made 100% difference. Although here as well, they're still actually getting damage done here. Nopej will take the AK, run with that, and might, if he does stick around, deny the dodo, but he's going up on the roof. Never mind.
That's actually a really big kill here from Mopos.
Yeah, it is.
Because you look at the money, you look at players like Snappy, like Diaz. We're going to see limiting utility. We're not going to see defuse kits. We might not even see premium rifles. I think Diaz is questioning now whether he goes for the M4. But look, you look at the buy, there's 3 players with lacking in util. There's only 10 pieces on GTZ, half the full amount that you can see. So I think saving that AK could have done a lot of good for GTZ. But Iberian Soul, they found 6 on the T side of a Nuke. Already a very impressive half, and it doesn't look as though they're slowing down. Remember, this is all conditioned on that double kill that should have come through for Diaz. We'd be seeing maybe a 6-4 scoreline in favor of GTZ.
A massive what-if scenario, but yeah, this is the other end of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside, again, they're setting up WG with a little bit of util. Smokes 1 and 2 deployed. He has already seen him play this position a couple of times. If not him, then at least someone else, but nonetheless, Mirage has been a problem, which has led them a couple of kills every few times. Here, those 1-for-1s only, ramp and outside. The CTs, they'll be losing plenty of the control, but Rafax down toward the B side. AWP trained for a shot, will not miss it. Attention now focused. Yeah, they should know. That was not the one who found the kills earlier.
Yeah, and I think what we do have to say is the trading here for Iberian Soul is very good in that round. You see the kill come through towards Garage, straight away there's a trade. Same with Ramp. So I've been very impressed with Iberian Soul. It seems that their spacing and team cohesion is brilliant. And now Alex is on a kind of a late flank. They can head their way up towards A if they decide. But Snappy seems aware of this. Alex will maneuver to Ramp, so Snappy's kind of good awareness isn't going to hold much weight. But
is it actually A? Yeah, it is going to be A. Okay. It's now the time. Snappy just checked behind him toward Heart. There's the noise. Sozzle makes it. Now they know it's both heaven. On the side! Just sends him to the grave 6 feet under.
I think the best thing about all of this is even if Salazar goes down, Alex is there to trade. It's again another moment. There's an instance where it seems like Iberian Soul, in every single fight they take, they've got the buddy system. There's always someone ready and waiting. And now Rafax, he's just going to save this up. Again, I think Iberian Soul have done a really good job as to try and keep Rafax out of this game. He's had the AWP in nearly every round. Yeah. I believe, what, he's 7-3, I want to say? Which obviously isn't bad, but with the amount of rounds played, with the amount of rounds with the big green, he hasn't had as much impact as you probably hoped for.
No, he really has not, but plenty of game to go. However, chances are still slipping away when it comes to GTZ actually putting a good half here.
Yeah.
Because they've only got one more chance, and at best, 5-7. That's the CT side, and no thank you. At least it's rounds, you can still play with it, yeah, but you're gonna have to get one of the T side, or one of the T sides of all time, really. Out of Fairy Tale, nearly.
Look, think back to the pistol round. It was Snappy getting that 3K from second vent, mollied off. GTZ won it. You know, I think when you look at a lot of this, Iberian Soul, okay, yes, they've had moments go their way, they've had fortune, but it's not as though they've wasted it. Oh, Mopod's turn. Reposition. What is going on? Through the smoke, Mopobs prevails, though. He is just this lurking lobby. The timing for DS and Davy G is going to be everything, though.
With B being a problem. Yeah.
Just going to head towards A. Look at the positioning here. Davy G's taken all of this control. He can just make his way up heaven, say the A bomb site's clear, and then there you go, round one.
B side's been such an issue for them as well. Now Secret and outside play for Iberian Soul. They just preemptively go down toward the B side. They've got lobby. They think they've got it all handled as well. But Mopos, even still sticking around, eventually taken down. But it's still led toward the entirety of the A side to be taken over. Bomb goes down to the CT side. They can't do much about it.
Yeah,
Can't do anything to contest. Instead, oh no, he reads this. Knows the A side was completely free. They probably made their rotation. Yeah. Catches off Diaz. Out of the round, it is seconds and moments away from actually coming to an end, and Iberian Soul to take that 840 half. It's all about to send us toward that third map.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're feeling. I think a 3-map thriller to be where we're finishing. Obviously, we can see GTZ take it in 2, but I think the reality of that very slim. Iberian Soul have been excellent so far here on the T side of Nuke. But I've got to say, I've been very impressed with their trading. I think the spacing's been brilliant. I think when they've got lurks, you look at that round, we have that lurk towards heaven. He took all of this space. But also the individuals. Obviously, I think that's a bit fortunate for Salazar, but I think Iberian Soul, in every regard, they have been the better team. I think they've been brilliant. And as well, the fact they've kept Rafax very, very quiet here on a game that he's probably had the AWP, 6-7 rounds. I think that's an impressive kind of game plan of itself. But Iberian Soul now, they're on the favoured side. They only need to find 5 rounds here. And on the CT side of Nuke, that's usually an expectation. You look at the kills, or you look at the disparity, you don't expect 8-4. You really don't. Nice opener, though, from Alex. Mopos as well. Well drilled for this main drop. And that's the P2000 finding. Obviously, we've both shown a little bit of a, well, heavy hatred here for the P2000, but got itself on the scorecard. 2v5 gone 2v4. Certainly not an easy round here for GTZ, but players are isolated. This could be a bit of a risk for Iberian Soul. Mopol's surely not going to get checked, though. Just his positioning alone is excellent. Ooh, Nopej is kind of aware. Oh, this is all going to be on
Got it.
Ooh. Now it's just about whether he can back away.
Yeah.
He will escape. I like the idea. Nopej finds 2v5 on 2v3.
I'm telling you, P2K, the aura is real. You just installed the game. Brand new, don't know even how to shoot. Does it to you. USP, you missed those shots. You're saying unlucky, close. P2K, unfortunate. Mopos, you're dead. Up from heaven at last two. They've made it around a very much a possibility. But Jay, you cannot get much. It's down to Rafax to clutch 1 versus 2. They've tapped the bomb once, but in the open, he's looking at both ways.
The biggest problem there, it's not planted for either player. What's the point in the bomb plant there?
A little scary in that sense, but a very nicely played post because they knew he was going to be toward lobby. Might have already gone squeaky. They just wanted to bait him out first to get confirmation if he's going to run at him or not. And tried to walk out. That's Iberian Soul to 9. CT side starts off the right way for them as well. Now, all you gotta do is not have happen to you what you did to GTZ. Don't lose the Tech 9's running ramp.
Yeah, obviously it will be better than just the Tech 9s. The bomb plant will allow for it. So we've got some... Well, we've got an AK on Nopej, a Galil on Rafax. DS can bring out a Mac 10. You know, the buy's not too bad. Utility certainly an afterthought here regarding this investment. So, to me, this screams like a fast A. I think that is what we'll see. Maybe we'll see 2 lurking Mac 10s towards outside, but... GTZ, this is not the round that you slow play it.
Certainly not. There is a little bit of pace to this. They're making this look like the most classic of Nuke rounds of all time. Just a B split ramp and secret. It's a lot of resources committed to this, so you can't really back off. You can't back away that easily. Guess what they're doing?
I don't know what about you, Nexus, but why is it the Mac 10s that go towards outside? Because now, what do? They have to go towards B. If they swing out a single door, they're taking these...
Oh no,
fights.
what is this?
There's 3 players on ramp. They go into the crunch, but they might come out of it. It's so unnecessary. Iberian Soul, it seemed like they were caught up in rotation, but GTZ, in fact, take the fight to them.
What is that?
It's another round that we can pinpoint as, well done, GTZ. You've kind of thrown a chance away.
Man, I'm lost for words. I really am. An unnecessary duel for GTZ after they get that contact in the first. Not getting caught up in the moment or the mood there, just wanting it. And now you're left with pretty much nothing.
They probably got to save. Oh, or maybe just gonna die. I don't really know what the best chance or
there
the
is
best
no
idea
good
is.
option here. They've got the bomb, actually.
Stolen the bomb. How has that been allowed?
That's money.
One can come through. Yeah.
They will die, yeah, but at least that extra money will do GTZ well for the next round. And at this point of the game, right, 10-4, you don't really do any damage. In a situation like this, we maybe usually look toward it. Okay, did you get enough kills on the board that warrant out of the force buy? Now I'm saying you don't have enough rounds to play with. You have to force buy. This is the opposite side of it.
Oh, really? See, for me, I think if they force, they lose the game. They throw the game. I think they've got to have the AWP in play. They've got to have the AKs. I think this isn't the moment. You've kind of lost your opportunity on the force. You monumentally messed up. Don't double dip. Don't double down, because that's where you kind of lose yourself within the game. You've sometimes got to take a bit more of a reserved approach and realize, well, we had our chance. We had the control. We absolutely messed up. We've just got to take the hit. We've got to take our medicine and go for the eco, but they're opting for the full buy. Let's see what happens. And Stadodo with the big green in hand can find Diaz. Already a man down, and GTZ wave goodbye to their chances of a 2-0.
Yeah, as much as we would like to hope and cope that GTZ was going to play a better game, it's not happened.
No, certainly not. It started off so nicely, though.
It did?
I think we were all saying GTZ have kind of come with a lot of threat. When we see that Snappy 3K from second vent 1 mollied, I'm thinking, okay, Snappy's here to play. Sadly for Snappy, not so true. Rafax has got a lot of time here. Oh, Alex.
No one watching.
Bye-bye bomb plant. A bit of a whiff spray, but it doesn't matter. Navi G's maneuvered as well. Yeah, it's going to be so tough here. Linko's just getting out of there. He's playing for the kill.
Yeah, the one thing you did say, whenever Iberian Soul take a duel, they will have teammates ready to assist. And, again, that's the case here.
Yeah, great team play. Absolutely brilliant. And now, look, this is the problem with you going to the Force, is now you've given up 11. What, you're gonna go for 8 rounds in a row? God knows. So they're just going to force until the end. Exactly.
Now you've gone for the double dip, the forbidden technique. Now you say, you know what, boys, I'm going to triple dip here.
There's no way they
can saying
eco.
goodbye to the game
exactly.
and all the natural conventions and everything everyone's used to.
They lost the half 8. They lost the half 8-4, and to me that's, you know, at least 2 full buys. At least we might not even. We might only see, you know, 3 AKs for this T side of GTZ.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate situation. Almost.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Pro or No. Like, it just doesn't seem like the call. Like, what's going on here? GTZ, it's just like, I don't understand the reasoning for this. Like, the force until the end is not the strategy you go for. Show some discipline. Mopos, the reposition's brilliant. He can find one, the elevated angle here. And as we've said about this Iberian Soul side time and time again, wherever there's a player, there's always a teammate. There's always someone ready to swing. And that's why they're trading. It always goes their way. GTZ, good luck on Mirage, because Nuke has not been a positive outlet.
Nope. And to make it even worse, to actually let people know, this game at one point was 4-3. GTZ, they had the lead for 1 round.
Yeah, crazy.
9 in a row.
Yeah, and it's going to be 10, right?
Yeah.
Just to let you know, Nexus, there's been less than 5 AKs seen from GTZ's T side. There's only been 4 AKs.
That is pretty funny. But guess what? We're gonna have less than 1 round from them on their T side.
It did, like, even something like that, it's just
The
so...
universe is against them.
And again, wherever there's contact for this Iberian Soul, there is a player ready to trade. Obviously, it's Davigi getting it through the smoke, but still, great awareness. And again here, we see contact through main. Stadodo's now going to be posting towards Garage. The team play and synergy is so nice here out of Iberian Soul. Look, I think Iberian Soul have gotten a lot of flack, a lot of unnecessary hate, and a game like this is one to silence said haters. 13-4 scoreline when they were trailing 4-3, as you mentioned. A great performance here on Nuke. And now they're going to head to Mirage with their heads held high. Obviously, a very close game on Anubis that Iberian Soul arguably could have won. A dominant performance on Nuke. And now they head to Mirage, probably more favored in their side. Right now for GTZ, look, I don't really know what we're going to be saying, but I guess give it 45 minutes to an hour and we'll be able to find out the outcome. But Nexus, thoughts and feelings after that Nuke game?
Thoughts and feelings and my prayer sent to GTZ, because that is just another Nuke that does not go their way. But here's the thing. We don't know what they really want to do in Mirage. They played it 4 times. That's not really accurate enough maybe to judge someone's best capabilities. We're going to say, yeah, okay, maybe they got that dog in him, but in those 4 games, the losses they've had have been like 13-7, 4, and 13-9. It's not really been all that close. They, again, had a win against Ecstatic. Yeah, that's pretty good. They're a decent team. But for Iberian Soul, now we kind of get to see more of them as well. It's that team play where they do shine here. It's Mopaz who, well, let's be honest, I called out at the start of the game saying, yeah, he's very inconsistent. Has a great game. Him and Stadodo both do a good job. Alex, it's the entire team that just play a good team game. And this was their answer to that first map of Social, please carry us through that. And now they say, okay, let's play a good team game. Social, the very least required on that team as well. So they can do that. They do have that dog in them when they decided to as well, to play a good team game. And that is how they, if ever, will come out victorious in these games. And how they will find their form. So, I hope that we get to see a little bit better of a map 3 nonetheless for both teams. Maybe more so for the side of GTZ, because this one, Nuke, yet again, just adds to their troubles on that map. And Mirage, to be determined how that goes, but so far, maybe not the greatest, but we'll see if Iberian Soul can continue their form or not. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. We'll be right back with that third and final map to decide this best of 3 series. There we go. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
An impressive performance, obviously, from the likes of Iberian Soul. They dominated throughout the whole of Nuke, and I think we're going to be seeing maybe something similar here on Mirage. For GTZ, maybe lost their best chance. And look, I think there was many problems for GTZ. There was many real positives for Iberian Soul, and I think the biggest one that we touched upon throughout the whole of that game, the spacing and the trading, the team cohesion was at an all-time high. And I think for GTZ, that's definitely what they're going to need to focus here on Mirage.
Yeah, that is the biggest thing they'll have to focus on. But guess what? Mirage is a map that is very basic. It's really basic, actually. So you don't even need that team play if you have a good individual. And that's kind of what Anubis was almost for GTZ. You had Rafix and OBJ who dropped 21 and 20 respectively. So if you bring a little bit of that back, I'm sure they can get away with this without having to play that perfect sort of game. And it's going to be a little bit difficult, I'm sure, for Iberian Soul to keep up their same sort of performance from map 2 to 3. So there probably is going to be a little bit of a drop-off. But how big is it going to be? Because Mirage is a map also where individuals will shine.
Yeah.
And that's the one gripe we've had. Or I had. Maybe they have what it takes.
Yeah, I think, though,
when
you look at the recent performances from GTZ, obviously they played 4 maps of Mirage in the last 3 months, 2 of which have been fairly recently. It was a 13-7 loss, 13-4. Obviously they've had a good result against Ecstatic, but that was, you know, over a month ago. So I think it's going to be tough to tell how their game plan goes. Obviously, we just got word that Iberian Soul won the knife round, which obviously is going to be an impactful factor for their success, as they can choose to start on that CT side. I think that's what we would assume. But look, I think for Iberian Soul, it was a very good performance on Nuke. I think if they bring that here to Mirage, I think there's a lot of work for GTZ to do. But as expected, Iberian Soul, it is this CT start, so we can see how impressive they are.
Let's get it. Let's see it. Again, it's time for them to prove me wrong. Show me you have that dog in you. Well, the prize both of these teams are playing for, to those unaware, is playoffs. Both teams 2-1. Not the expected result, I don't think, for either one of these teams. But here they are. Now to undermine what they can do. Let's go. 1 and 2, they've been found immediately on the B side. Mob also doesn't get a chance to shoot back, apparently. And no one does. Holy hell, they've been demolished. Welcome to the game, and goodbye, Iberian Soul from round 1.
Yeah, really important start here for GTZ. To me, that just screams of kind of a counter strat, an anti kind of pistol read from GTZ. The fact they're kind of pre-aiming and pre-firing the player elevated up, it's clear that Iberian Soul, they look to boost a player on B nearly every round. So I think it's clear that GTZ have just done their research there.
I think so. What? Next round. Number 2, we have a... Ooh, okay. Your general thoughts on Force Spies, especially after pistol rounds. What are they?
Steadfastly against. I hate the idea of a force, especially on the CT side. I think it's so unnecessary, especially with the lack of casualties seen. You know, I think it's a real poor decision. Salzol gonna get aggressive. Kind of got to find 2 here, but with Linko getting that pick, things become problematic.
Seems like we were gonna speed things up for a moment, but you do call it back on GTZ. They are gonna be reserved. And yeah, I'm with you. I hate these Force Spies. Now, does that mean that I'm not gonna do these in my own games? Hell no, I'm built different, but in professional play, I would rather to see a save.
Yeah, I think it's all about whether Iberian Soul feel confident enough in their force. And look, so far so good. They have got the man advantage. Utility's pretty low for GTZ. They're yet to get the bomb down, and we're going to be seeing this late flank come through from Davi G. I think right now, the only thing I have to say is Iberian Soul, if they if they look to speed up this retake, if they hurry things along, I'll have so many questions. They've just got to play it slow. They've just got to try and take as much attention away from Davy G. But the swing comes through. There's no need of that from Mopos. He gives his life up unnecessarily. And now we're seeing a position here for Davy G that's going to be an impossible one. He's progressing out of Palace, yet the player in Nopez just dropped off. This one's done.
Yep, wasted a little bit too much time here. They don't have the time to actually dismantle the post plant. Calling this one quits.
The real question I have to ask is why have we seen the MP9 of Davy G maneuver to Palace? I think if he goes ramp there, I think it's a far better chance of winning that one. But GTZ, they will go 2-0 and expected 3-0 as well, as surely just the eco for Iberian Soul. I guess the only positive you can take away around a force is that your first gun buy is going to have an AWP in it. But still, I think there was definitely the chance for Iberian Soul to win that one. I think the big fumble is not waiting for Davy G. We just see the swing out of CT from Mopos for no reason. And in doing so, it brings it to that 3-on-3. I think if they just wait, I think there's a real chance. Obviously, they don't have the defuse kit, so they might want to hurry things along. But I think that's where you actually need to show a bit more discipline. It's all going to be about timing here towards ramp. Just sitting in the smoke. This is all going to be about time. He's being held. Nopez found. Great shot there with a 5-7. He can upgrade to the AK. And now this is kind of going to have to be GTZ heading towards the B-bomb site. Salzo's in a good position, though. If we see some speedy rotations here out of Iberian Soul, if they fully gamble, they can have a lot of success. Snappy, he goes down. Important trade from Mopos, and now the 5-7 can strike. Okay, it's not even a force, it's a half buy, but man advantage still for Iberian Soul. Sadly, though, we are seeing Alex play very passively here. Stadodo's retrieved an AK, but he's peeking one by one. Why are we giving these rifles a one for one? What's going on? Iberian Soul, again, they've got the man advantage, and they just throw players away. They throw these fights for no reason. Why are you peeking one by one? You've got a teammate in Alex ready and waiting. Why aren't we seeing the swing out market and short together? We've praised Iberian Soul for their trading, their cohesion, their kind of tactics, yet here, it looks so poor.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. We were talking about the great CT side and how they've played so far. Not even CT side specifically, but both sides. They have these great individual moments where they do still have their individuals there, yes. But it's the team play that really is the shining part, and that was why Nuke ended up being as one-sided as it was. So Iberian Soul just give that one up as easily as they do, especially when they're still going to be that second man from mid to assist. It's just a letdown of a round almost, but at the start of it, we're not saying that we're going to win that one, so still good damage, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, now is when that team play can start to shine.
But it's kind of those moments where we have to say, look, you're not expected to win the round, you're not advantaged, and you're probably not going to win it. The fact they can bring it close, and yeah, the fact they had the a way in to win the round, it's a massive mistake. You know, they've been given an opportunity, they've been given an advantage, they've retrieved rifles, yet they just seem to fumble. I think moments like that can be so disappointing.
Yes, they can. Yes, they absolutely can. And now, for this one, we've got attention toward the B side, attention toward mid, and a whole bunch of CTs and Ts alike figure out their positioning. Diaz, he'll strike up for one, Snappy with a second. Next one to be found, it could be Soul. He had to defend. He knows there's going to be another man on balcony. Not dropped down yet. Hasn't heard of the noise. Hasn't heard of the drop, the sound. Now he has, but at the same time, link up from short speeds up, snapping in jungle. Somehow snuck behind him. While Mopos, he's found that trade. He's also been left alone. A quick jumps toward the short side. Fast movement. Get himself into this round, into the action. Sneak past from bench. You could still be spotted by another J if he's not careful. Now seen. Les Rafix also changed his position for this one. Needs to open in quickly, but not a lot of time. Barely been given it the chance, and wallbangs is not something he wants to go and do. Doesn't want to force it too much, and thus Away he walks. Iberian Soul still that first one eludes them.
Yeah, 4-0 start for GTZ. Brilliant start. Exactly what you'd hope for on the T side of Mirage. And now Rafax can get an AWP upgrade for free. Yeah, GTZ, they've looked far better. I think the individuals are heating up here. And the complete flip side for Iberian Soul, we've seen a lack in individuals. There's 3 players on the Iberian Soul side yet to get a kill. Alex Davigi and Stadodo. It's been very disappointing here. It's clear, though, that Iberian Soul, they've come into Mirage with a lot of confidence, not maybe prepared for GTZ, the threat they have to offer. And for GTZ, the 15 minutes in between that Nuke loss and Mirage, it's clear that the team talk, the morale, has kind of been settled. Because I think very rarely you can have a map 1 that's so close, a map 2 that's so dominant against you, and then still be able to provide the goods. But Iberian Soul, they opt for the investment here. We've got to see a win, though, for Iberian Soul at some point. Otherwise, GTZ will run away with things.
That is possible struggle as well here. But now we started to play a little bit reserved on Iberian Soul. There's no immediate challenge, no immediate fight. Might be they want to collapse on this a little bit later, but there is something that against as well goes against that notion, is the fact that they just don't have utility. The man with the most is currently Davi G, and he's playing a very committed angle, shall we say, toward Palace, and A side more specifically. So they're just letting GTC have all the map control of the world right here. And all it is for the C side is to find out which side the CTs are really put most of their players to. If you gamble toward the A side, you'll probably be still correct in assuming there are going to be more players there. It's also from short, still pokes his head out for the first one, and that now does funnel them a bit further and continues and confirms that A side play will be the play for GTZ.
Setup's brilliant here, though, for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Mopaz. A jiggle towards Con. Could be costly.
Very difficult to get past, but gives it up. Dolly G. Wanted to be ahead of the Molotov to take the fight. Down he goes, and the Mopaz. Great map 2. Not much for now. Will be taken down at T side. They will continue. 1 to 2. Bomb still to be planted. Maybe slip it. Nope. Snappy says nay. No thank you. And Stadodo needs the wallbang to connect here. First bullet not there, and second not even close.
He's getting flanked as well. Snappy's going to find him. No escape here for Stadodo. Oh, somehow surviving, but will go down. GTZ continue. And this is the reason that Iberian Soul have caught some flack, some hate here recently, and have shown weaknesses. Sometimes they do just completely fall apart. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. For a side that has so much experience and so much kind of individual talent, Iberian Soul, how are they fumbling and faltering on a map like Mirage? They're on the CT side, Nexus. Nice find from Davi G.
Finally, we see a change for Iberian Soul when it comes to fighting. Advantage found. You will make it a second as well from Alex into the MP9. That is already all you need in a round like this for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, exactly.
You can still hunt for a better weapon if you really want to. If you do, suddenly that's the bomb dropped.
Yeah, and this is where this round kind of turned on its head.
It's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just where GTZ look unstoppable. They look kind of unbreakable, yet it's just decision making in the middle.
Fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Every goddamn time.
Yeah, it just I don't really know. GTZ, are they just worse against 5.7s? That's what it seems like. Obviously, it was the rifles and the MP9s to get on the board early. It's a 2 versus 3. The positioning here is pretty decent for Diaz. Stadodo is aware of it, but Stadodo, you don't need to take this fight. You've got the man advantage. Oh, missed shot for Davi G. No scope attempt. He will connect on the second time of asking. And aware of the positioning here of Diaz. The Dodo just messing around, trying to take his time. We'll find him there. Iberian Soul, they post their first round on the board, and as you said, of course, it's the half-bite.
Without failure, if there's anything in Counter-Strike that you can rely on, it's two things. Probably a third as well, but I just can't think of one. It's the half-bites winning around like this when it never should, and the B-Rush always being ever-present part of the game. No matter what edition of the game, what iteration, a classic B-Rush will never die out. We saw that on the pistol, haven't seen it since. I'm manifesting. Next round, baby.
Well, it all depends on the outcome of this one. I think if Iberian Soul win this, finance is pretty difficult, but nice initial damage, great find from Snappy, and no trade potential here for Iberian Soul. Seems as though they've lost their identity. It seemed as though the trading, the spacing was what was netting Iberian Soul so many rounds, and although not a B rush from the get-go, it is going to be a B finish here, at least an attempt. Orp of Rafax posted up for this rotation. This is going to be brilliant. Rafax with a quick shot. The Dodo in window can find no patch though. And with the molly thrown, this is going to delay quite a lot. The fight between Snappy and Alex will be everything. It conditions the whole round. And with Alex getting that kill now, GTZ are going to feel threatened from the behind.
No easy way to push that, is there?
Ooh,
There's a bit of a knock at the back door. That's what we can say. Mopos now puts the pressure as well from in between. And still, if we are to consider that the front marketplace also has Alex behind it. But they're being so slow. Very, very slow. This is going to give the timing to take Diaz down. Fidodo up toward a short as well, but a quick trade from Mopos. The chance that Iberian Soul get from winning the last round is not wasted here. They'll put back-to-back rounds to the board. That is all you have to do. Get any sort of momentum here, slow it down, and guess what? With the second round, like you said, it depends on the outcome. But GTZ now do nothing.
Yeah, surely just a half-by hit.
Hero AK, let's go. Come on.
Yeah. Look, Rafax can get the AWP out in the next. We can see a full buy from everyone else. The money for Iberian Soul as well. Not perfect, but I think GTZ, I love this straight away. Tactical pause called. They've lost 2 rounds in a row. Realizing, look, this can slip away from us very, very quickly. So let's make sure we kind of identify these issues early on. And I think for GTZ, if they can find 6, maybe even 7, they'll be very happy with the result of that. Obviously, we've got 5 rounds remaining in this half. And Iberian Soul are going to be searching for all of them to salvage the disappointment that was those first 5 rounds. Look, Nexus, I asked you this question on Anubis, and there was a lot of hatred, but it's coming again. Look, this is the advancement to playoffs. This is Mirage. This is the final map of the series. We've seen 5-2 currently for GTZ on the unfavored side of Mirage. Are you going to back GTZ to take it, or will Iberian Soul come back and close out Mirage?
I think I'm going to back GTZ. I really think so. In terms of just the... Again, limited games I've seen for GTZ, I think maybe this is what it could be the 4th, maybe 5th?
5th, yeah,
but
Mirage.
Then compared to the few I've seen from Iberian Soul, you know, a week, 2 weeks ago when they were not doing all that great, I'm still unconvinced, very much so, because I know they can do so much better, but they just keep underperforming almost every single game I see. That Nuke, that to me is an outlier. Sure, if you look at the last week, they played really damn well. Convinced. Compare that to GTZ, I think they have more firepower. I think they have a whole better individual squad and more consistent. Even if the wins are maybe not there at the moment, I still think so.
Well, look, I think it leads nicely on for my prediction because I'm going to back Iberian Soul. I think those first 5 rounds have been kind of an awakening moment, a wake-up call here for Iberian Soul. They've now gone a bit of a streak. Finances are looking pretty decent. Rafax, the fact he opted for the hero AK in that last round means there's no AWP, maybe not even an AK in this one. And I think that's an unnecessary investment that could cause GTZ some problems.
I would have thought Nopa J buys that AK last round instead of Rafax and just save for the AWP instead, but... Hey, it is what it is. Deagle, utility, that's still decent enough. If one of his teammates dies, that's going to be a weapon in his hands anyway.
And obviously we know how promising the Deagle can be with these players.
True. Some of them pretty nasty.
Yeah, most definitely.
Great, HE.
Yeah, nice. Just softening up Alex. See a smoke towards top com from Linko, and HE grenade to land at his feet. Sadly, the Modi not landing. Still the smoke there. A boost in window could be the determining factor for this round for GTZ. Does seem, though, Navig's prepared for this, and as the smoke fades, he turns. Linko has slipped the net. He's going to be flanking now. Salzol, surely not prepared for this. He's going to be a playthrough B, but Salzol, he's crept to Van. He's not going to be spotted here. He is out in the open
front,
still, in fact. Yeah, he's right at the front. He just needs to move back, and he will be able to be safe. Linko's cleared all of this out, but there we have it. Surely
This
not
group
nice.
up in apps. His social moves, he's dead. There you go, run.
Yeah, I like that game plan as well. Instead of killing him straight away, just giving an extra 5 seconds for his team to maneuver to B. Still, though, just the one flashbang remaining regarding utility here for GTZ. Surely it's not a save. Iberian Soul. It's a 4v4. You've got the util. You've got the weaponry.
They have the money.
They don't trust in the retake, though.
That's...
I don't mind it. Obviously, there's a lot of unknown knowledge about what this investment is looking like from GTZ. I think the damage onto Linko is unconfirmed as well. But the problem is, Iberian Soul, how do they not have anyone covering for that boost?
It's just the timing. It comes down to the timing of the ladder room players. Flashbang came in, he turned, and at the same time, Linko snuck through. It's a very nice game plan, and if that was... If they had actual confirmation as well that one was in ladder 100% new, then that is very nicely executed to get Linko in that position, because it's... I mean, round-defining, really. Round-winning play. Very nicely done, and nonetheless he managed to slip the net. No one else even there to catch that. No one else has that idea, because Iberian Soul a little bit more focused toward that A site. You saw until the very end as well. I think Mob was on default when the bomb was still planted. They didn't know for sure.
Yeah, I just think
Didn't
when
realize
you've got...
how quickly GTC really set up that round for that B play.
Yeah, I think the problem is Iberian Soul, when you've got a AAA setup and you put a lot of weight in your kind of mid-defense being in ladder, you have to realize that a rotate to B through CT's got to be the play. Salzol, nice find though. Linko getting the trade though. We've still got 2 players on the B-bomb site. Eliminated is Davi G. Alex finds 1 as well, but Nopej surely to take him down. 2-on-2 now. Stododo posted up here with the AWP. Nopej, not going to be easy to escape. He has got a smoke molotov and an HE grenade, and there's a flash on Rafax as well. But Rafax is going hunting. I love these risky plays. And it will get the kill. The flank from Mopos, though.
Oh, look at Nop. He's going to slip the net as well. Mopos is going to realize this.
Yeah, but Nopej can maneuver just in time.
Yeah, you gotta hold shift there. He can make noise. Don't let him know. They very quickly are going to narrow it down as well. If he's not on A site, if you didn't meet him on your way here, only means he's coming from B.
Yeah, but it's whether it's Ramble kind of from CT. But it doesn't matter. Rafax quite casually just peeking out and still finds that kill. GTZ kind of resume their streak of success. They find 7 now, and although Iberian Soul had a couple rounds in a row, GTZ, they shut it down, but it will be an investment out of Iberian Soul, all on the basis that they had that 4-man save. GTZ, though, they've already done a lot of the heavy lifting.
Manifested a faster B play finally in the last... What? Wait, what?
Yes, the Dodo jumps under. That's the bomb drop to
Why is
top.
that the bomb?
Just not expecting there to be the AWP posted up, I assume. What? The Dodo, though, found... The bomb recovery mission seems so easy and so effortless because why is there not a second player helping out Stododo?
Why was the bomb dropped? I'm not going to be getting over that anytime soon. Play from ramp is about to be caught. WG. Unlucky.
If he stays
He
tucked,
doesn't even have to move his mouse.
I honestly think if he stays tucked, I think they go Palace and they don't even realize.
They might have, but now instead they've got the advantage in a minute to play with. You have position. You have Rafex toward the B side. If he gets even any chance here, you know that ult's not going to miss. And if he doesn't get a chance, he'll just throw in util, he'll fake it out, and suddenly their A side's going to have no rotation because social goes up short. And it's left onto Alex.
The problem as well with Alex's position is he might be able to get 1 or 2 here, but the biggest issue is he's kind of trapped under balcony. They're all going to make their way out towards A silently, though. Alex, it's just whether he is, but Diaz finds him. Great kill there from Diaz, and Mopos still left searching for Rafax in apartments. GTZ, a masterclass of Mirage.
Taken to school. And like most people in school, they don't want to be there. Some freaks apparently do like studying a lot. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, all I remember studying in school was nade lineups, but
Exactly. I don't know
sadly,
how.
Sadly, I'm not here in the server.
Sadly not. Maybe your time will come.
Wow.
You'll be in the show match in about 5 years.
I said I'm past my prime. I don't think you could call it a prime. one playoffs at Epic Land. I'll take it.
Yeah, we're talking about, oh, I'm past my prime. Yeah, my prime was beating people who didn't know how to play the game 5 years ago. One hell of a prime.
Hey, look, my claim to fame is we took an Icelandic team in Dusty. We won the T side of Nuke 10-5. We did then fumble the the game and we lost, but that's the claim to fame.
Been there, done that. We again, this is ancient history at this point, but it was against a couple of Portuguese players. I can't remember. It could have been along the lines of actually maybe like 6 years, 7 years ago. Aros Dos and Udrix maybe could have been that team. I can't remember exactly. We had like a 15-10, 15-9 lead back-to-back maps to close out of 2-0 or 2-1. We choked both. We lost 2-0. And it went to overtime and I think both maps.
Yeah, this one doesn't look like it's going OT.
Yeah, this one does not look like it.
No, GTZ very much in control. And with that opener going the way, obviously, of GTZ, it frees up so much pressure for them. We've seen Salzor have to kind of expel all of his utility just on the idea that, well, if they're rushing towards B, I've got to send this util. The rotates are going to be so far away. Oh, how is Snappy still alive?
That's the question.
Nice find there with the AWP. Still a 2-on-4 here, though, and Iberian Soul really going to struggle. Oh, Davy G can't even get the second. They line up perfectly. Although Rafax and Snappy have been chipped away at, Nopej still healthy. GTZ surely find their way to a 9th hit. GTZ, they will end that half now. 9-3. Pistol round. A certainty. Otherwise, Iberian Soul, if they don't get it, to me, it's game over. It'd be so difficult to kind of maneuver your way back from this deficit.
Right there with you. And that really is as far as they go in terms of getting a chance.
It's clear, though, GTZ, you know, they're not bothered. They're not worried about that 13-4 loss on Nuke. It hasn't affected them in the slightest. Yet for Iberian Soul, we could be seeing a 13-4 loss for them here on Mirage. Iberian Soul, you've been asking for a B rush. They might provide one for you here, Nexus, as the main brunt looking to head here.
Yeah, taking a bit of a detour here for sure in terms of just sightseeing for a couple of seconds, but contacting their way in. Linko, that's one. Look up, that's 2. Count him up anymore. No 3. The WG will instead take him down. Out of the apartment into the site. Moment to be planted. They will get off it for now. There's going to be pressure from GTZ from 2 sides. Hold it to market. Hold it to side. And make sure they don't get past you. Sausal's left alone.
Yeah, not an easy 1 versus 2 for Salzol. He's got a lot of time to work with, but holding the cross here is Rafax. Salzol, he peeked into the angle without his gun in hand. He's got to find Rafax.
Oh, fake the drop. But
him.
guess what?
It's all gonna be
just waiting.
The problem is, Rafax doesn't actually need to move here from this position.
Yeah.
And I think if Salzol jumps up to try and get a favored angle, Rafax will hear it.
That is the problem. You could drop down on the small ledge, maybe see just the barrel again. Yep, there it is. I mean, that's going to be pre-fire, but guess what? He's on 4 HP.
He's probably going to move
needs to be the
well.
instant headshot.
I guarantee Rafax... Oh, no, he's still holding.
What?
Oh, no instant headshot for Salzol. Rafax. He's going to be questioning, look, well, what a read from him. Great idea. I don't know how he got there. Not realizing that his gun barrel kind of said it all. But still, we see the round go the way of GTZ. It's 1 step closer to playoffs here for the Portuguese side. I think when you look at some of the teams, some of the sides here in the Swiss stage, are we expecting GTZ to be one of these teams to maneuver their way to playoffs early on? Certainly not. I think GTZ have been on a bad run of form, but look, this is a perfect way to prove yourself. Get yourself to the playoffs in Series 19. Show what you truly have to offer. And it is this force here from Iberian Soul. Davy G, the only rifle found by Snappy. And now they emerge here towards the B-bomb site with 3 defenders with utility. This should be pretty comfortable here for GTZ, yet somehow they disregard Mopoz's Tech 9. Not again. How have Iberian Soul been able to kind of find these weaker weapon imbalance? But Snappy finds 3. Rafax ends it all. The spray transfer from Snappy to shut down Iberian Soul. No chance there.
Holy, excuse my French, but fuck, what a spray.
Yeah, there's nothing you really can do against that. And I think Iberian Soul...
That's like the 3rd or 4th spray that we've seen from Snappy, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
His A4 game is clean.
Yeah, and I think as well for Snappy, this is the type of game where I think we've seen a real drop in performance from Snappy recently. You just have to look back to some of the recent games, some of the recent series. He does have, you know, big moments, but there's also kind of games where he goes completely missing. And I think a game like this for Snappy will be a real positive. Obviously, he's kind of been Mr. Consistent throughout, yet in moments like that, you can pinpoint so many specific rounds in this series where we've gone, well, that's changed the game, and it's been Snappy finding 3 or 4. It's been brilliant to watch. And GTZ now, 2 rounds is all it takes for that spot in the playoffs. Iberian Soul trailing by 8 on the unfavored side of Mirage.
Yeah, we said that if that pistol goes GTZ, it's probably good night.
Yeah.
It went the way of GTZ. Last round looked like Iberian Soul were gonna take it, and then nope, ripped right out of their hands, and it is indeed the 8-round lead. So, hopes and dreams, that's all Iberian Soul have. If this was, let's say, map 1 or 2, and they had won that first one, we'd be saying, you know what, just get some confidence rounds toward the end here. Make it at least that final map feel a little bit better as you head into it. But here, you don't have that luxury.
No, definitely not.
Come back or you're done.
Yeah, obviously, it's not kind of over for Iberian Soul as they will fall 2-2, so there's still the possibility for playoffs, but when you're looking at some of the sides there that would be in that 2-2 record, you're looking at teams like Monty, like BC Game, Paravision as well, obviously the result of Fnatic against Spirit Academy, one of those teams being 2-2, not an easy side to face either of them, so look, yes, there's the fact that Iberian Soul will have another chance, but it's also the fact that we know these teams, we know the individual brilliance that some of them pose, and certainly not kind of a hopeful decision and position for Iberian Soul to be in. I feel like they probably got their easiest route to the playoffs in this game, yet they still fumbled massively. This Snappy again, maybe not his best spray with the M4, but he will connect on his second. Salzol here from Palace will find Snappy, prepared for Diaz towards under balcony, but Rafax, it's all about taking attention away from this MP9, and Davy G, he will spot but not find. It's all on Alex, the in-game leader. He needs the 1 versus 4, but it's just the one he can find. GTZ, they find 12 with the finances here for Iberian Soul in tatters. GTZ, you've got 9 opportunities. Take your time. Have your moment, because playoffs are right round the corner.
Yes, it is. If not, it's a generational fumble, but it currently looks like playoffs is indeed there, so...
Yeah, look, finish line in sight. They've just got to walk their way past it.
Just to gloat a little bit, you said the game was 5-2, or 5-3 for GTC.
Knew it was coming.
Yeah, you ask who do I back? I told you GTC, and they've had 0 issues since then. Just gotta put it out there. Sometimes, you gotta let them know what's really up.
By the way, you've cursed GTZ now, by the way. The comeback's happening all because you said that. All because you said that. Iberian Soul come back in OT and win it. Just to prove you wrong.
20 more seconds.
Yeah, you greedy, greedy boy. You wanted to rub it in my face.
We're here for overtime teams. You know what, that just... The universe finds a way to balance things out, and that's one.
I'll be honest, I've only just clocked it. Stadodo's 3-12. Obviously, we've been praising GTZ quite heavily, but the lack in performance from Stadodo has been noticed, has been seen here. And I think Stadodo's had a pretty poor series overall. You know, you look back to that first game, 13-14, game before, you know, 15-9, but it was a 13-4 win. You're expecting high KDs out of your players, and here he's gone very missing on Mirage. But I guess it just doubles down on the idea that the AWPers really are struggling right now. You know, there's only a handful in the, you know, top 30 that you can say, okay, yeah, they are still dominating. They are still posing the same threat from CSGO to CS2. Still, though, with 8 chances, it is expected for GTZ to close this one out. Stadodo will have the big green in hand here now. Snappy, it looks as though he wants for a bit of an aggressive push here towards under. There's many players in middle for GTZ. I don't mind this idea. Yes, though with so much work to do on the A-bomb site, you can see how alone he is.
For the moment, yes. Smoke deployed as well, so if there would have been a faster play for Iberian Soul here, that definitely would have caused a little bit of issues. But GTC, they're focused on making sure that... Is that a short and underpass? I just want to make sure. Yeah, underpass and short. That is still something that they can maintain here. Make that play for information. Spotting nobody toward the B side, and Iberian Soul... They've got about 10 seconds. Maybe 15 if we're being very... gracious to them, but... Setting
Salzo's
up.
Been smoked off. I would have much preferred the smoke to land towards ramp, and then you can have the AWP posted up. But either way, it's set a bit of a delay. Yeah, look, we're seeing a full rotation. We're seeing a flank as well. Rafax. If Rafax can get a kill and just take attention away, that is all that needs to be done. And the Molotov is going to delay even further.
Here's the flash. The swing. Won't miss. Stadodo down. The T side. Counting your chickens before they hatch, perhaps for the series. Nuke was supposed to prep you up for a lot better than Mirage. But for the ending, you'll need your individuals to come online here if you want to extend.
Look at the flank.
Snappy still needs to be red. They don't realize it was forced towards A. The rotation had been made. They've been red at 10 seconds. To chase the final man and Upper Jane CT. The planted bomb, Mopos won't fake it. A little bit of noise been made, and in and out of the fight, into the smoke. Mopos can talk himself the CT now as well. The smoke starts to fade. Take a shot and to close it out as well. The game will come to its end.
Look, as I said, you know, GTZ, they come back of a 13-4 loss, but They'll be the ones to find 13-4 here on Mirage. An impressive comeback, an impressive performance from them after that disappointment on Nuke. Even in that round, we saw moments where Iberian Soul, the entries were quite nice. Obviously, the double from Rafax's AWP really changes up that round. But look, you have to imagine that, yes, the flank comes through and he does really well to get that double, but there were still moments where Iberian Soul could have won that round, even with a 4-man A-hold and a flank coming through. Look, though, Iberian Soul, it wasn't enough. It's clear that they were a little bit overconfident when heading to Mirage after the result of Nuke. And look, we see another playoff contender. GTZ, they will be joining sides like Gun5, like Na'Vi Jr., and obviously 500 to get their third victory in the Swiss stage. But an impressive performance from GTZ. I think now they can kind of sit back and relax and I guess focus on, you know, their preparation for the playoff games, because I think there is a jump in kind of opponent. I think that's something that might come to shock GTZ. But next, his thoughts and feelings after that one.
What a wonderful game for GTZ. Again, Iberian Soul, my consolations, I'm so sorry you can't seem to really play a good game while I'm here. Despite the recent week or so, today still ends up proving to be not their day. And at GTZ, they have the individuals, right? If I'm on Iberian Soul, if I'm on GTZ, I'm looking at this game and saying, okay, this was one hell of a game to kind of start contending for some of the top dogs for the region. And for Portugal, GTZ, what a game. Like, they are proving it very quickly in this, honestly, I don't want to even say season, this last month, to be one hell of a team to look at.
Yeah, and I think as well, obviously it's not over for Iberian Soul. They will still have games tomorrow to kind of prove themselves and show that they are still playoff potential, but I think it's not going to be easy. Let's just have a look at some of the teams. It's either going to be Spirit Academy or Fnatic, BC Game, Paravision, 9 Pandas, and Monty. And obviously for 9 Pandas and Monty, obviously they've undergone recent roster changes. And I think we have said, you know, quite a bit that neither team are kind of performing to levels that we expect from them. But they're still strong sides. They're still not easy teams that you can kind of just demolish and not have to kind of worry about. So I think Iberian Soul, they've got a lot of work to do here if they want to make their way to playoffs. I think that probably was their easiest chance, and now they've kind of forgone that option. But obviously Nexus, we have got another game this evening, and it's probably the biggest game and maybe has the highest potential for excitement in Spirit Academy against Fnatic. I think that game is going to be an absolute 3-map thriller. Obviously, though, it's not going to be casted by us two. It is the wonderful partnership of Timo and Index. So make sure if you guys are staying tuned, you show them some love, because I cannot wait to hear what they have to say about that game. But that's been it from us. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll be back with that Fnatic Spirit Academy game in a matter of moments.
Hello and welcome back to CCT Series 2 Europe Series 19. We've got the final game of the day coming your way. We've had a couple of best of threes already today, a couple of teams qualifying to playoffs. We've got another game, which again is going to be a playoff qualification. I'm Index, that's Timo. We're going to be bringing you that match.
Yeah, that match is Spirit Academy versus Fnatic. Now, for those of you who may be wondering why we're a little bit late, Fnatic literally just came off of a best of 3 over in Series 20, which is running alongside this one. And that one finished quite late, so they've been having a bit of a brawl. So already they have just finished 3 maps of Counter-Strike. They're going to be relatively tired coming into this one. We've given them a little bit of an extra break to try and reset and gather their heads into this next best of 3, but there's going to be a heavy caveat coming into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a look at the results from earlier today. 9 Pandas got absolutely demolished by Gun 5. They only won 3 rounds across that entire best of 3 there. So Gun 5 secured themselves a spot in the playoffs. GTZ won over Iberian Soul as well. And even with a substitution, they were able to qualify for the playoffs there. And now we're going to decide who from Spirit Academy and Fnatic are going to qualify. You can see the standings on your screen. Navi Junior 500, GTZ and Gun 5 all qualified. We get one more qualified today. Close out.
Yeah, it's quite a tantalizing prospect as well, considering the VRS rankings that's always at stake. I think yesterday, me and you covered a game where we had a couple teams whose VRS ranking was completely disparate to the HLTV, whereas both Spirit Academy and Fnatic both sitting just inside the top 40, verging in top 30 on both HLTV and VRS rankings. But that means that both of them really want to try and get an edge over the opposition here to try and get themselves that little extra step, because if you breach in towards that top 32, that's when you're verging onto the invites for tier 1 tournaments, which I think everyone wants to be able to climb those ladders. Everyone wants to be able to get into that top level to be able to get invites to the majors first and foremost.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this matchup did happen just a month ago, and Fnatic were the ones able to win it. It was a 2-0, but it was incredibly close. Both maps were 13-11. I'm not going to spoil what the maps were just yet. We'll get onto that later in the veto. But with this added caveat of a little bit of fatigue, perhaps, from Fnatic, given they've just had a very long best of 3, could be an opportunity for Spirit Academy to take that one across the line. And I think, speaking of, we'll have a look at the roster of Spirit Academy. Spirit, one of the teams that are just absolutely phenomenal at scouting talent, seems to be case for a lot of organizations over in the sort of CIS region. I mean, you had obviously Donk coming out of that sort of system, and now you've got the likes of Kiyosuke, who's been touted as the next Donk, which is crazy because Donk's main tier 1 debut was just last year.
Yeah, definitely a highlight player, had a lot of hype around him. In the last game against Fnatic, as we mentioned, the previous matchup from Series 17, where these two teams faced, Kiyosuke wasn't as much of a heavy hitter. But looking at his stats for this event in particular, he's posting a 1.29 currently on Season 19, compared to his average 1.25. So he's overperforming, even considering the hype there.
Yeah, massive entry play. You've got Alcaran as the AWP, who is probably the second highest rated player, which is a stark contrast to the likes of Fnatic, where you've got, you know, your Europa's not as sort of high numbers player.
I mean, looking at the stats, Bermanov is by far their lowest rated player, not just well, in this event, but one of the lowest in the last 3 months as well, the sub 1.0 rating over on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, but this case is really just Spirit again, just farming talent and putting together a roster that, you know, it's crazy how high up they are on the rankings, considering they are an academy team. They're 35th in the world according to HLTV, 45th on the VRS. So they've got a bunch of talent just waiting in the wings in case they ever need to make roster moves in their main lineup. And speaking of main lineups, we'll have a look at Fnatic, a team that has been in rocky territory for, I mean, God knows how long at this point, right? Like, since the peak of the Swedish lineup way back, this team has been
That was literally a decade ago.
Yeah, literally a decade ago. It feels like this org's been in almost like free fall since then. This lineup does have a lot of promise in it. You got the likes of Blame F, a very high fragging Dane, bit of a journeyman around that Danish scene. He's been in and out of a fair few teams. His last big debut was Astralis. Ended up leaving that one. Then you got the likes of, as we highlighted, Bermalov earlier, and then Crims, who is a legacy player still from the original Swedish lineup of Fnatic. Been a little bit underwhelming recently, gonna be honest. The last time we casted Crims, I was quite upset at the level of performance we saw, but his last few best of threes, he has been pretty good. He's been in the green, Tim.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're focusing so heavily on stats, and that's kind of because of Fnatic's playstyle and their history with their previous roster. In 2024, their last roster was quite literally a bit of a free-for-all. It relied so heavily on their individuals getting multi-kills, and to the untrained eye, it looked like not much more than a glorified pug from them. But recently, they've made a couple of roster changes into 2025. They've added Fear, they've added Bermalov, and on paper, you think, yes, they're going to have a bit of structure, and you can see that in their game. You have a few more set pieces coming involved on the CT side and the T side, which I've no doubt Fear, or perhaps their new coach coming into this one, can bring in with them. But you look at the stats, again, the firepower is actually a bit of a downgrade. Fear, not quite as firepower heavy as Body. Bermalov as well is struggling to put up numbers, and Crims himself has been fluctuating up and down. You say he's had a bit of resurgence recently, but he's still not exactly a heavy hitter. You're still living and dying by the flagging power of Matisse and Blame F. Without those two, this roster would be nowhere near where they are.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite a low bar for me, Crims, considering it was a lot of red before. The fact that we're seeing a bit more green, seeing a bit more 1.0 and above rated maps. I like that. I like seeing Crims do well. He was at the top of the scene when I first started watching way back in 2015. It's nice that he's still around. It's crazy that he's been in just one organization for this long, to be honest with you. That's mental.
Yeah, isn't it? It's a sort of a testament to how sort of reliable and solid of a player he is when it comes to filling those roles, when it comes to those late round situations, when it comes to those X on X scenarios. You can trust on him to be able to play off of his teammates correctly, which kind of could sort of lean into setting up Matisse and Blame F, and also Blame F in those late round situations. But again, this roster, it's relying so heavily on Matisse and Blame F still, even with the structure that has been brought in now with Fear as the IGL. You're looking at Bermalov needing to step up with the AWP. He's a player who's being invested almost $5,000 per round when you want to get that sniper rifle out, yet he's putting up numbers almost equivalent, if not worse, than Crims, who's a player who we're celebrating him having a positive rating. Yet Bermalov, the player who's set up and has the resources invested in him, is struggling to put up similar ratings to Crims.
Yeah, it's not great. We'll have a look at the maps, I think. Have a look at the veto, figure out where this best of three is going to take place. We're going to be seeing the regular permabans for both teams in Dust 2 and Inferno coming through. Nothing too special there. Fnatic going for a map that they're very happy to play at the moment in Train. Newest addition to the map pool. Bit of a change from last time here from Spirit, though. They've gone for Mirage. Now, last time, they went for their usual first pick of Nuke. Opted for Mirage here instead. Anubis banned out by Fnatic. Inferno. Nuke on the second rotation. And then Ancient as our decider.
Yeah, so in that last series, like you mentioned, we keep harkening back to that game from 1 month ago. I think the Nuke pick from Spirit Academy, obviously it makes sense with it being their preferred map, but also Nuke previously was a map that Fnatic didn't play, and it's one they adopted since adding Fear, and they've established it as part of their map pool to the point where, again, they caught Spirit Academy off guard. So Spirit Academy this time around choosing to avoid that and going for Mirage, which is a map that they have a 4-map win streak on and a 73% win rate. So that's a very good map for Spirit Academy. Without a doubt, they've put themselves on more favourable ground by picking Mirage rather than picking Nuke. While, again, Nuke is comfortable for them, it's also comfortable for Fnatic, whereas Mirage, way more comfortable for Spirit, much less comfortable for Fnatic in comparison. It makes a lot of sense with this veto change coming in from Team Spirit, especially considering the fact that they actually lost Nuke last time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the firepower thing as well, right? Mirage is one of those maps where you really can let some of your firepower players dominate. The likes of CT side connector, right? You can have players just completely take over a map from there. And when you've got a talent such as Kiyosuke in the roster, if you do want to just let him off the chain, it's a good place to do so.
Yeah, I can't help but feel, looking at this overall veto, it leans quite heavily towards Team Spirit. I'm just looking at the win percentage for Spirit on the majority of maps, and the Fnatic, their sort of map pool leans, obviously we've got Train in there. They've established that Nuke is a map that they also like to play now, but Inferno is normally Fnatic's first pick, but it's Spirit Academy's first ban. So Spirit Academy immediately get Fnatic's best map out of the way. You've got Train, which is a map which Spirit already know they can be competitive on, and then they remove the other comfortable map from Fnatic. It leaves the two last maps as, well, yes, again, already established map number 1 as sort of a close contender between the two. The last two maps are maps which Spirit Academy have incredible win rates on. 73%, as I mentioned before, Mirage, but Ancient is 80% win rate in the last 3 months from Spirit Academy. And for both of them, it's only 30 for Fnatic. This is going to be an upward climb for Fnatic in this best of 3.
Yeah, and they're going to have to dig deep as well. That additional context, the fact they've literally just come out of a best of 3. They're now going straight into another one here to close out their evening. And it seems like we are ready to get going with Train, which, listen, I love Train. Shout out Train. All the Train haters need to get out of it, man.
Yeah, God bless Train. Love that map. And we're going to be watching the entire round of Counter-Strike for entire map of Counter-Strike for it. Fnatic, again, they are going to be using a quicker pause here, just trying to extend, make sure they can fully reset. But one thing which they have going for them, like we mentioned, with the fact that this, Fnatic have come in off of a really long best of 3 already immediately into this one, is the fact that they do get to start on their map pick. And it's also a map where they can start more explosively. They can start with trying to gain some momentum. We've seen Fnatic previously on their Train games try and utilize BlameF lurking towards the A site quite a lot with sandwich smokes. So let's see if they continue to replicate that in this map here. As they start on the T side, getting off the pistol around BlameF and Matisse, raid bossed here with a couple P250s, investing into their stalwart Stallions. They're going to be charging down here towards low and establishing just a firing squad at the bottom of the ramp.
Beautiful opening engagement there. Bermalov's caught Robo off as well. So 2-man advantage for the Fnatic squad here. And they're rotating over to this A bomb site. Alcaran holding down in health here, getting the bomb out. Bypass the connect position first. Prim's going to be teed up for a freebie here. There it is. Finally a kill on the board for the CT side. A second one from Sypho. Bermalov hold firm though and completely surrounded. Sypho, no opportunity to get back into this round. Very, very comfortable from Fnatic. I love the opening, dropping 2 players down on the ramp, especially with the P250s, man. Take them fights.
It's a strat which you see quite often, especially if you play it in pugs. This map is, you see the T's just go for 5-man on towards lower, and they will just sit lower and just cut off the rotations. They won't rush B, they'll just sit on the ramp and cut off any of the CTs who are silly enough to run out of connector. Fnatic do that just for 1 kill and then immediately disengage. And they don't use all 5 players to do that. It's quite a cool little adjustment or inspiration based off of the overall play, just to use it for a pick rather than the entire round. But that does give them the economic standpoint here with the 3 AKs, a Galil, Mac 10. Spirit Academy going for a full eco, full USP to see if they can get their own rifles out nice and early. Fnatic going to be doing an anti-eco splitting here, contacting towards I with the Mac 10 of Fear taking the point, and blame F. They say he loves some eco kills, but that one was juicy.
Yeah, he does love some eco kills. But the thing is as well, people paint him unfairly, I think, as just being an eco warrior. Like, that's not the case. And having someone who is good at effectively dealing with eco players is actually kind of underrated. Like, you don't want people running in and dying. If he's getting a good rating against the ecos, that means he's being effective in those eco rounds.
Yeah, the more interesting stat for me, I think a lot of people will highlight the stat of, how many of his kills or opening attempts are against ecos compared to his opening attempts against buy rounds. What I want to look at is, okay, what's his overall win rate on eco rounds compared to other players? If you have a greater win rate on eco rounds compared to other players, then it's completely justified. Completely. Regardless, eco rounds out the table. We're going to be focusing on this first gun round here for Spirit Academy, and he's already going on a very early lurk here. Keeping around this Ivy smoke. We'll find contact with Alcaran. Drops an incendiary at his toes. To keep these Fnatic players at bay. Robo will fade the smoke. Catch one. Bermalov about to be double peaked. Go 1 for 1. So man advantage now for Spirit Academy. Fnatic not in a position to react off of that contact just yet.
And the smoke in halls, at least for now. Fnatic will start to regather some map control here. Jin. Playing at the entrance to Pop Dog, completely isolated. Goes down for free to Blame F. Now the push comes in. Crims gets the entry frag. Kiyosuke on the flank will attempt to break this round back open. Crims caught in the smoke. Kiyosuke goes straight through. A 1 versus 2 for Fear. Just the Mac 10. Straight through the smoke, man.
Lovely 3-piece there for Kiyosuke. Fnatic slowing themselves down quite a bit. My assumption here from that round was that Fnatic saw the utility coming in towards the upper halls over towards B and thought, oh, maybe Spirit Academy are going for a heavy B hall setup, heavy with a Pop Dog split and going in from B halls. And their adjustment reaction to that would be, well, if they're heavy towards B, that means Ivy's weak. Let's see if we can pressure Ivy, get 2 players lurk, take a 2-for-1 fight. They read it wrong. Spirit Academy had just thrown a little bit of utility towards B. They weren't actually committed there. They still had 2 players towards the back halls. With those 2 players, they're able to give themselves a man advantage and then read the rest of the round, just trading out up against Fnatic. Spirit Academy on the board. Now investing once more, and this time Alcaran with the AWP in hand. Another slower round for Fnatic.
A bit of a standoff here at Ivy. Alcaran flashed in, gonna get aggressive. Bermalov off the angle. It's Matisse the one to fall. No response.
You can see the shadow nice and early if you're the CT by posting so deep. It's such a hard one to clear. With him having cover on his right-hand side, you don't get that early advantage by peeking in at a longer range angle to your opponent. No advantage. Bermalov makes a little bit of pressure with that smoke. Force rotation of Alcaran towards the back lines that pushes them further away from the A site. The A site, dare I say, right now is actually quite vulnerable. They're relying on Kiyosuke in a solo spot. Same for Robo. Positions where these 2 riflers on A, they can't trade whatsoever. So if Fnatic actually went for a split with A main and Pop, they'd actually found a lot of success. But the issue is, right now, they're setting their sights towards B, which is double stacked right now.
Yeah, Mokujin playing around the back of Connector here. Kiyosuke blocked out, but the blocking's mutual. Fear having to wait for the Molotov to fade. Taps out Mokujin. Nice headshot. MP9 now gets into the action. Sypho with 1. Bermalov eliminates his teammate. Sypho still fighting. Trades us out into a 2-on-2 here. Alcaran and Robo to retake. Fear dropped, caught in no man's land. Leaves Blame F with 11 points of health. Almost catches the AWP here. Isolated both of them. Trying to play it tight here, but all this time it's just burning the clock down. Blame eliminates 1. No trade from Alcaran. Spots him jumping over the top of Thomas. Swings through, and it's the 1 versus 2 clutch for the Dane.
Plays it to perfection, just making sure he doesn't give them an early engagement. Sits and waits, makes them have to make the next move, knowing again with the time on his side, the more it ticks down, the more pressure is on the Spirit Academy players, the more likely they are as these younger players going to be the ones to make the mistakes in that clutch scenario and offer up a fight on his terms. And he catches them over the top of Thomas. Just jiggling, just dancing, just making sure he's not being pushed left or right. And having tagged them both down low, a single bullet is all he needs to close it out. A big clutch, big impact coming in on Blame F himself. Himself 9-1 already.
Will be the full eco for Spirit Academy here. Alcaran has enough in the bank to reinvest to the AWP later on. Mokujin could go for an upgraded pistol. Sypho has already got that Deagle out. Desert Eagles can be dangerous on train. There's a few long-range lines of sight you can use. Get a 1 Deag off. It's an Ivy pop, though, for the Spirit Academy side. And fully blinded is Matisse. Just about unblinded in time. The firing squad will come through. Little bit sketchy, but they are able to back away. Desert Eagle gets 1, but ultimately, very little chance of Sypho getting out alive here. Fnatic being very diligent in clearing these corners. Cypher with just one. Vermilov trades out.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt there from Spirit Academy. They've already identified that pretty much every single round Fnatic have gone for a default. Ivy has been their first point of contact. The first part of the map, which they start pressuring, that they start looking for a pick, has been Ivy for at least 3 of these last 4 rounds. So they decide to go heavy stack there with the pistols, give it an all-in, see if they can just swarm that first point of contact. But Fnatic, they doubled down. They went even heavier. Multiple players there on an anti-eco, consolidating their rifles together. Rifles back out now for Spirit Academy. An early blocking utility from Fnatic prevents them from taking deep control at the front of the A site. Molly towards Pop prevents them playing inside. Spirit Academy, no intentions of taking A main. Again, first contact will be Matisse. Alcaran ready for it. Cottoned onto his pattern of throwing that contact smoke. Early pick, but Fnatic, they're choosing to find the timing. As soon as that contact is made, they shift out towards this B bomb site. 2 quick kills, and they're flooding out in rotation. Man advantage, Alcaran comes in desperately with this AWP, and now he's the last alive in a 1 versus 3. Health low on a couple players, but that means nothing when you've got a sniper rifle in your hand.
Yeah, sound cue made as well. They know exactly where he is. The back of Oil finds the first, but up close, Bermilov secures Fnatic. Another T-side round for them. I think it was Cypher coming around the edge of Thomas there. Had the silenced M4, had like 3 targets on his screen and didn't kill any of them. That was, oh dear. Had like the perfect flanks. They didn't expect a second player on the bomb site.
The thing is, that's twice that Spirit Academy have had 2 players to defend a B site hit and have not successfully defended the site. You know, normally you expect at least, certainly in the previous version of Train, I'd still expect it somewhat here on this version, that with 1 player towards B, you'd be able to sit back and play retake. With 2, you should be able to very successfully hold. But so far, with 2, they've had next to no success. They've been traded out, losing the trades pretty much every single engagement. And this one, another anti-eco for Fnatic. This time they're picking up pace, sprawling out towards A main, testing the A main defenses. Found no issue so far. No cause for concern.
Is it into spawn? Playing this so tight for Fnatic. Not wanting to give anything away. Cypher swings in. Fear claims. Beautiful anti-eco. No deaths. And man, was saying, you know, the only real, or the big hope that Spirit Academy have going into this is the fact that Fnatic have just come off of a lengthy best of 3. Fnatic not missing a beat.
Yeah, they've come into this one swinging. Their map pick. They're on the T side. They're dictating the pace, leaving no quarter for Spirit Academy to establish themselves, for them to warm up into the series. Because as much as we say it's a disadvantage for Fnatic to be sat there playing a long best of 3, this is their 4th map in a row of Counter-Strike. The last series was already delayed. Spirit Academy, what have they been doing in that time to make use of that advantage? Have they just been sat there twiddling their thumbs, maybe watching the Fnatic score in the previous game that they played, just watching it go by? Or have they been focusing, warming up, watching demos? Have they been efficient with their use of time to make sure that they came into this game to utilize that advantage that they had?
Another gun round here. Oh, I am hearing ticking in the chat. I think this will be a round reset here. No damage done. No harm done.
No harm, no foul.
Get it going. Get on the rebuy. Oh, I'm hearing it's mouse problems. Can't be having that.
That's the last, probably the last piece of equipment you want to be having problems with.
Yeah.
Playing Counter-Strike.
Like keyboard, you could maybe get
Keyboard.
away with a slightly dodgy keyboard.
if you're really desperate with your keyboard, if it's like one key, you can always just shuffle your binds over one set of keys to the right, as awkward as that'd be. But the point is there's solutions, right? Mouse.
Nah. Mouse is gone. That's it. Game over. GG.
Even if you want to get a replacement mouse, if you've got a spare, get that one out. The feet will probably be worn to a different level of friction to the one you're currently used to. It would take time to warm up with it, get used to it, which you don't have if it's in the middle of a series.
Unless you, I mean, maybe the solution here is you buy like 2 mice, like identical mice, right?
You just alternate one each day.
Alternate each day, yeah.
Have the exact same level.
Exact same. You've always got a backup.
That would be quite next level.
But then what if?
What if they're
both of them have the same fault? No, both of them have the same fault, and they both die at the same time. Chalked.
Third spare.
Third spare. There it is. No, but that'll have the same problem. That one would have to be fresh. Anyway.
Third spare, it's a different mouse. Then you're less likely to run into the same problem, you know, like it's a different brand.
There we go. We've solved it. Seal Spirit Academy here. Here. Try and score around, because Fnatic right now running away with things. Looked like Blame was trying to flash him out. The smoke, no, he has done so. A fast entry from Matisse, looking for the transfer, can't do it. Instead, Mokajin and Alcaraz both come in with frags, stopping this Fnatic train in its step. Blame going to recover the bomb, lurking around the back of the red train, catches Alcaraz, pushing out into hell. That's the AWP eliminated. Second kill found onto Sypho as well. Seen the HE fly in from hell, but hasn't spotted Robo running straight through the smoke into Popdog. A 2-on-2. Bermalov and Fear to clutch out.
Scoped up here towards Olaf. The early information that BlameF had gathered, knowing that Mokajin was sat at the back of the site. Bermalov just had him pinned. That does leave Robo. Location known. They know he's nesting on this bomb. Fear. Circle all the way around, catch him back turn. Fnatic were just about scrape behind that one. You can tell Fnatic trying to change it up there on that round by going for a very quick A split with 2 players rushing Popdog, BlameF lurking out. And again, it's one thing I also mentioned that last time we watched Fnatic on Train, which was quite a while when it sort of first came into the map pool early in January, Fnatic were playing the old style where you'd focus on getting a player lurking out towards Sandwich, like you used to on the previous Train. You can tell they've adapted here to focus a lot more towards Ivy, towards defaulting towards Pop, in terms of working the map control. And so far this game, they've kept Spirit Academy honest by abusing that B-bomb site, and perhaps they anticipated an adaptation by overcompensating towards B, seeing if they could then catch the A site off guard. Thing is, Spirit Academy already had 2 players towards B for most of this game. They're not going to start off with another. It did get a bit scrappy, but the mid-rounding comes through again from the star power of BlameF. Bermalov also putting up the numbers. Still very much in control of the economy here. Our Fnatic is Spirit Academy back down to a half investment. This time 3 SMGs, 2 pistols.
Such a vicious cycle. Really difficult to break out of on the CT side, but you know, it usually helps if you win some rounds. Not saying it's that simple, but I like this. Ooh! The potential was there. The potential for a double was there, but it's Fear, the one who picks up a double instead. Sypho's now gone on the A bomb site. Robo and Alcaraz. What can you do?
Even the potential for the trade on that one. The swing was just slightly too late.
Robo's recovered a gun.
That's pretty good. That'll help him out.
Big fan of that.
Especially considering he's only on 1500.
They're in out connect there. It looks like they want to have a stab at this. Matisse
I guess
dead.
they kind of need to.
They do, but no defuse kit. And you got 3 players left to find still. Smoke going out on the bomb. Are they going for the full 10 seconds? Surely not.
They're
Get
just
out of there,
speculating.
Robo. Save.
seeing if there was any hope, any chance that they could get involved. They've quickly realised chance is way too slim. Robo will save that AK. What changes does Spirit Academy need to make? So far, I don't think we've seen Spirit Academy take a main once.
No, I don't think so.
They've taken Pop Dog a couple times, but every single time they've actually taken Pop, they've pushed in with 2 players and gone for a flank, and it's not been on the great buys. It's not been when they're working with rifles. They seem quite timid to work map control right now as the CTs. Again, perhaps this might be due to the fact that Fnatic are playing quite heavy in towards halls here, doing a lot of utility to prevent Spirit Academy working Pop Dog. You can see chucking the molly, blame F throwing that one from A main, which lands in towards Pop Dog, stops the CTs from fighting inside, but still begs the question, why isn't A main on the cards? You could definitely make the argument that, well, when the smoke fades, they can clearly see inside A main and tell if Blame F is in there or not. The thing is, they're then still allowing Fnatic all the room to work with. Fnatic can then just take it back off of them. Vision is one thing, holding it is another. At the moment, they're not holding, they just have the vision. They kind of have to, because they are leaning that 2 players towards B, limiting the amount of players they can invest over on this A site.
This is a very slow round. 40 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic now gearing up for an A pop. Smoke going to come in. Robo counters with one of his own. HG sails into Pop Dog. Doesn't actually do that much damage. Fnatic going to pop their way through. Robo edging the smoke. Playing behind the Molotov. Gets one. Traded out. Alcaran with the AWP. Drops Matisse. Krim's eliminated by Kiyasuke in the back of the bomb site. Fear falls as well. And it's all on Bermalov in a 1 versus 4 with 12 seconds left. He's out of there. See you later. Have a go next round.
They don't need to hunt him here. They don't have the funds to afford it. Fnatic can buy for the rest of this half. Just keep their own weapons alive. While Kiyasuke is the one to get the big, impactful double kill on the back of the site, Robo did such a good job with his utility at delaying it, holding Fnatic at bay and buying time for the rotate for the rest of Spirit Academy to come into the extremities of the A-bomb site. As soon as he saw the util come through, he bounced the smoke off the Olaf box in towards main, dropped to HE in towards Pop Dog to halter to slow down the pop assault. Then playing around the edge of that smoke, able to again slow down that push from Fnatic, set up the time for Spirit Academy to get in place to close them down. Again, still Fnatic on 8 on a T-side train.
Spirit Academy going to lean the second player over towards the B-bomb site here. Fnatic still holding in their default. Starting to group a little outside A here. Looks like Ivy might be the play. Similar execution to the previous round, but this time FlameF is alone in main lurking. Ivy's going to be where the bulk of the attack comes through. Blocking smoke will prevent Fnatic pushing for at least a second here. .40 seconds on the clock. Pop Dog smoke faded. Lurk smoke in Ivy. Robo vision denied. Steps are going to be heard here. Goes for a bit of spam. Takes a few bullets, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Kiyasuke eliminated by Matisse. Robo jumping through the smoke with the USP will take down Bermalov. A 4-on-4. Alcaran with one in the back of the bomb site. The no-scope takes down Matisse. Blame and Fear come through with 2 equal kills, though. So we're into a 2-on-2. Sypho and Mokajin both separated. Opposite angles of the bomb site. Fear and Blame positions to help each other either. So Mokajin gets a freebie onto Blame F. Fear. The IGL 1 versus 2. Sypho shoulder spotted. Headshot through. Jumped straight into the open, though.
Oh.
I don't know what that was. And Mokujin is going to win it. Another round for Spirit Academy, all retrieved. Just a kit, in fact.
Completely gambling there with that jump spot in the 1 versus 1. Expecting him to be further towards Gap rather than Sandwich.
Yeah, it feels almost like he was trying to get up onto the train to, you know, hide from Gap or something. It looks really
You
rough.
can do that from the right-hand side, though.
Yeah,
Rather
look,
than
it
jumping
just-
from default. Look goofy out. Either way,
Yeah.
Fnatic still have a massive lead. Spirit need to do a little bit better than this if they want to have some sort of challenge, an attempt, at the very least, at stealing this map away from Fnatic. And again, so far we've barely seen them contest map control at all. They're playing slow, are Fnatic, but so are Spirit Academy. They're timid, they're sat back. Often having to play 2 players towards B, but we've already seen this 2-player B site hold fail time and time again. It's that trade of utility currently in towards Pop Dog right now, which I think Spirit Academy are just playing for. They're saying, look, just block Pop Dog. Fnatic, if they respect the utility, they'll just end up waiting it out and they'll burn that clock down.
It's funny because the Spirit main team are like the opposite, right? Like they've constantly got somebody in main. Even as soon as they're like, you know, the first few officials on the map, they're immediately prioritizing taking that main control, coming up with the whole set piece to take it. Here, Spirit Academy, timid is the word for it. Smoke blown open, Sypho gone. Trying to play some up close angle. Hoping that they come straight through the smoke, but no, it's popped instead. Crims elevated in heaven. Dispatches of the AWP player, and this is such an advanced post plan here. Matisse can just farm them up. 1, 2, not the third. Will be Blame F to close out the half. Fnatic with a decisive lead on their T side.
Such a nice little execution. So often you see executions being quite one-dimensional when it comes to different bomb sites. And one of the reasons why I love Train, and always have, is because it gave the room for the different varieties of execution. You could execute bomb sites in so many different ways. The one you see Fnatic doing just there, rather than smoking lower to keep path down in towards the site, they smoked off the sidewalk so they could just path all the way along the sidewalk straight towards the connector and cut off the rotations, completely ignoring the site. And that allows, with such a heavy distraction sidewalk, that allows Crims with a lurk smoke in heaven to just play Overwatch, to just cover the entire site, trade any of the players on any of the CTs on the site who try to stop them and sidewalk. Stellar first half from Fnatic, and looking to close it out in similar fashion here as they continue with the CT pistol. Matisse up close here towards E-Box. Not landing the shots just yet, but pivoting around, finds the first on towards Sandwich, and there's not really much venom behind this hit from Spirit Academy until Yusuke gets involved and finds himself a triple. But it's still down to the 2-on-2. Emlov, hello, couple, towards the back side. Alcaran searching towards Pop, but Crims' flank will seal it. A bit of an A-site pop there from the Spirit Academy, but again, seemed a little bit almost timid, I want to say, on that execution. There's a couple of steps. They weren't fully committed to clearing these angles, perhaps waiting for the utility to land in its spot. But in doing so, it just bought time for Fnatic to establish their setups, to hold the angles, to anticipate the peaks.
I think Kiyosuke was the only one properly getting aggro with that. You know, Fnatic had fallen back into the bomb site. They're like, oh, okay, we can breathe for a sec. Nothing's going on. Kiyosuke over the top of the bomb site. Surprise. Swing straight in. And Fnatic doing what we wanted Spirit Academy to do on their CT side is take main. Blame F with 3 on the MP9. Matisse with the final 2 on the FAMAS. Fnatic lose a single player. Farm Spirit Academy. Get 1 round closer to closing out their map pick. It's 11-3.
Stark contrast there. Even again, if you want to use the narrative of Blame F getting aggro against ecoing players, but the point is they took map control. They got that early information. They were disruptive to Spirit Academy, even though Spirit Academy were on pistols. They've got their boot. on the Spirit Academy throat. They're not lifting it up anytime soon.
Matisse with the opening. Mokujin goes for a drive fight on Ivy. Gets taken down. Alcaran just swings in late. This is despondent. Now 2 versus 4 situation for Robo and Sypho. A horrific duel taking place here on long. Fear is finally tapped out.
It also was time and information. Surprised Fnatic weren't in a quicker position to help out Fear. At the very least, Blame F's come through.
They split up.
Drop that bomb.
They split up. Robo's teammate's not with you. Sypho's got no bomb. He's got to try and retake it. Fnatic are all over it. Blame F all over Sypho. Headshot. Nets him his 20th kill. Nets Fnatic map point here on train. Spirit Academy really not a lot to show for themselves at all. Forced by to close out.
At the moment, it's aggro towards B. Fear the same. Fear will be the one to land the dink, so damage exchanged in Fnatic's favour. Alcaran with this scout, searching for a pick in towards A main. Let's see if he can find any sort of advantage. Spirit Academy to work with. Also keeping Fnatic honest, they have to be concerned about the possibility of this scout. Nothing concerning Blame F though, an easy headshot. Spirit Academy will start to collapse out of this site, and Kiyosuke, Mokujin, they're going to find a beautiful set of openings there. Suddenly it's just Crimson a 1v4.
As the Kiyosuke effect that we wanted to see, his entrying stats are unreal, and finally he puts them to good use here. Is it too late? A decisive 4th round for Spirit Academy here. It makes it 12-4. That's still 8 required just to take us to overtime.
But that round is a really good example of why, kind of, as the CTs who need to be getting some extremity control, because of how potent, as the Ts, it is to just split the A site with 0 utility. You don't have to throw any utility. If you throw utility, you telegraph the play, and the CTs throw counter utility, and then it becomes hard to split the site. But if there is no utility thrown from the Ts, or next to none, you can literally just walk out of A main and out of Pop Dog and just take all the fights, and there's very few safe spots for the CTs to actually play in. Which is why it's important for the CTs to play towards the extremities, whether it is A main, whether it is Pop Dog, whether it is the back halls playing towards Tunnel 1, Ivy, Tunnel 2. Rather than getting caught out in the site itself. If you are playing that heavy site setup, you have to have something compensated elsewhere. Whether that's deep information towards B with a fast flank or heavy Ivy on top of it.
Oh. Bit of a miss smoke from Matisse there, trying to smoke off Ivy.
I don't hate this gamble from Fnatic. The buy-in itself is a gamble. They've gone for a force buy, getting rifles next to no utility. Bermalov's had to go down to a deagle. But within this, they are gambling with the setup that they're working with. They said, look, let's just go heavy towards B. They're going to be sitting there, not even moving off of this utility that's coming raining on in from Spirit Academy. And just now do they start to shuffle in. They're playing a little bit of a passive setup. Let's see if Matisse can hold on. If he can buy time for teammates to come through, even get a kill or two, then he's done his job. Man advantage secured, and the rest of Fnatic can play retake and spend as much time as they want to set up.
Plenty of time to play with. Spirit Academy still need to get that bomb down. Kiyosuke's going searching. Does find Bermalov in the connector. Clears that extremity out. Now Spirit start to calibrate. Fnatic closing in. Triple threat. Working their way in through gap. Crims is isolated alone though. Fit. Quite able to trade. Mokujin gonna hold him off, and in fact Fnatic might be deciding to save this one here. Blame F already starting to slip away through Ivy. Single kill confirms it. The exit damage is now all Fear is here for. Successful in getting one. Getting away with his life as well. Spirit Academy find yet another round on the T side.
He's doing a lot of heavy lifting to get Fnatic into an advantageous scenario, but again, it's Kyusuke. The reason why he's so touted as an up-and-coming player is because of exactly that mid-round decision there to say, look, I'm going to push him towards Connector. Got a man disadvantage. He perhaps heard the rotations of the Fnatic players leaving Connector and running into his back lane and identifying, okay, they're going for a heavy Ivy retake. Let me fight Connector. Takes a 1 versus 1, buys so much space and room for Spirit Academy to just breathe and just focus their attention towards all the players coming in towards Ivy. Massive impact in that round just from 1 kill. Ooh. Question here. Ooh. 50's found another kill. It's 1-for-1's coming through. Fnatic, bear in mind, they're ecoing just 2 saved weapons. Now it's Fear in the clutch. The health low on a couple of these players. He's stuck at the back of the site, and Mokujin will be able to close it out. Ooh, a little bit scary there.
Yeah, it gets a little bit sketchy, right? You've got a couple of pistols getting kills. Never a great position to be in on an anti-eco, but Spirit Academy do prevail. 6 required for overtime. Fnatic just need 1. Going into round 19, they are a little bit low on the util. Couple of nades, couple of pieces of flash missing. Alcren going for the early pick here. Gonna find Matisse peeking dry around the edge of the red box. Got to be aware of that as a threat when you're playing against a proactive AWP, but Spirit Academy sitting holding their default. Fnatic gone for a gamble stack on the B bomb site. All 4 players. Are they going to choose to do anything with this? Are they going to get a bit aggressive? Seems so. Flame and Crims now gathering at the bottom of the ramp. Zypho caught unaware. Second player spotted as well. Crims goes for a bit more. Does damage.
Is that big
Almost
through the
claims the
wall
kill.
as he was running?
Now Bermalov gets involved. Swings in. Robo gone. Spirit Academy slowly being picked apart here. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Crims to eliminate Kyosuke. A 2 versus 4 for Spirit Academy to stay alive on train. Make it a 1v4 for Mokujin as Alcaran felled. Tempting to be sneaky. Going for the long wrap around back lines here into old bomb. Blame F holds. Headshot comes through. Fnatic take it. 13-6 will be the final scoreline on train. Absolute demolishing from Fnatic. Sets them up in good stead for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it definitely does, right? We mentioned how their win condition coming into this with, again, the fact that they will be fatigued from playing from so long, with already coming in late from a best of 3 beforehand, would have been them coming into train their map pick explosive with the momentum and catching Team Spirit off guard, and that's exactly what they do. And I think that last round is a perfect example of showing sort of the gamble style of play, why it works so well, and also how you want to come into games when you're a bit more warmed up. You can see with that gamble stack, you know, there's the comms from Spirit Academy, I've no doubt would have been a little bit chaotic there, not 100% sure as to who's playing where, what setup's going on. When you've got 2 players pushing towards B, you've got a heavy stack, you're then lurking out towards the A site, but you can't find anyone, and then you get picked off one by one as the rotation comes in. Some lovely counter-strike being played there from Fnatic, and again, as mentioned, Spirit Academy looking quite timid there. We mentioned it in that first half. We wanted to see them taking map control, but they simply didn't on their CT sides.
We have got Mirage up next. If Fnatic win it, they'll book themselves a ticket to the playoffs. For Spirit, it's going to be 2 more maps required for them to book their ticket to the playoffs instead. So we're going to take a short break while we get ready for Mirage.
Welcome back to CCT Series Season 2, Series 19 at Swiss Stage. We're in the middle of a best of 3 for progressing into the playoffs between Spirit Academy and Fnatic. And we just saw Fnatic absolutely stomp Spirit Academy on their own map pick of Train. I believe it was 13-6, and Spirit Academy just really didn't show up, Harry.
Yeah, no, they really didn't. There were a couple of flashes, you know, towards the end of perhaps what we could see the potential in Spirit Academy. There were a couple of nice entry rounds from, you know, Kiyosuke, of course. But really, we didn't see a whole lot on Train. If I'm Spirit Academy, I'm just forgetting that's ever happened. We'll move on. This is the first map in a best of 3, if I'm Spirit Academy. And it's Mirage. It's a great map for Spirit Academy. They love a bit of Mirage. Their win rate is absolutely outrageous on it. They're 11-4 at the moment. They are winning almost every map of Mirage that comes across their plate, and Fnatic, a little bit shaky.
Yeah, for Fnatic, it's only a 30% win rate, which isn't great. And you add on to that in the last 3 months, they've got a 21% first ban rate. It clearly indicates a map which they're not too comfortable with, a map which they fully admit they don't really like playing all too much. And it's one that is very, very comfortable for Spirit Academy, that they have a win streak on. But again, you then got to bring into the context of where we are right now. Fnatic, this is their 5th map of Counter-Strike in a row in an official capacity at the very least. Spirit Academy seemed really kind of sleepy, dozy on Train. They weren't taking map control as the CTs. They weren't being disruptive. They let Fnatic have free reign of the entire map. And if you let your opponents do that on Mirage, they will punish you. And when you've got players like BlameF and Matisse, who and even Fear, who is actually almost top fragging over on Train, if you let them have free reign, if you don't punish them for getting up in your face, then Fnatic may be able to walk all over Spirit Academy here.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got Fear having a good game, who's statistically one of the worst players on this Fnatic squad, like, you're in for some trouble. I'd love to say, you know, we're seeing 3 here. But honestly, like, the vibes in that map were just all off for me. You know, it's bad vibes, not happy. I'm not feeling it, man. I got this gut feeling, and you know, sometimes it is wrong. We'll see. We're getting started with Mirage right now. We're ready to go. So we'll go in game. We'll have a look.
I was going to say, Harry, knowing your gut, I wouldn't trust it whatsoever. But
listen,
that
man,
being said, I don't disagree with you that Spirit Academy did seem very low on energy. But all it can take is a quick break between maps, and that can very easily switch. It can very easily flip, especially if you've got a coach, a more experienced player who's behind you to sort of reel in all of the focus on towards the game at hand, especially considering, again, this is a map, not just a map, but a series that both teams really want to win to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs, but also to climb up those VRS points, with both teams sitting just outside sort of tier 1 tournament eligible positions in the rankings. Both teams should be hungry here.
Yeah, it's also like, just finish your group stage as early as you can, right? You want to get through, get qualified as early as you can. There's constantly matches ongoing. You'll be wanting to play every single tournament that you can to try and get those VRS points. So just make your life a little bit easier for yourself. Just qualify here. Just do it. Pistol round. Kicking off now. Fnatic on the CT side. Fear with the smoke and a kit. Kevlar on the rest of the players. Got a lot of utility here on the T side. A couple of Molotovs. 2 smokes, 3 smokes, in fact, and a flashbang. The armor is actually in the minority here. It does look like it will be a good old-fashioned A execution.
At the very least, guaranteeing themselves a bomb plant. Unless Bermalov can find some miracle to deny that. We'll have a smoke and Molotov here. 2 smokes towards stairs and jungle, 1 towards dark. A third smoke even coming in towards CT to blind Bermalov. Spirit Academy will be able to secure a nice healthy post plant. In fact, they're splitting through the jungle and stairs smoke in towards connector. So a little bit of a diversion of expectations on that execution.
Really interesting they got that late CT smoke there. I think perhaps they throw it late so that they can feel out the bomb site, figure out which way they want to post plan. I'm a fan. Fnatic, well, they're retaking 5 through CT here. Not a single kill fan until Alcaran finds first blood. Matisse gone. Mokajin comes in with another onto Fear, and it's just all Spirit Academy in the kill feed at the moment. Bermalov will finally get 1 on the board and a second, but the time too far ticked, and Robo comes in with a couple of Glock headshots. to seal the deal for Spirit Academy in the pistol.
Well orchestrated pistol run there from Spirit Academy. I will say for Fnatic, I'm a big fan of the 5-man retake through CT. At very least, I like to see four players towards CT when you're retaking that A site with 5. But Spirit Academy was set up in very good positions. That first position from Alcoran behind default, it's a shadow angle. You can see he spotted the shadow out of the first player long before anything. He was able to swing, take contact on that first player, isolating that fight, and from that point, the floodgates opened up for Spirit Academy, and they could swarm the rest of the Fnatic players. Catch them out in a little kill box just outside of CT. Here in the second round, however, Fnatic will be attempting a second round break. They'll be forcing up a couple MP9s, a couple Deagles, and a 5-7. See if they can contest the Galils of Spirit Academy. A HE to blow open the smoke, and it's beautiful. HE actually thrown from Fear. Flame F will get 2 with the MP9. Fear, a lovely 1D. But Kiyosuke still fighting, still brawling here in the middle. He's pulled out the Glock to do so.
Crazy stuff happening in mid. In round number 2, Bermalov will finally eliminate Kiyosuke, leaving Sypho in the 1 versus 2. Knows where one of these players is. Does the damage. Bermalov manages to slip away somehow. Even gets up the stairs. No bomb. It's going to buy time for Blame on the rotation towards B. MP9 in hand. The Molotov will keep him at bay. Looks like Sypho's going for a bit of a reset here.
Such a difficult situation because here on Mirage, it's unique in that I think it is the only map where there's one position you can stand and see both bomb sites, and that is short, which BlameF did have control of. Apart from Sypho to have to clear it all out. Going out a likely spot, but again, time ticking, 20 seconds left, and you have to find BlameF who can just sit and hide on the site. Nice from Fnatic, you just hide one player, need the bomb site. Sypho will stick the bomb plant. BlameF, all he has to do is spray him down, wait till he hears at least one tag, and then just spam the rest of the bullets in that location. He'll finish him off. So Fnatic do successfully find the second round break and puts them in control of the economy here.
Yeah, just stealing the round immediately. Not letting Spirit Academy get any momentum going. Now they're going to be on a force here. Tech9 already brought up by Alka, and a tactical pause to discuss the plan. Because they really don't have a lot of funds here. Mokujin's only got 1450, so...
Yeah.
If you're going for utility on any of these players, right, and not going to be able to upgrade the pistol, or might be players going without armor.
Just to bring it back to that last round, right? It's really unique seeing the short player blowing open the window smoke. And that was Fear up on Catwalk who threw a HE for the 2 players with the MP9s. It's risky because he's then isolated. He's in a position where he could die before the action comes to the rest of the players. But by him blowing it open, it means the 2 players who are in window can just keep their guns out. They can fully focus, and that's exactly what happens. It allows BlameF to get that double kill, set up the snowball, get it rolling. Bringing it back onto this current round. It almost seems worse sometimes losing the second round after you've won the pistol. It fully resets your loss bonus down to 1400, which honestly I think 1400 loss bonus just shouldn't exist anymore.
Yep,
but
I agree.
Kiyosuke,
it's a nice way to kick things off.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kiyosuke making it look like it's no trouble whatsoever. The beautiful 1D gone towards Crims.
Blame has come in to take Crim's place in the back lines of the bomb site. Spots one dropping out as the pop does come through. Sypho swinging out on the short. Dispatches of Fear. Blame, nice transfer on the AK. It's a 3-piece from him. Alcaran finally will put him down. 2 versus 2 bomb site taken, and good positions as well. They're really constricting Spirit Academy. Fnatic just not allowed any control in market. Matisse now spotted Robo, cleans him out with a headshot, and that is going to be Spirit Academy responding in kind with a force by their own.
Just go to show how quickly it can all unravel. Even if you're the team with much better weaponry, better investment, just 1 kill and it just snowballs. 1 push from Crims getting in towards Apps, that's a weapon dropped over. The rotation's compromised as well.
I was really hoping to see Fear get a couple of kills with the MP5, you know. I'm slowly becoming a bit of a fan of the MP5.
I'm iffy because it just does less damage than the MP7, but the MP7 has got such a slow movement speed. Ooh. But Crims is not slow whatsoever. Look at that. Straight onto the dome of Robo.
Oh, no. Oh, Fear with a headshot as well. Sypho is able to find a head in response.
Lameth's not even activated yet.
Yeah, unchecked. Joker spot underneath the balcony. Gets a kill for free onto Sypho, lurking out. The battle of the force buys. Looks like it will continue.
The thing is, it should have kind of been expected as well, because Blameth is the connector player, and you saw Fear, who's the short player, getting a kill towards stairs. You think at that point, you see him there, you're like, oh, is this an A stack? That should have been the big warning sign as soon as Fear got a kill. Over towards the A site. But Spirit Academy just have no sort of eagerness to react off of that information. Instead, they just walk in one by one and get picked apart. Fnatic are the ones to answer back with Deagles this time.
It will be a better force for Spirit Academy here. They're able to get a rifle out on Kiyosuke, but even still, its pistols are plenty. Rifles stacked up for Fnatic. No MP5 in play. The reason I like it, by the way, is the silencer. A friend of mine dropped off short and got like 2 free kills on Dust 2 because they just couldn't hear him. They had no idea. And an anti-eco. They don't expect. Especially on the T side.
Part of me, things with the silencer argument with two weapons, part of me always thinks that it's just a skill issue. Like, do people just not have their audio high enough? Because I've never had an issue with not being able to hear where a silencer is shooting from.
The range on Dust 2, though. Anyway,
true. At long range, it is more of a factor, that's for sure.
Crims, in the back of the bomb site, will get a kill. Burmalov comes in. Yasuke finally pegs one on the board for Spirit Academy, but his teammates are falling all around him. It's now just Alcaran. Finally, some stability in the Battle of the Force buys. It looks like Fnatic will be stringing 2 together, putting Spirit Academy down onto an eco.
So, as we mentioned, Fnatic played a best of 3 before this, and the third map of that game was on Mirage. And I was watching that one before whilst we were waiting for it to finish. I thought I might as well tune in, and we had Guy Marinar and Zerfa. They were discussing Fnatic's Mirage. And one thing which they brought up, which I thought was actually a really interesting, almost feature of Fnatic's CT side, is, well, we've already mentioned Matisse and Lameth are by far the heaviest hitters. They live and die by their firepower. They're both A players. That's your A anchor in Matisse and your connector player Blameth. If you're any team facing Fnatic on the T side, you're almost always likely to end up going towards B. But that just means that your rotations are going to be that much more readable for Fnatic. I say that, they're heading towards A now. It's already a 1-for-1. Bomb planted as well. The Deagle's looking to do a little bit more damage. 3 for 3. Utility finally comes into effect, leveraging that advantage over Spirit.
Yeah.
There you go, Harry. The MP5 gets involved.
Shout out MP5.
I did use it a lot when it came out. Because I've always been an MP9 hater. I've always been a heavy sprayer, and the MP9 spray is just not friendly.
Just like, you know, if you're gonna, the MP7 kind of sucks anyway because of how slow it is. So if you're gonna be slow, at least be sneaky, slow and stealthy, slow and silent.
The MP5 is faster. The MP5 has a faster movement speed than the MP7.
Even better.
But the MP7 has a higher run and gun accuracy than the MP5. The MP5 has a surprisingly low run and gun accuracy for an SMG.
You're basically walking with the MP7. That's why it's so accurate. Anyway, Flame F. Playing around window here. Burmalov's getting cheeky with the AWP, swinging underpass. So aggressive in middle here. This could be a problem. Robo swings wide. Fear gone, and Burmalov unable to trade. Man advantage. Early on for Spirit Academy.
Again, we're seeing Fnatic in these 4-on-5s. If they lose a pick early on, they just immediately go for a gamble. They've left this B bomb site completely open and gone 3 players, 4 technically, towards A. But they're not just sitting in that gamble for the rest of the round. Because if they do that, that allows Spirit Academy to feel out, get information, and then make the right call. Instead, they're getting proactive. They search in towards Palace, and that does mean they do have a potential for an early flank here. And on top of that, you add to that Crims getting a kill on the cross. 4-on-4, this round is more than possible for Fnatic because they're setting themselves up for a retake nice and early as this bomb is planted.
Yeah, an overload in the market here. 3 players make it 2 as Alcaran cuts Bermalov down. It's so difficult to actually get out of this position. Crim's going to attempt it. Can't quite land the transfer. He's going to have to just stick with 1 before going down. Blame miles away here. Matisse realizes exits are the only thing possible in this one. Spirit Academy playing into him here. Could do a lot of damage. I think they will be able to retreat away from the bomb in time. There we go. Blame F, the only one saving Spirit Academy. With a nice B hit. It's interesting that, you know, obviously they gambled, eh? Problem is with that, B is so hard to retake.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Hello. Fear spots ahead of Robo.
Especially with how late Matisse was coming on that flank. That was kind of their ace in the hole if he had gotten involved in the action a little bit sooner, but he was shifting the entire way. It's time, compared to last round, the advantage is in Fnatic's favour. Spirit Academy, who are the ones in the 4-on-5. Still working mid-control, 2 players coming towards underpass. Alcaran giving them support. Allowing to work their way out. That utility thrown is telegraph for Fnatic. Themselves in position. Ooh, an early push there from Matisse. Spotted. Equalised to a 4-on-4. Flushed out of position, but a missed shot from Alcaran. Let's go punished, traded back and forth. Advantage now maintained for Fnatic.
Bermalov's in such a difficult spot. Tasked with holding down both the top connector, but then he's also the only player with any access onto the A-bomb site as well. Fear alleviates the burden by dropping the bomb in middle. Kiyosuke falls. Mokujin tries to make his move from the palace, but is unsuccessful. Bermalov finds the kill. Yeah, another for Fnatic.
Academy now having to go for an economic compromise. It will be on essentially a full eco on the Cypher, who's got a hero AK here. Will be sent in towards underpass. Academy start this round a little bit slower. Await the initial utility. 25, they'll now start to shuffle into position. The incendiary, well timed from Blame F. As you can see, gets some information. He hears the flames being ticked. Blame F searches for the kills, will deal with the AK, but traded by Kiyosuke. The swing comes out from top mid, but the Fnatic players are in more than good enough position to deal with it. Kiyosuke's AK quelled, leaving Alcaran. At the very least has the bomb. And now an AK. And ooh, Fear then or not, doesn't matter. Massis will come through the window. I can't help but shake the feeling, well, can't shake the feeling, can't help but shake, there we go. Can't shake the feeling that Spirit Academy, I kind of haven't shaken loose this sort of dozy feeling from Train.
Yeah.
The energy simply isn't there from them. It's not punchy, it's slow, it's timid, again giving Fnatic a lot of room to work with. The only aggression that they've been really been able to punish on the Spirit Academy side is when a solo anchor pushes towards the extremity, whether that's Mattis or Crims. Even then, the mid rounds often go Fnatic's way. Spirit Academy now looking to test this A site.
He's still hiding in Ninja. Is going to retreat to triple. Swings out, lines up 2. Only good for 1, though. Sypho. Quick with the trade. Robo starts to lurk through middle. Catches Fear on short. Bermalov now turns his gaze towards the window. Leaving Blame F in a compromised position at the top of connector. Very tenuous round for Fnatic, but Bermalov lands an absolute belter. Eliminates Mokujin. Blame F swings straight in and takes Robo down. 2 players remain for Spirit Academy, Sypho and Alcaran. And they're just waiting at the moment, trying... Well, they're just hoping that someone from Fnatic walks into them, reset the fight a little bit, cast Shadow of Doubt.
Thing is that they have, by waiting, caused that movement to come from Fnatic they were waiting for. The issue is, it was Blame F. He moved towards underpass and cleared out that deep position. That means that the other Fnatic players can sit soundly towards the extremities and hold any movement here on the A site. Crims holds down CT. And Alcaran, shot on Bermalov. Gets him down low, but there's simply not enough time.
He's got to stick this now. Oh. Free kill for Crims. He got there in the end.
The thing is, whilst I was watching that site hit, all that utility coming Mattis' way, whilst he's on that site, normally as the A anchor, if you're playing on the site, if you're playing retake, then the rest of your teammates play retake. The connector guide doesn't really help you. You can focus connector. But if you're holding the site, normally you expect either your connector or your window player to come in and support you, to throw flashes to help you stay alive on the site for as long as possible. Blame F was just sat in connector staring at mid that entire time. Perhaps he was expecting Bermanov to do it, but Bermanov was over on B. He'd started B that round. And Blame F was still just sat inside a smoke and connector, not helping Mattis at all. But if anything, it actually panned out, because Blame F still dealt with Robo because he was so passive, so silent. Robo didn't anticipate his position. Oh, Kisuke, what an entry on towards Fear. Again, caught off guard on towards short. Blame F not in a position to support. And a pattern that's I've been noticing so far here on Mirage is Blame F's passiveness in connector isn't quite synced up so well with Fear on short. Sometimes Fear is taking the peaks when Blame F is not wanting to. Blame F is sat hiding somewhere, wanting to go for some sort of mid-round play. Oh, and the mid-round play this time doesn't pan out.
Nice little 1D. Crims gonna catch the timing on Robo, hard clearing, get right.
Very risky play there. Just a solo short walk all the way up short. There's so many angles for him to get peeked from. There was a second player, perhaps you could say, yeah, there'd be a trade. But solo? That chance of that.
Yeah, now you've got Sypho and Alcaran trying to clutch this one up. 2 versus 3. A bomb site is going to be the target here. Steps heard. Rotation will be starting. Matisse on the ramp. Just bide his time here. Activate late. Free kill. Free as you like. Alcaran gone. Sypho in the 1 versus 3. And honestly, I wouldn't begrudge him a save. Matisse has crossed onto the bomb site. Tap on the bomb. He's going to swing in. Bermalov's there to cover. It's an 8th round for Fnatic. Spirit Academy are just crumbling. They're finding the odd entry.
Well, that's the thing. It's not like Fnatic are stomping Spirit Academy in every round here. Spirit Academy are getting their ways into the starts of these rounds. When they're going fast in towards mid, they're catching Fnatic in poor setups, finding Fear on his own. Blame F baiting. I mean, again, I'm not a big fan of the narrative of bashing Blame F for baiting, but kind of has been here. Say that, changes it up, goes for a bit of aggression here. Identifies that it has been a bit of a weak point. It looks to get involved in the action, switching it up, making sure he has that pace change.
Robo's so aware, man. Even goes for the spam as well, because this must be a common setup for Fnatic. That said, Fnatic is still going to hold firm. They've just been absolutely dismantled again. It's the entry, and again, they've been completely annihilated. 9-3 at the half.
As I was about to say before I went on that tangent about the Blame F sort of baiting, is the fact that, yeah, the Spirit Academy are getting their ways in, but then as soon as it hits the mid-round, as soon as they get their picks, no one is in position to react off the picks, yet some players are trying to react off the picks. If the reaction isn't on, then don't go for it. And call the freeze, then sit and wait, and just enjoy and appreciate the man advantage that you have and sit in it for a while.
It's like
You know that the CTs are going to have to make a move, or they're going to have to do something when they're in a disadvantage.
It's like they get that pick, and then the whole team just turn into Twitch streamers because they got to react to everything, you know? Anyway, diffuse kit on Robo and a smoke. Couple of smokes on Fnatic as well. It's been very utility heavy on the T sides here, but this time only 2 sets. Similar destination though, an A-pop jungle completely smoked. This time, Fnatic are going to take CT.
It will be a 4-man CT retake from Spirit Academy, even playing anti-flash as they shuffle up. These will just peek dry.
2
They're
kills.
all anti-flash. They're all anti-flash. He just peeks dry. They're side turn, not looking at him. So clean.
Still a 3-on-3 here. Alcaran is low on HP. Kiyosuke will dispatch Bermalov. Fear has a molly. Drops it down, but Robo's got a smoke. Can easily go for a smoke diffuse here. That is if his teammates don't all fall around him. Alcaran goes for the full-on wide swing. Fear couldn't connect a single bullet. He was 1 HP. What a round. One of the rounds of Counter-Strike I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. Certainly is. Now, much as we want to say Spirit Academy now have the opportunity to be in the driver's seat with a pistol round win, Fnatic got the bomb plant. That was kind of the primary objective of that pistol round execution. Getting that bomb planted on that A site means they can afford Galils in this one. Fear, Mattis, and Blame F. Mims down on the Deagle. Scout over on Bermalov.
Holding a default as well.
Just waiting to see Spirit Academy make any aggressive moves. Again, with this being so early on in the half, CTs don't have time or haven't had the time to build the funds to buy utility, be able to afford it. That limits your options. That means aggressive plays are likely. Because you can't play the slow game. You can't just block. You can't use your smokes, your incendiaries to buy time. Or to go for retakes even. Fnatic will wait to see what Spirit's move is. Spirit will be holding in towards middle. Their setup is completely picked apart though from a completely dry contact from Fnatic. 3 kills for the price of 2.
Same thing. Spirit, get that opening. Fnatic just batter them in the preceding few engagements. Mokujin unable to get anything done at range with the MP9. Blame F secures it. A triple for him. 17 and 8. Fnatic now in double digits. And they've got, honestly, at this point, they've got playoffs all but locked in. (13-6) on train. Spirit with the tiniest of cosmetic comebacks.
Big HE. Towards the bottom middle, Bermalov will find the opening, find 2 even. Spirit Academy have actually forced up Kevlar pistols. This is their attempt at saying, yeah, let's try and fight it out. Alcaran will at least be able to find 1, but it's all dissipating under their very eyes here, Spirit Academy. as Fnatic and strict and choke out any ounce of breath that Spirit Academy have left here on Mirage.
I mean, the last time these two teams played against each other was a 2-0. But they were both 13-11 maps. This is just Fnatic dumpstering them.
I think Fnatic, yes, they are having good trades, good mid rounds. As much as there are mistakes being made by them, Fnatic are still playing well, but at the same time, Spirit Academy are just non-existent right now. Everything they do is just being met with multi-kill. Oh, hello. Ocean. Quick pivot, quick dance to get a triple kill, but now he's got 2 players coming up his way and towards short. Do not realize there's 2. He should do now. They swing out. Won't be able to isolate the last.
I was watching that go on in mid. And I was like seeing, there was a couple of, Fear's got a couple of kills. Oh, Bermanov's got a couple of kills. I'm like, hang on, there's ecos on the plate. Where's BlameF? And then I'm watching him on the X-ray, just sprinting through underpass, jumps through the smoke. And Mokujin just spins around and takes his head off. That was really funny to me. I'm so... Oh.
Oh, gotta love an eco warrior.
What could be the last round for Spirit Academy here in this best of 3? Fnatic on the precipice of playoffs. Yosuke looking to make that not so. Entry found. Fear caught in middle. That's never been the problem for Spirit Academy here on Mirage. The entries have been flowing. Fnatic's ability to convert despite losing them has made them so deadly.
Again, we're talking about the Fnatic's ability to convert man disadvantages. It's more worrying that Spirit can't convert the man advantages. And again, it is silentness. Resigning to the current setups. Giving Fnatic a lot of room to work with in middle. And Fnatic are the kind of team who have the experience to identify, okay, if Spirit Academy are playing passive, we can take map control and do it silently. Clearing things with boosts and just just look at that, just walking towards middle and 3 kills are found in quick succession. Make it 4. Okay. Academy just been absolutely dismantled.
I just
walked into middle. They just walked all the way in, boosted and cleared window and jungle, and then a bit of utility comes through, and suddenly 3 Spirit players fall in middle towards connector and towards short.
Already half the bomb ticked. It's just a matter of formalities at this point. Robo really no way into this one. It is going to be Fnatic with a 13-4 victory on Spirit Academy's map pick, booking themselves a ticket to the playoffs here. CCT Series 19.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much more to say about that one, considering, not much more that we haven't already said.
Yeah.
Team Spirit looking very lifeless here on both maps. Again, we'll bring it back to Train at the start of this series. They weren't taking any map control on their CT sides. They were allowing Fnatic all the freedom to do everything they wanted. We move over onto Mirage, and yes, Spirit Academy were able to get the opening picks. They were able to find and punish mistakes being made by Fnatic in the 5-on-5s. But as soon as they got their man disadvantages, they would just crumble. And again, I say it, Fnatic weren't doing anything really special in their 4-on-5s. They would just identify that Spirit would be playing very timidly, playing very passively. They then walk into map control for free, and then they would just collapse the defense, just like that.
Yeah, it was not good from Spirit Academy. I think they definitely lost it more so than Fnatic won it. But that said, it's a very comfortable victory for them. They're going to be happy about that one. Put themselves a ticket to the playoffs. We have got more group stage games for the CCT, but You're going to have to wait till tomorrow for those because our day today is done. So thank you very much for joining us here. You can see the standings on your screen. We'll be back tomorrow for more action.